CL. Diocletian. The Emperor Diocletian abdicated the throne after 21 years' reign and retired to his garden. Charles V of Germany imitated the Roman Emperor and after 36 years took the cowl. Hazlitt has just been defrauded. The failure of Hunt and Clark, the publishers of the Life of Napoleon, cost Hazlitt £500. He had received only £140 towards this, in a bill which on their insolvency became worthless. Friend not identifiable. Letter 498. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. P.M. January 22, 1830. And is it a year since we parted from you at the steps of Edmonton stage? There are not now the years that there used to be. The tale of the dwindled age of men, reported of successional mankind, is true of the same man only. We do not live a year in a year now. Tis a punctum stands. The seasons pass us with indifference. Spring cheers not, nor winter heightens our gloom. Autumn hath foregone its moralities. They are hay-pass repass as in a show-box. Yet as far as last year occurs back, for they scarce show a reflex now, they make no memory as heretofore 'twas sufficiently gloomy. Let the sullen nothing pass. Suffice it that after sad spirits prolonged through many of its months, as it called them, we have cast our skins, have taken a farewell of the pompous troublesome trifle called housekeeping, and are settled down into poor boarders and lodgers at next door with an old couple, the bosses and bosseder of dull Enfield. Here we have nothing to do with our victuals, but to eat them, with the garden but to see it grow, with the tax-gatherer but to hear him knock, with the maid but to hear her scolded. Scot and lot, butcher, baker, are things unknown to us save as spectators of the pageant. We are fed we know not how, quietists, confiding ravens. We have the odium pro dignitate, a respectable insignificance. Yet in the self-condemned obliviousness, in the stagnation, some molesting yearnings of life, not quite killed, rise, prompting me that there was a London, and that I was of that old Jerusalem. In dreams I am in Fleet Market, but I wake and cry to sleep again. I die hard, a stubborn Aloysia in this detestable paraclete. What have I gained by health, intolerable dullness? What by early hours and moderate meals? A total blank. Oh, never let the lying poets be believed, who tice men from the cheerful haunts of streets, or think they mean it not of a country village. In the ruins of Palmyra, I could gird myself up to solitude, or muse to the snorings of the seven sleepers, but to have a little teasing image of a town about one, country folks that do not look like country folks, shops 2 yards square, half a dozen apples and 2 penn'orth of overlooked gingerbread for the lofty fruiterers of Oxford Street, and for the immortal book and stalls a circulating library that stands still, where the show picture is a last year's Valentine, and whither the fame of the last 10 Scotch novels has not yet travelled merry. They just begin to be conscious of the red gauntlet, to have a new plastered flat church, and to be wishing that it was but a cathedral. The very blackguards here are degenerate. The topping gentry, stock brokers. The passengers too many to ensure your quiet, or let you go about whistling, or gaping, too few to be the fine indifferent pageants of Fleet Street. Confining, room-keeping thickest winter is yet more bearable here than the gaudy months. Among one's books at one's fire by candle, one is soothed into an oblivion that one is not in the country, but with the light the green fields return, till I gaze, and in a calenture can plunge myself into St. Giles's. Oh, let no native Londoner imagine that health, and rest, and innocent occupation, interchange of converse sweet and recreative study, can make the country anything better than altogether odious and detestable. A garden was the primitive prison, till man with Promethean felicity and boldness luckily sinned himself out of it. Thence followed Babylon, Nineveh, Venice, London, haberdashers, goldsmiths, taverns, playhouses, satires, epigrams, puns. These all came in on the town part and the thither side of innocence. Man found out inventions. From my den, I return you condolence for your decaying sight, not for anything there is to see in the country, but for the miss of the pleasure of reading a London newspaper. The poets are as well to listen to. Anything high may, nay must, be read out. You read it to yourself with an imaginary auditor, but the light paragraphs must be glid over by the proper eye, mouthing mumbles their gossamery substance. Tease these trifles I should mourn in fading sight. A newspaper is the single gleam of comfort I receive here, It comes from rich Cathay with tidings of mankind. Yet I could not attend to it read out by the most beloved voice. But your eyes do not get worse, I gather. Oh, for the collyrium of Tobias enclosed in a whiting's liver to send you with no apocryphal good wishes. The last long time I heard from you, you had knocked your head against something. Do not do so. For your head, I do not flatter, is not a knob, or the top of a brass nail, or the end of a 9-pin, unless a Vulcanian hammer could fairly batter a recluse out of it. Then would I bid the smirched god knock, and knock lustily, the two-handed skinker. What a nice long letter Dorothy has written. Mary must squeeze out a line propria manu, but indeed her fingers have been incorrigibly nervous to letter writing for a long interval. 'Twill please you all to hear that, though I fret like a lion in a net, her present health and spirits are better than they have been for some time past. She is absolutely 3 years and a half younger, as I tell her, since we have adopted this boarding plan. Our providers are an honest pair, Dame Westwood and her husband. He, when the light of prosperity shined on them, a moderately thriving haberdasher within Bow Bells, retired since, with something under a competence, writes himself parcel gentleman, hath borne parish offices, sings fine old sea songs at 70, sighs only now and then when he thinks that he has a son on his hands about 15, whom he finds a difficulty in getting out into the world, and then checks a sigh with muttering, as I once heard him prettily, not meaning to be heard, I have married my daughter, however, takes the weather as it comes, outsides it to town in severest season, and a winter nights tells old stories not tending to literature, how comfortable to authored folks, and has one anecdote, upon which and about £40 a year he seems to have retired in green old age. It was how he was a writer in his youth, travelling for shops, and once, not to balk his employer's bargain, on a sweltering day in August, rode foaming into Dunstable upon a mad horse, to the dismay and expostulary wonderment of innkeepers, ostlers, and who declared they would not have bestrid the beast to win the Derby. Understand the creature galled to death and desperation by gad flies, cormorants winged, worse than beset Inachu's daughter. This he tells, this he brindles and burnishes on a winter's eves, tease his star of set glory, his rejuvenescence to descant upon. Far from me be it, de avertant, to look a gift story in the mouth, or cruelly to surmise, as those who doubt the plunge of Curtius, that the inseparate conjuncture of man and beast, the centaur phenomenon that staggered all Dunstable, might have been the effect of unromantic necessity, that the horsepart carried the reasoning, willy-nilly, that needs must when such a devil drove, that certain spiral. Configurations in the frame of Thomas Westwood unfriendly to alighting made the alliance more forcible than voluntary. Let him enjoy his fame for me, nor let me hint a whisper that shall dismount Bellerophon. Put case he was an involuntary martyr, yet if in the fiery conflict he buckled the soul of a constant haberdasher to him, and adopted his flames, let accident, and he share the glory. You would all like Thomas Westwood. How weak is painting to describe a man. Say that he stands 4 feet, and a nail high by his own yard measure, which like the scepter of Agamemnon shall never sprout again, still you have no adequate idea, nor when I tell you that his dear hump, which I have favored in the picture, seems to me of the buffalo, indicative and repository of mild qualities, a budget of kindnesses, still you have not the man. Knew you old Norris of the Temple, 60 years ours and our father's friend, he was not more natural to us than this old W. The acquaintance of scarce more weeks. Under his roof, now ought I to take my rest, but that back-looking ambition tells me I might yet be a Londoner. Well, if we ever do move, we have encumbrances the less to impede us. All our furniture has faded under the auctioneer's hammer, going for nothing like the tarnished frippery of the prodigal, and we have only a spoon or 2 left to bless us. Clothed we came into Enfield, and naked we must go out of it. I would live in London shirtless, bookless. Henry Crabbe is at Rome. Advices to that effect have reached Barry. But by solemn legacy, he bequeathed at parting, whether he should live or die, a turkey of Suffolk to be sent every succeeding Christmas to us and divers other friends. What a genuine old bachelor's action! I fear he will find the air of Italy too classic. His station is in the heart's forest, his soul is beguiled. Miss Kelly we never see, Talford not this half year, the latter flourishes, but the exact number of his children, God forgive me, I have utterly forgotten. We single people are often out in our count there. Shall I say 2? One darling I know they have lost within a 12-month, but scarce known to me by sight, and that was a second child lost. We see scarce anybody. We have just now Emma with us for her holidays. You remember her playing at Bragg with Mr. Quillinan at poor Monkhouse's. She is grown an agreeable young woman. She sees what I write, so you may understand me with limitations. She was our inmate for a 12-month, grew natural to us, and then they told us it was best for her to go out as a governess, and so she went out, and we were only two of us, and our pleasant housemate is changed to an occasional visitor. If they want my sister to go out, as they call it, there will be only one of us. Heaven keep us all from this exceeding to unity. Can I cram loves enough to you all in this little excuse particularizing? CL. Letter 499. Mary Lamb to Dorothy Wordsworth. Same letter. My dear Miss Wordsworth, Charles has left me space to fill up with my own poor scribble, which I must do as well as I can, being quite out of practice, and after he has been reading his queer letter out to us, I can hardly put down in a plain style all I had to tell you, how pleasant your handwriting was to me. He has lumped you all together in one rude remembrance at the end, but I beg to send my love individually and by name to Mr. and Mrs. Wordsworth, to Miss Hutchinson, whom we often talk of, and think of as being with you always, to the dutiful good daughter and patient amanuensis Dora, and even to Johanna, whom we have not seen, if she will accept it. Charles has told you of my long illness and our present settlement, which I assure you is very quiet and comfortable to me, and to him too, if he would own it. I am very sorry we shall not see John, but I never go to town, nor my brother but at his quarterly visits at the India House, and when he does, he finds it melancholy, so many of our old friends being dead or dispersed, and the very streets, he says, altering every day. Many thanks for your letter and the nice news in it, which I should have replied to more at large than I see he has done. I am sure it deserved it. He has not said a word about your intentions for Rome, which I sincerely wish you health one day to accomplish. In that case we may meet by the way. We are so glad to hear dear little William is doing well. If you knew how happy your letters made us, you would write I know more frequently. Pray think of this. How cheerfully should we pay the postage every week? Your affectionate Mary Lamb. Baucis and Baucida. A slip, I suppose, for Philemon and Baucis, Ovid Metamorphoses. Red Gauntlet, dated from 1824. In a calenture. A calenture is a form of fever at sea in which the sufferer believes himself to be surrounded by green fields and often leaps overboard. Wordsworth describes one in The Brothers. A Recluse, Wordsworth's promise poem that was never completed, first printed in 1888. In a Chew's daughter was Io, persecuted by a malignant insect sent by Juno. Henry Crabbe Robinson was a personal friend of Goethe's. He had spent some days with him at Weimar in the summer of 1829. Goethe told Robinson that he admired Lamb's sonnet, The Family Name. Mr. Quillinan, Edward Quillinan, afterwards Wordsworth's son-in-law. Johanna Hutchinson, Mrs. Wordsworth's sister, Joanna of the Laugh. John Wordsworth, Wordsworth's eldest son, was now 26. William, Wordsworth's second son, no longer little, was 19. Letter 500. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. 25 February 1830. Dear B.B., to reply to you by return of post, I must gobble up my dinner and dispatch this in propria persona to the office to be in time. So take it from me hastily that you are perfectly welcome to furnish AC with the scrap, which I had almost forgotten writing. The more my character comes to be known, the less my veracity will come to be suspected. Time every day clears up some suspected narrative of Herodotus, Bruce, and others of us great travelers. Why, that Joseph Pace was as real a person as Joseph Hume, and a great deal pleasanter. A careful observer of life, Bernard, has no need to invent. Nature romances it for him. Dinner plates rattle, and I positively shall incur indigestion by carrying it half concocted to the post-house. Let me congratulate you on the spring coming in, and do you in return condole with me for the winter going out. When the old one goes, seldom comes a better. I dread the prospect of summer, with his all-day long days. No need of his assistance to make country places dull. With fire and candlelight, I can dream myself in Holborn. With lightsome skies shining into bedtime, I cannot. This Meshech and these tents of Kedar, I would dwell in the skirts of Jericho rather, and think every blast of the coming in mail a ram's horn. Give me old London at fire and plague times, rather than these tepid gales, healthy country air, and purposeless exercise. Leg of mutton absolutely on the table. Take our hasty loves and short farewell. CL. AC was Alan Cunningham, who wanted Lamb's letter on Blake, see above, for his Lives of the Painters. It was not, however, used there until included in Mrs. Charles Heaton's edition in Bohn's library. Bruce, the Abyssinian explorer, whom the Christ's Hospital boys used to emulate, as Lamb tells us in the Elia essay on newspapers. Joseph Pace, a director of the South Sea Company and Lamb's first employer, of whom he writes in the Elia essay on modern gallantry, see notes to Vol. Roman 2. Here should come a letter to Moxon, February 21, 1830, saying that a letter has just arrived from Mrs. Williams indicating that Miss Isola was not well and must have a long holiday. The illness increased very rapidly, becoming a serious attack of brain fever. Letter 501. Charles to Mrs. Williams. February 26, 1830. Dear Madam, may God bless you for your attention to our poor Emma. I am so shaken with your sad news I can scarce write. She is too ill to be removed at present, but we can only say that if she is spared, when that can be practicable, we have always a home for her. Speak to her of it when she is capable of understanding, and let me conjure you to let us know from day to day the state she is in. But one line is all we crave. Nothing we can do for her, that shall not be done. We shall be in the terriblest suspense. We had no notion she was going to be ill. A line from anybody in your house will much oblige us. I feel for the situation this trouble places you in. Can I go to her aunt or do anything? I do not know what to offer. We are in great distress. Pray relieve us if you can by somehow letting us know. I will fetch her here or anything. Your kindness can never be forgot. Pray excuse my abruptness. I hardly know what I write, and take our warmest thanks. Hoping to hear something, I remain, dear Madam, yours most faithfully, C. Lamb. Our grateful respects to Mr. Williams. Letter 502. Charles Lamb to Mrs. Williams. Enfield, 1 March, 1830. Dear Madam, we cannot thank you enough. Your 2 words, much better, were so considerate and good. The good news affected my sister to an agony of tears, but they have relieved us from such a weight. We were ready to expect the worst, and were hardly able to bear the good hearing. You speak so kindly of her too, and think she may be able to resume her duties. We were prepared, as far as our humble means would have enabled us, to have taken her from all duties, but far better for the dear girl it is that she should have a prospect of being useful. I am sure you will pardon my writing again, for my heart is so full that it was impossible to refrain. Many thanks for your offer to write again, should any change take place. I dare not yet be quite out of fear, the alteration has been so sudden, but I will hope you will have a respite from the trouble of writing again. I know no expression to convey a sense of your kindness. We were in such a state expecting the post. I had almost resolved to come as near you as Berry, but my sister's health does not permit my absence on melancholy occasions. But oh, how happy will she be to part with me when I shall hear the agreeable news that I may come and fetch her. She shall be as quiet as possible. No restorative means shall be wanting to restore her back to you well and comfortable. She will make up for this sad interruption of her young friend's studies. I am sure she will, she must, after you have spared her for a little time. Change of scene may do very much for her. I think this last proof of your kindness to her in her desolate state can hardly make her love and respect you more than she has ever done. Oh, how glad shall we be to return her fit for her occupation. Madam, I trouble you with my nonsense, but you would forgive me if you knew how light-hearted you have made 2 poor souls at Enfield that were gasping for news of their poor friend. I will pray for you and Mr. Williams. Give our very best respects to him and accept our thanks. We are happier than we hardly know how to bear. God bless you. My very kindest congratulations to Miss Humphreys. Believe me, dear Madam, your ever obliged servant, C. Lamb. Letter 503. Charles Lamb to Sarah Hazlitt. March 4, 1830. Dear Sarah, I was meditating to come and see you, but I am unable for the walk. We are both very unwell and under affliction for poor Emma, who has had a very dangerous brain fever and is lying very ill at Bury, from whence I expect a summons to fetch her. We are very sorry for your confinement. Any books I have are at your service. I am almost, I may say quite, sure that letters to India pay no postage and may go by the regular post office, now in St. Martin's-le-Grand. I think any receiving house would take them. I wish I could confirm your hopes about Dick Norris, but it is quite a dream. Some old bencher of his surname is made treasurer for the year, I suppose, which is an annual office. Norris was sub-treasurer, quite a different thing. They were pretty well in the summer, since when we have heard nothing of them. Mrs. Reynolds is better than she has been for years. She is with a disagreeable woman that she has taken a mighty fancy to out of spite to a rival woman she used to live and quarrel with. She grows quite fat, they tell me, and may live as long as I do, to be a tormenting rent charge to my diminished income. We go on pretty comfortably in our new plan. I will come and have a talk with you when poor Emma's affair is settled and will bring books. At present I am weak and could hardly bring my legs home yesterday after a much shorter stroll than to Northaw. Mary has got her bonnet on for a short expedition. May you get better as the spring comes on. She sends her best love with mine. C.L. Addressed to Mrs. Hazlitt, Mrs. Tomlinson's, Northaw, near Potters. Bar Hoods. Mrs. Hazlitt was in later years a sufferer from rheumatism. Dick Norris was the son of Randall Norris. He had retired to Widford. Mrs. Reynolds, Lamb's old schoolmistress and dependent, we have met. Letter 504. Charles Lamb to Mrs. Williams. Enfield 5 Mar, 1830. Dear Madam, I feel greatly obliged by your letter of Tuesday, and should not have troubled you again so soon, but that you express a wish to hear that our anxiety was relieved by the assurances in it. You have indeed given us much comfort respecting our young friend, but considerable uneasiness respecting your own health and spirits, which must have suffered under such attention. Pray believe me that we shall wait in quiet hope for the time when I shall receive the welcome summons to come and relieve you from a charge, which you have executed with such tenderness. We desire nothing so much as to exchange it with you. Nothing shall be wanting on my part to remove her with the best judgment I can, without, I hope, any necessity for depriving you of the services of your valuable housekeeper. Until the day comes, we entreat that you will spare yourself the trouble of writing, which we should be ashamed to impose upon you in your present weak state. Not hearing from you, we shall be satisfied in believing that there has been no relapse. Therefore we beg that you will not add to your troubles by unnecessary, though most kind, correspondence. Till I have the pleasure of thanking you personally, I beg you to accept these written acknowledgments of all your kindness. With respects to Mr. Williams and sincere prayers for both your healths, I remain your ever obliged servant, C. Lamb. My sister joins me in respects and thanks. Letter 505. Charles Lamb to James Gilman. March 8, 1830. My dear G., your friend Batten, for I knew him immediately by the smooth satinity of his style, must excuse me for advocating the cause of his friends in Spitalfields. The fact is, I am retained by the Norwich people, and have already appeared in their paper under the signatures of Lucius Sergius, Bluff, Broadcloth, No Trade to the Woolen Trade, Anti-Plush, N.C., in defense of Druggetts and Long Camblets. And without this pre-engagement, I feel I should naturally have chosen a side opposite to, for in the silken seemingness of his nature there is that which offends me. My flesh tingles at such caterpillars. He shall not crawl me over. Let him and his workmen sing the old burthen. Hi-ho, ye weavers! For any aid I shall offer them in this emergency. I was over St. Luke's the other day with my friend Tuthill, and mightily pleased with one of his contrivances for the comfort and amelioration of the students. They have double cells, in which a pair may lie feet to feet horizontally and chat the time away as rationally as they can. It must certainly be more sociable for them these warm, raving nights. The right-hand truckle in one of these friendly recesses, at present vacant, was preparing, I understood, for Mr. Irving. Poor fellow, it is time he removed from Pentonville. I followed him as far as to Highbury the other day, with a mob at his heels, calling out upon Ermagedon, who I suppose is some Scotch moderator. He squinted out his favourite eye last Friday, in the fury of possession, upon a poor woman's shoulders that was crying matches, and has not missed it. The companion truck, as far as I could measure it with my eye, would conveniently fit a person about the length of Coleridge, allowing for a reasonable drawing up of the feet, not at all painful. Does he talk of moving this quarter? You and I have too much sense to trouble ourselves with revelations. Mary, to the same in Greek you may have something professionally to say. Tell C that he was to come and see us some fine day. Let it be before he moves, for in his new quarters he will necessarily be confined in his conversation to his brother prophet. Conceive the two rabbis foot to foot, for there are no Gamaliels there to affect a humbler posture. All are masters in that Patmos, where the law is perfect equality, Latmos, I should rather say, for they will be Luna's twin darlings, her affection will be ever at the full. Well, keep your brains moist with gooseberry this mad march, for the devil of exposition seeketh dry places. CL. The letter is assigned to the Rev. James Gilman by some editors, but I think that a mistake. See the reference below to a medical matter. Batten was interested in the Spitalfields weavers to the detriment of the Norwich. Major Butterworth, in a letter to Notes and Queries, March 24, 1906, thus explains the reference to Batten. In lately going over the pages of the New Monthly Magazine for 1826, I came across a paragraph in the June number, extracted from a daily newspaper, in which the following occurs. Great merit is due to Mr. Lamb, Jr. for his exertions to relieve the weavers of Norwich. As his Reminiscences of Duke Judkins, Esquire, was printed in the same number of the magazine, Lamb's attention would no doubt be arrested by the remarks about his namesake, which would probably be retained in his memory, to be used subsequently as occasion served in mystifying his friend. Tuthill, whom we have met, was one of the physicians at St. Luke's Hospital for the Insane. He squinted out. Irving had sight only in one eye, an obliquity caused, it is suggested, by lying when a baby in a wooden cradle, the sides of which prevented the other from gathering light. To the same in Greek, an atrocious pun, which I leave to the reader to discover, Gilman was a doctor. Letter 506. Charles Lamb to William Ayrton. Mr. Westwood's, Chase Side, Enfield. 14th March, 1830. My dear Ayrton, your letter, which was only not so pleasant as your appearance would have been, has revived some old images. Phillips, not the colonel, with his few hairs bristling up at the charge of a revoke, which he declares impossible. The old captain's significant nod over the right shoulder, was it not? Mrs. Burney's determined questioning of the score, after the game was absolutely gone to the devil, the plain but hospitable cold boiled beef suppers at sideboard, all which fancies, redolent of middle age and strengthful spirits, come across us ever and anon in this vale of deliberate senectitude, yclept Enfield. You imagine a deep gulf between you and us, and there is a pitiable hiatus in kind between St. James's Park and this extremity of Middlesex. But the mere distance in turnpike roads is a trifle. The roof of a coach swings you down in an hour or two. We have a sure hot joint on a Sunday, and when had we better? I suppose you know that ill health has obliged us to give up housekeeping, but we have an asylum at the very next door, only 24 inches further from town, which is not material in a country expedition, where a table d'hôte is kept for us without trouble on our parts, and we adjourn after dinner, when one of the old-world old friends drops casually down among us. Come and find us out, and seal our judicious change with your approbation whenever the whim bites or the sun prompts. No need of announcement, for we are sure to be at home. I keep putting off the subject of my answer. In truth, I am not in spirits at present to see Mr. Murray on such a business, but pray offer him my acknowledgments and an assurance that I should like at least one of his propositions, as I have so much additional matter for the specimens as might make 2 volumes in all, or 1 new edition, omitting such better-known authors as Beaumont and Fletcher, Johnson and C. But we are both in trouble at present. A very dear young friend of ours, who passed her Christmas holidays here, has been taken dangerously ill with a fever, from which she is very precariously recovering, and I expect a summons to fetch her when she is well enough to bear the journey from Bury. It is Emma Isola, with whom we got acquainted at our first visit to your sister at Cambridge, and she has been an occasional inmate with us, and of late years much more frequently ever since. While she is in this danger, until she is out of it and here in a probable way to recovery, I feel that I have no spirits for an engagement of any kind. It has been a terrible shock to us, therefore I beg that you will make my handsomest excuses to Mr. Murray. Our very kindest loves to Mrs. A. and the younger Ace. Your unforgotten C. Lamb. Phillips, this would be Edward Phillips, who, I think, succeeded Rickman as secretary to Abbott, afterwards Lord Colchester, the Speaker. Colonel Erasmus Phillips we have also met. The captain was Captain Burney. Mr. Murray's propositions. I presume that Murray had through Ayrton suggested either the republication of the dramatic specimens 1808 in 1 volume or in 2 volumes with the Garrick extracts added. The plan came to nothing. Moxon published them in the 2-volume style in 1835. Murray had refused Lamb's works some 12 years before. For the dramatic specimens see Vol. Roman 4 of my large edition. Letter 507. Charles Lamb to Mrs. Williams. Dated at End, March 22, 1830. Dear Madam, once more I have to return you thanks for a very kind letter. It has gladdened us very much to hear that we may have hoped to see our young friend so soon, and through your kind nursing so well recovered. I sincerely hope that your own health and spirits will not have been shaken. You have had a sore trial indeed, and greatly do we feel indebted to you for all which you have undergone. If I hear nothing from you in the meantime, I shall secure myself a place in the Cornwallis coach for Monday. It will not be at all necessary that I shall be met at Bury, as I can well find my way to the rectory, and I beg that you will not inconvenience yourselves by such attention. Accordingly, as I find Miss Isola able to bear the journey, I intend to take the care of her by the same stage, or by chaises perhaps, dividing the journey, but exactly as you shall judge fit. It is our misfortune that long journeys do not agree with my sister, who would else have taken this care upon herself, perhaps more properly. It is quite out of the question to rob you of the services of any of your domestics. I cannot think of it. But if in your opinion a female attendant would be requisite on the journey, and if you or Mr. Williams would feel more comfortable by her being in charge of 2, I will most gladly engage one of her nurses or any young person near you that you can recommend. For my object is to remove her in the way that shall be most satisfactory to yourselves. On the subject of the young people that you are interesting yourselves about, I will have the pleasure to talk to you when I shall see you. I live almost out of the world and out of the sphere of being useful, but no pains of mine shall be spared if but a prospect opens of doing a service. Could I do all I wish, and I indeed have grown helpless to myself and others, it must not satisfy the arrears of obligation I owe to Mr. Williams and yourself for all your kindness. I beg you will turn in your mind and consider in what most comfortable way Miss Isola can leave your house, and I will implicitly follow your suggestions. What you have done for her can never be effaced from our memories, and I would have you part with her in the way that would best satisfy yourselves. I am afraid of impertinently extending my letter, else I feel I have not said half what I would say. So, dear madam, till I have the pleasure of seeing you both, of whose kindness I have heard so much before, I respectfully take my leave with our kindest love to your poor patient and most sincere regards for the health and happiness of Mr. Williams and yourself. May God bless you, C.H. Lamb. Enfield, Monday, 22 March. Letter 508. Charles Lamb to Mrs. Williams. Enfield 2 April, 1830. Dear Madam, I have great pleasure in letting you know that Miss Isola has suffered very little from fatigue on her long journey. I am ashamed to say that I came home rather the more tired of the 2, but I am a very unpracticed traveler. She has had 2 tolerable nights' sleep since, and is decidedly not worse than when we left you. I remembered the magnesia according to your directions, and promise that she shall be kept very quiet, never forgetting that she is still an invalid. We found my sister very well in health, only a little impatient to see her, and after a few hysterical tears for gladness, all was comfortable again. We arrived here from Epping between 5 and 6. The incidents of our journey were trifling, but you bade me tell them. We had then in the coach a rather talkative gentleman, but very civil all the way, and took up a servant maid at Stamford, going to a sick mistress. To the latter, a participation in the hospitalities of your nice rusks and sandwiches proved agreeable, as it did to my companion, who took merely a sip of the weakest wine and water with them. The former engaged me in a discourse for full 20 miles on the probable advantages of steam carriages, which being merely problematical, I bore my part in with some credit, in spite of my totally unengineer-like faculties. But when somewhere about Stansted, he put an unfortunate question to me as to the probability of its turning out a good turnip season. And when I, who am still less of an agriculturist than a steam philosopher, not knowing a turnip from a potato ground, innocently made answer that I believed it depended very much upon boiled legs of mutton, my unlucky reply set Miss Isola a-laughing to a degree that disturbed her tranquillity for the only moment in our journey. I am afraid my credit sank very low with my other fellow-traveler, who had thought he had met with a well-informed passenger, which is an accident so desirable in a stage coach. We were rather less communicative, but still friendly the rest of the way. How I employed myself between Epping and Enfield, the poor verses in the front of my paper, may inform you, which you may please to christen an acrostic in a cross-road, and which I wish were worthier of the lady they refer to. But I trust you will plead my pardon to her on a subject so delicate as a lady's good name. Your candor must acknowledge that they are written straight. And now, dear madam, I have left myself hardly space to express my sense of the friendly reception I found at Farnham. Mr. Williams will tell you that we had the pleasure of a slight meeting with him on the road, where I could almost have told him, but that it seemed ungracious, that such had been your hospitality, that I scarcely missed the good master of the family at Farnham, though heartily I should have rejoiced to have made a little longer acquaintance with him. I will say nothing of our deeper obligations to both of you, because I think we agreed at Farnham that gratitude may be over-exacted on the part of the obliging, and over-expressed on the part of the obliged person. My sister and Miss Isola join in respects to Mr. Williams and yourself, and I beg to be remembered kindly to the Miss Hammonds and the two gentlemen whom I had the good fortune to meet at your house. I have not forgotten the election in which you are interesting yourself, and the little that I can, I will do immediately. Miss Isola will have the pleasure of writing to you next week, and we shall hope, at your leisure, to hear of your own health, etc. I am, dear madam, with great respect, your obliged, Charles Lamb. Added in Miss Isola's hand, I must just add a line to beg you will let us hear from you, my dear Mrs. Williams. I have just received the forwarded letter. Farnham we have talked about constantly, and I felt quite strange at this home the first day. I will attend to all you said, my dear madam. I do not know which of Lamb's acrostics was the one in question. Possibly this, on Mrs. Williams' youngest daughter, Louisa Clare. Williams, least daughter, but not least beloved, of grace. O frown not on a stranger, who from place unknown and distant these few lines hath penned. I but report what thy instructress friend so oft hath told us of thy gentle heart. A pupil most affectionate thou art, careful to learn what elder years impart. Louisa Clare, by which name shall I call thee? A prettier pair of names sure ne'er was found, resembling thy own sweetness in sweet sound. Ever calm peace and innocence befoul thee. See Vol. Roman 4 of this edition. Letter 509. Charles Lamb to Mrs. Williams. Enfield, Good Friday, April 9, 1830. P.S. I am the worst folder-up of a letter in the world, except certain Hottentots in the land of Kaffir, who never fold up their letters at all, writing very badly upon skins and sea. Dear madam, I do assure you that your verses gratified me very much, and my sister is quite proud of them. For the first time in my life, I congratulated myself upon the shortness and meanness of my name. Had it been Schwarzenberg or Esterhazy, it would have put you to some puzzle. I am afraid I shall sicken you of acrostics, but this last was written to order. I beg you to have inserted in your county paper something like this advertisement. To the nobility, gentry, and others about Bury, C. Lamb respectfully informs his friends and the public in general that he is leaving off business in the acrostic line as he is going into an entirely new line, rebuses and charades done as usual and upon the old terms. Also, epitaphs to suit the memory of any person deceased. I thought I had adroitly escaped the rather unpliable name of Williams, curtailing your poor daughters to their proper surnames, but it seems you would not let me off so easily. If these trifles amuse you, I am paid, though really 'tis an operation too much like A. Apple pie, B. Bit it. To make amends, I request leave to lend you the excursion, and to recommend, in particular, the churchyard stories in the 7th book, I think. They will strengthen the tone of your mind after its weak diet on acrostics. Miss Isola is writing, and will tell you that we are going on very comfortably. Her sister is just come. She blames my last verses as being more written on Mr. Williams than on yourself. But how should I have parted whom a superior power has brought together? I beg you will jointly accept of our best respects, and pardon your obsequious, if not troublesome correspondent, C.L. Mr. Cecil Turner, a grandson of Mrs. Williams, tells me that her acrostic on Lamb ran thus. To Charles Lamb. Answer to acrostics on the names of two friends. Charmed with the lines thy hand has sent. Honor, I feel the compliment. Amongst thy products that have won the ear. Ranged in thy verse, two friends most dear. Lay not thy winning pen away. Each line thou writest, we bid thee stay. Still ask to charm us with another lay. Long liked, long lived by public fame. A friend to misery, whate'er its claim. Marvel I must if e'er we find. Bestowed by heaven a kindlier mind. The two friends were probably Edward Hogg and Cecilia Catherine Lawton, on whose names Lamb wrote acrostics, see Vol, Roman 4. This was Lamb's effort. Go little poem and present. Respectful terms of compliment. A gentle lady bids thee speak. Courteous is she, though thou be weak. Evoke from heaven as thick as manna. Joy after joy on Grace Joanna. On Fornham's glebe and pasture land. A blessing pray, long, long may stand. Not touched by time, the rectory blithe. No grudging churl dispute his tithe. At Easter be the offerings due. With cheerful spirit paid, each pew. In decent order filled, no noise. Loud intervene to drown the voice. Learning or wisdom of the teacher. Impressive be the sacred preacher. And strict his notes on holy page. May young and old from age to age salute and still point out the good man's parsonage. Letter 510. Charles Lamb to James Gilman. Early spring, 1830. Dear Gilman, pray do you, or STC, immediately write to say you have received back the golden works of the dear, fine, silly old angel, which I part from, bleeding, and to say how the winter has used you all. It is our intention soon, weather permitting, to come over for a day at Highgate. For beds we will trust to the gatehouse, should you be full. Tell me if we may come casually, for in this change of climate there is no naming a day for walking. With best loves to Mrs. Gilman, and C. Yours mopish, but in health. C. Lamb. I shall be uneasy till I hear of Fuller's safe arrival. See letter to Gilman above. The dear, fine, silly old angel was. Thomas Fuller. Letter 511. Charles Lamb to Jacob Vale Asperry. April 1830. Dear Sir, some drafts and boluses have been brought here, which we conjecture were meant for the young lady whom you saw this morning, though they are labelled for Miss Isola Lamb. No such person is known on the Chase side, and she is fearful of taking medicines which may have been made up for another patient. She begs me to say that she was born an Isola and christened Emma, moreover that she is Italian by birth, and that her ancestors were from Isola Bella, fair island, in the kingdom of Naples. She has never changed her name, and rather mournfully adds that she has no prospect at present of doing so. She is literally Isola, or single, at present. Therefore she begs that the obnoxious monosyllable may be omitted on future files. An innocent syllable enough, you'll say, but she has no claim to it. It is the bitterest pill of the 7 you have sent her. When a lady loses her good name, what is to become of her? Well, she must swallow it as well as she can, but begs the dose may not be repeated. Yours faithfully, Charles Lamb, not Isola. Asbury was a doctor at Enfield. I append another letter to him, without date. Letter 512. Charles Lamb, to Jacob Vale Asbury. Dear Sir, it is an observation of a wise man that moderation is best in all things. I cannot agree with him in liquor. There is a smoothness and oiliness in wine that makes it go down by a natural channel, which I am positive was made for that descending. Else, why does not wine choke us? Could nature have made that sloping lane, not to facilitate the down-going? She does nothing in vain. You know that better than I. You know how often she has helped you at a dead lift, and how much better entitled she is to a fee than yourself sometimes when you carry off the credit. Still, there is something due to manners and customs, and I should apologize to you and Mrs. Asbury for being absolutely carried home upon a man's shoulders through Silver Street, up Parsons Lane, by the chapels, which might have taught me better, and then to be deposited like a dead log at Gaffer Westwood's, who it seems does not insure against intoxication. Not that the mode of conveyance is objectionable. On the contrary, it is more easy than a one-horse chaise. Ariel in The Tempest says, "On a bat's back do I fly, after sunset merrily." Now I take it that Ariel must sometimes have stayed out late of nights. Indeed, he pretends that, where the bee sucks, there lurks he, as much as to say that his suction is as innocent as that little innocent, but damnably stinging when he is provoked winged creature. But I take it that Ariel was fond of metheglin, of which the bees are notorious brewers. But then you will say, what a shocking sight to see a middle-aged gentleman and a half riding upon a gentleman's back up Parsons Lane at midnight. Exactly the time for that sort of conveyance, when nobody can see him, nobody but heaven and his own conscience. Now heaven makes fools and don't expect much from her own creation, and as for conscience, she and I have long since come to a compromise. I have given up false modesty, and she allows me to abate a little of the true. I like to be liked, but I don't care about being respected. I don't respect myself. But as I was saying, I thought he would have let me down just as we got to Lieutenant Barker's coal shed or emporium, but by a cunning jerk I eased myself and righted my posture. I protest, I thought myself in a palanquin and never felt myself so grandly carried. It was a slave under me. There was I all but my reason. And what is reason, and what is the loss of it? And how often in a day do we do without it just as well? Reason is only counting, 2 and 2 makes 4. And if on my passage home I thought it made 5, what matter? 2 and 2 will just make 4, as it always did, before I took the finishing glass that did my business. My sister has begged me to write an apology to Mrs. A. and you for disgracing your party. Now it does seem to me that I rather honored your party, for every one that was not drunk, and 1 or 2 of the ladies I am sure were not, must have been set off greatly in the contrast to me. I was the scapegoat, the soberer they seemed. By the way, is magnesia good on these occasions? Roman 3 Pol Med, some anti-knocked, in rub, can. I'm no licentiate, but know enough of simples to beg you to send me a draft after this model. But still you'll say, or the men and maids at your house will say, that it is not a seemly sight for an old gentleman to go home pick-a-back. Well, maybe it is not, but I have never studied grace. I take it to be a mere superficial accomplishment. I regard more the internal acquisitions. The great object after supper is to get home, and whether that is obtained in a horizontal posture or perpendicular, as foolish men and apes affect for dignity, I think is little to the purpose. The end is always greater than the means. Here I am, able to compose a sensible, rational apology, and what signifies how I got here? I have just sense enough to remember I was very happy last night, and to thank our kind host and hostess, and that's sense enough, I hope. Charles Lamb. N.B. What is good for a desperate headache? Why, patience, and a determination not to mind being miserable all day long, and that I have made my mind up to. So here goes. It is better than not being alive at all, which I might have been, had your man toppled me down at Lute, Barker's coal shed. My sister sends her sober compliments to Mrs. A. She is not much the worse. Yours truly, C. Lamb. Ariel, in 2 other of his letters, Lamb confesses similarly to a similar escapade, and in his Elia essay, Rejoicings on the New Year's Coming of Age, he sends Ash Wednesday home in the same manner. Lute John Barker RN was a local character, a coal merchant and a man with a grievance. He had 13 children, some of whose names probably greatly amused Lamb: John Thomas, William Charles, Frederick Alexander, Marius Collins, Caius Marcius, Marcus Aurelius Antonius, Coriolanus Aurelius, Horatius Tertius Decimus, Elizabeth Mary, Concordia, Lausia Clarissa, Caroline Maria Quiroga, and Volumnia Hortensia. Letter 513. Charles Lamb to Mrs. Williams. Enfield, Tuesday, April 21, 1830. Dear Madam, I have ventured upon some lines which combine my old acrostic talent, which you first found out, with my new profession of epitaph monger. As you did not please to say when you would die, I have left a blank space for the date. May kind heaven be a long time in filling it up. At least you cannot say that these lines are not about you, though not much to the purpose. We were very sorry to hear that you have not been very well, and hope that a little excursion may revive you. Miss Isola is thankful for her added day, but I verily think she longs to see her young friends once more, and will regret less than ever the end of her holidays. She cannot be going on more quietly than she is doing here, and you will perceive amendment. I hope all her little commissions will all be brought home to your satisfaction. When she returns, we purpose seeing her to Epping on her journey. We have had our proportion of fine weather and some pleasant walks, and she is stronger, her appetite good, but less wolfish than at first, which we hold a good sign. I hope Mr. Wing will approve of its abatement. She desires her very kindest respects to Mr. Williams and yourself, and wishes to rejoin you. My sister and myself join in respect, and pray tell Mr. Don, with our compliments, that we shall be disappointed if we do not see him. This letter being very neatly written, I am very unwilling that Emma should club any of her disproportionate scrawl to deface it. Your obliged servant, C. Lamb. Addressed to Mrs. Williams, W.B. Don, Esquire, Mattershall East, Derryham, Norfolk. Mr. Wing was probably Miss Isola's doctor. Mr. Don was William Badham. Don 1807–1882, the friend of Edward Fitzgerald, and examiner of plays. This was Lamb's acrostic epitaph on Mrs. Williams. Grace Joanna here doth lie. Reader, wonder not that I antedate her hour of rest. Can I thwart her wish expressed? Even unseemly, though the laugh, jesting with an epitaph. On her bones the turf lie lightly, and her rise again be brightly. No dark stain be found upon her. No, there will not, on mine honor. Answer that at least I can. Would that I, thrice happy man, in as spotless garb might rise, light as she will climb the skies, leaving the dull earth behind, in a car more swift than wind. All her errors, all her failings, many they were not, and ailings, sleep secure from envy's railings. Here should come an undated note from Lamb to Basil Montagu, in which Lamb asks for help for Hone in his coffee house. If you can help a worthy man, you will have two worthy men obliged to you. Hone, having fallen upon bad times, Lamb helped in the scheme to establish him in the Grasshopper Coffee House at 13 Gracechurch Street. See next letter. Letter 514. Charles Lamb to Robert Southey. May 10, 1830. Dear Southey, my friend Hone, whom you would like for a friend, I found deeply impressed with your generous notice of him in your beautiful Life of Bunyan, which I am just now full of. He has written to you for leave to publish a certain good-natured letter. I write not this to enforce his request, for we are fully aware that the refusal of such publication would be quite consistent with all that is good in your character. Neither he nor I expect it from you, nor exact it, but if you would consent to it, you would have me obliged by it, as well as him. He is just now in a critical situation. Kind friends have opened a coffee house for him in the city, but their means have not extended to the purchase of coffee pots, credit for reviews, newspapers, and other paraphernalia. So I am sitting in the skeleton of a possible divan. What right I have to interfere, you best know. Look on me as a dog who went once temporarily insane and bit you and now begs for a crust. Will you set your wits to a dog? Our object is to open a subscription, which my friends of the Times are most willing to forward for him, but think that a leave from you to publish would aid it. But not an atom of respect or kindness will or shall it abate in either of us if you decline it. Have this strongly in your mind. Those everyday and table books will be a treasure 100 years hence, but they have failed to make Hone's fortune. Here his wife and all his children are about me, gaping for coffee customers, but how should they come in, seeing no pot boiling? Enough of Hone. I saw Coleridge a day or two since. He has had some severe attack, not paralytic, but if I had not heard of it, I should not have found it out. He looks, and especially speaks, strong. How are all the Wordsworths and all the Southies, whom I am obliged to you if you have not brought up haters of the name of C. Lamb? P.S. I have gone lately into the acrostic line. I find genius, such as I had, declines with me, but I get clever. Do you know anybody that wants charades or such things for albums? I do 'em at so much a sheet. Perhaps an epigram, not a very happy gram, I did for schoolboy yesterday may amuse. I pray Jove he may not get a flogging for any false quantity. But tease, with one exception, the only Latin verses I have made for 40 years, and I did it to order. Suum cuique. Adsisit sibi divishas et opes alienas. Fer rapiens, spoliens, quad mihi, quadque tibi. Proprium erat, temnens hic verba meumque suumque. Omni suum est, tandem cuique suum tribuit. Dat laqueo colum, vests va carnifici dat. Sis diabolo, sic bene, cuique suum. I write from Hone's, therefore Mary cannot send her love to Mrs. Southey, but I do. Yours ever, C.L. Major's edition of the Pilgrim's Progress, mentioned in a letter to Barton above, was issued in 1830 with a memoir of Bunyan by Southey. It was reviewed in the Times for May 7, 1830, I think probably by Lamb, in the following terms. The public is aware that the unexhausted diligence and unwearied pen of Mr. Southey have produced a new and excellent edition of the celebrated Pilgrim's Progress, with the life of the author prefixed. This life is, no doubt, an interesting work, though we wish the author, both in that and in the account, which is attributed to him, of the founder of the Jesuits, contained in a recent periodical work, had taken more time. The narrative in both is hasty and tumultuary, if we may use the latter expression. There is no time or room for reflection, and when a reflection comes, it is so mixed and jammed in with the story, or with quotations from the works or words of the respective heroes of the history, that it escapes unobserved. Could we, without grievous offense, recommend, both to Mr. Southey and Sir Walter Scott, to recollect the man spoken of by Horace? Quem fama est esse librisque ambustum propriis, sat. I 61. Yet still, as we said above, the life of Bunyan is an interesting work. How different the origin of all the sects and their founders from that of our sober, staid, and, we trust, permanent establishment, and the learned and pious reformers from whom it sprang. But that for which we chiefly notice this work of Mr. Southey is the very last sentence in it, wherein is contained his frank and honorable recommendation, though not more than they deserve, of the works of one whom the iron hand of oppression would have leveled with the dust. In one of the volumes collected from various quarters, which were sent to me for this purpose, I observe the name of W. Hone, and notice it that I may take the opportunity of recommending his everyday book and table book to those who are interested in the preservation of our national and local customs. By these very curious publications, their compiler has rendered good service in an important department of literature, and he may render yet more if he obtain the encouragement which he well deserves. Not only we and the person mentioned in this paragraph, but all the friends of pure English literature, all the curious in old English customs, in short, all intelligent men with the hearts of Englishmen in them, owe Mr. Southey their gratitude for this recommendation. It springs from a just taste and right feeling united. Hone wrote to the Times at once to thank both the paper and Southey for the compliment. A few days later, on May 21, appeared an article in the Times containing correspondence between Hone and Southey. I quote the introduction, again probably the work of Lamb, and Southey's letter, see Lamb's letter to Hone below. We alluded some days ago to the handsome notice of Mr. Hone in Mr. Southey's Life of Bunyan. The following correspondence has since been sent to us. It displays in an advantageous light the modesty of Mr. Hone and the amiable and candid disposition of Mr. Southey. The business, wholly foreign to Mr. Hone's former pursuits, which is alluded to in the letter, is explained in an advertisement in this day's paper. To Mr. Hone, 13 Gracechurch Street. Keswick, April 26. Sir, your letter has given me both pain and pleasure. I am sorry to learn that you are still, in the worldly sense of the word, an unfortunate man, that you are withdrawn from pursuits which were consonant to your habits and inclinations, and that a public expression of respect and goodwill, made in the hope that it might have been serviceable to you, can have no such effect. When I observed your autograph in the little book, I wrote to inquire of Mr. Major whether it had come to his hands from you, directly or indirectly, for my use, that, in that case, I might thank you for it. It proved otherwise, but I would not lose an opportunity which I had wished for. Judging of you, as I would myself be judged, by your works, I saw in the editor of the Everyday and Table books a man who had applied himself with great diligence to useful and meritorious pursuits. I thought that time, and reflection and affliction, of which it was there seen that he had had his share, had contributed to lead him into this direction, which was also that of his better mind. What alteration had been produced in his opinions, it concerned not me to inquire. Here there were none but what were unexceptionable, no feelings but what were to be approved. From all that appeared, I supposed he had become a sadder and a wiser man. I therefore wished him success in his literary undertakings. The little parcel which you mention I shall receive with pleasure. I wish you success in your present undertaking, whatever it be, and that you may one day, under happier circumstances, resume a pen which has, of late years, been so meritoriously employed. If your new attempt prosper, you will yet find leisure for intellectual gratification, and for that self-improvement which may be carried on even in the busiest concerns of life. I remain, sir, yours with sincere goodwill. Robert Southey. In the advertisement columns of the same issue of the Times, May 21, was the following notice, drawn up, I assume, by Lamb. The family of William Hone, in the course of last winter, were kindly assisted by private friends to take and alter the premises they now reside in, number 13, Gracechurch Street, for the purpose of a coffee house, to be managed by Mrs. Hone and her elder daughters. But they are in a painful exigency which increases hourly, and renders a public appeal indispensable. The well-wishers to Mr. Hone throughout the kingdom, especially the gratified readers of his literary productions, in all of which he has long ceased to have an interest, and from none of which can he derive advantage, are earnestly solicited to afford the means of completing the fittings and opening the house in a manner suited to its proposed respectability. If this aid be yielded without loss of time, it will be of indescribable benefit, inasmuch as it will put an end to many grievous anxieties and expenses, inseparable from the lengthened delay which has hitherto been inevitable, and will enable the family to immediately commence the business, which alone they look forward to for support. Subscriptions will be received by the following bankers: Messrs. Ransom & Co., Pall Mall East; Messrs. Dixon, Sons & Brooks, Chancery Lane; Messrs. Ladbroke & Co., Bank Buildings, Cornhill; and by Mr. Clowes, Printer, 14 Charing Cross; Mr. Thomas Rod, Bookseller, 2 Great Newport Street; Mr. Griffiths, Bookseller, 13 Wellington Street, Strand; Mr. Effingham Wilson, Bookseller, Royal Exchange; and Messrs. Fisher and Moxhay, Biscuit Bakers, 55 Threadneedle Street. The first list of subscriptions, headed by Charles Lamb, Esquire, Enfield, £10, came to £103. This was Monday, May 31. The next list was published on June 10, accompanied by the following note in the body of the paper. The subscriptions for Mr. Hone, it will be perceived, are going on favorably. In the list now published is the name of the Duke of Bedford, who has sent 20L. His cause has been warmly espoused by the provincial journals, more than 20 of which have inserted his appeal gratuitously, with offers to receive and remit subscriptions. The aphorism, "He gives twice who gives quickly," could not receive a more cogent application than in the present instance, for the funds are required to enable Mr. Hone to commence business in his new undertaking, where he is already placed with his family, liable to rent and taxes and other claims, but gaining nothing until his outfit is completed. Hone, however, did not prosper in spite of his friends, who were not sufficiently numerous to find the requisite capital. Suum Cuique, the boy for whom this epigram was composed, was a son of Hesse, the publisher, afterwards Archdeacon Hesse. He was at the merchant tailor's school, where it was a custom to compose Latin and English epigrams for speech day, the boys being permitted to get help. Archdeacon Hesse wrote as follows in the Taylorian a few years ago. The subjects for 1830 were Suum Cuique and Brevis Esse Laboro. After some 3 or 4 exercise nights, I confess that I was literally at my wit's end. But a brilliant idea struck me. I had frequently, boy as I was, seen Charles Lamb at my father's house, and once in 1825 or 1826, I had been taken to have tea with him and his sister, Mary Lamb, at their little house, Colebrook Cottage, a whitish-brown tenement, standing by itself, close to the New River at Islington. He was very kind, as he always was to young people, and very quaint. I told him that I had devoured his roast pig. He congratulated me on possessing a thorough schoolboy's appetite, and he was pleased when I mentioned my having seen the boys at Christ's Hospital at their public suppers, which then took place on the Sunday evenings in Lent. Could this good-natured and humorous old gentleman be prevailed upon to give me an epigram? I don't know, said my father, to whom I put the question, but I will ask him at any rate and send him the mottos. In a day or two there arrived from Enfield, to which Lamb had removed some time in 1827, not 1, but 2 epigrams, 1 on each subject. That on Suum Cuique was in Latin, and was suggested by the grim satisfaction which had recently been expressed by the public at the capture and execution of some notorious highwayman. See also Vol. Roman 4, of this edition for a slightly differing version. Lamb had many years before, he says in a letter to Godwin, written similar epigrams. With one exception, perhaps the Latin verses on Haydon's picture, c. Vol. Roman 4. Letter 515. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. Enfield, Tuesday, p.m. May 12, 1830. Dear M., I dined with your and my Rogers at Mr. Gary's yesterday. Gary consulted me on the proper bookseller to offer a lady's MS novel too. I said I would write to you, but I wish you would call on the translator of Dante at the British Museum and talk with him. He is the pleasantest of clergymen. I told him of all Rogers's handsome behavior to you, and you are already no stranger. Go. I made Rogers laugh about your Nightingale sonnet, not having heard one. 'Tis a good sonnet notwithstanding. You shall have the books shortly. C.L. Samuel Rogers had just lent Moxon £500, on which to commence publisher. Moxon had dedicated his first book to Rogers. This is Moxon's Sonnet to the Nightingale, but I cannot explain why Rogers laughed. Lone midnight soothing, melancholy bird, that sends thee such music to my sleepless soul, chaining her faculties in fast control. Few listen to thy song, yet I have heard, when man and nature slept, nor aspen stirred, thy mournful voice, sweet vigil of the sleeping, and liken thee to some angelic mind, that sits and mourns for erring mortals weeping. The genius, not of groves, but of mankind, watch at this solemn hour o'er millions keeping. In Eden's bowers, as mighty poets tell, didst thou repeat, as now that wailing call. Those soaring notes might seem, sad Philomel, prophetic to have mourned of man the fall. Letter 516. Charles Lamb to Vincent Novello. Friday, p.m. May 14, 1830. Dear Novello, Mary hopes you have not forgot you are to spend a day with us on Wednesday. That it may be a long one, cannot you secure places now for Mrs. Novello yourself and the Clarks? We have just table room for 4. 5. Make my good landlady fidgety. 6. To begin to fret. 7. To approximate to fever point. But seriously, we shall prefer 4 to 2 or 3. We shall have from 12 past 10 to 6, when the coach goes off, to scent the country. And pray right now, to say you do so come, for dear Mrs. Westwood else will be on the tenters of incertitude. See Lamb. Letter 517. Charles Lamb to Vincent Novello. May 20, 1830. Dear N, pray write immediately to say the book has come safe. I am anxious, not so much for the autographs, as for that bit of the hair brush. I enclose a cinder which belonged to Shield when he was poor and lit his own fires. Any memorial of a great musical genius, I know, is acceptable, and Shield has his merits, though Clementi, in my opinion, is far above him in the sostenuto. Mr. Westwood desires his compliments, and begs to present you with a nail that came out of Gemelli's coffin, who is buried at Naples. Vincent Novello writes on this, a very characteristic note from dear Charles Lamb, who always pretended to rate all kinds of memorials and relics, and assumed a look of fright and horror whenever he reproached me with being a papist instead of a Quaker, which sect he pretended to dote upon. The book would be Novello's album, with Lamb's free thoughts on eminent composers in it, see next letter but one. Shield was William Shield, 1748–1829, the composer. He was buried in Westminster Abbey in the same grave as Clementi. Niccolo Gemelli, 1714–1774, was a Neapolitan composer. Letter 518. Charles Lamb to William Hone. May 21, 1830. Dear Hone, I thought you would be pleased to see this letter. Pray, if you have time, to call on Novello, number 66, Great Queen St. I am anxious to learn whether he received his album I sent on Friday by our 9 o'clock morning stage. If not, beg inquire at the Old Bell, Holborn. Charles Lamb. Southey will see in the Times, all we proposed omitting is omitted. See notes to the letter to Southey above. Letter 519. Charles Lamb to Sarah Hazlitt. Enfield, Saturday, May 24, 1830. Mary's love, yes, Mary Lamb quite well. Dear Sarah, I found my way to Northaw on Thursday, and a very good woman behind a counter, who says also that you are a very good lady, but that the woman who was with you was not. These things may be so or not. I did not accept her offered glass of wine, homemade, I take it, but craved a cup of ale, with which I seasoned a slice of cold lamb from a sandwich box, which I ate in her back parlor, and proceeded for Berkhamsted and lost myself over a heath, and had a day's pleasure. I wish you could walk as I do, and as you used to do. I am sorry to find you are so poorly, and now I have found my way, I wish you back at Goody Tomlinson's. What a pretty village, Tees. I should have come sooner, but was waiting a summons to Bury. Well, it came, and I found the good parson's lady. He was from home, exceedingly hospitable. Poor Emma, the first moment we were alone, took me into a corner and said, now pray don't drink, do check yourself after dinner for my sake, and when we get home to Enfield, you shall drink as much as ever you please, and I won't say a word about it. How I behaved, you may guess, when I tell you that Mrs. Williams and I have written acrostics on each other, and she hoped that she should have no reason to regret Miss Isola's recovery by its depriving her of our begun correspondence. Emma stayed a month with us, and has gone back in tolerable health to her long home, for she comes not again for a 12-month. I amused Mrs. Williams with an occurrence on our road to Enfield. We travelled with one of those troublesome fellow passengers in a stagecoach that is called a well-informed man. For 20 miles we discoursed about the properties of steam, probabilities of carriages by ditto, till all my science, and more than all, was exhausted, and I was thinking of escaping my torment by getting up on the outside, when getting into Bishop Stortford, my gentleman, spying some farming land, put an unlucky question to me. What sort of a crop of turnips I thought we should have this year? Emma's eyes turned to me, to know what in the world I could have to say, and she burst into a violent fit of laughter, maugre her pale, serious cheeks, when with the greatest gravity I replied that it depended, I believed, upon boiled legs of mutton. This clenched our conversation, and my gentleman, with a face half wise, half in scorn, troubled us with no more conversation, scientific or philosophical, for the remainder of the journey. Ayrton was here yesterday, and has learned to the full as my fellow traveller. What a pity that he will spoil a wit and a devilish pleasant fellow as he is by wisdom. He talked on music, and by having read Hawkins and Burney recently, I was enabled to talk of names and show more knowledge than he had suspected I possessed. And in the end, he begged me to shape my thoughts upon paper, which I did after he was gone, and sent him. Free thoughts on some eminent composers. Some cry up Haydn, some Mozart. Just as the whim bites, for my part, I do not care a farthing candle for either of them or for Handel. Cannot a man live free and easy without admiring Pergolesi, or through the world with comfort go, that never heard of Dr. Blow? So help me God, I hardly have, and yet I eat and drink and shave like other people, if you watch it, and know no more of stave and crotchet than did the unspaniardized Peruvians, or those old antiquairdiluvians that lived in the unwashed world with Jubal. Before that dirty blacksmith Tubal, by stroke on anvil or by summit, found out to his great surprise the gamut. I care no more for Cimarosa than he did for Salvator Rosa. Being no painter and bad luck, be mine if I can bear that Gluck. Old Tycho Brahe and modern Herschel had something in them, but whose Purcell? The devil with his foot so cloven, for aught I care, may take Beethoven. And if the bargain does not suit, I'll throw him Weber in to boot. There's not the splitting of a splinter to choose twixt him last named and Winter. Of Dr. Pepusch, old Queen Dido knew just as much, God knows, as I do. I would not go 4 miles to visit Sebastian Bach or Bach, which is it? No more I would for Bononcini. As for Novello and Rossini, I shall not say a word about to grieve 'em, because they're living, so I leave 'em. Martin Burney is as odd as ever. We had a dispute about the word air, which I contended was pronounced like air. He said that might be in common parlance, or that we might so use it speaking of the air at law, a comedy, but that in the law courts it was necessary to give it a full aspiration, and to say hair, he thought it might even vitiate a cause if a counsel pronounced it otherwise. In conclusion, he would consult Serjeant Wilder, who gave it against him. Sometimes he falleth into the water, sometimes into the fire. He came down here, and insisted on reading Virgil's N8 all through with me, which he did, because a counsel must know Latin. Another time he read out all the Gospel of St. John, because biblical quotations are very emphatic in a court of justice. A third time he would carve a fowl, which he did very ill-favoredly, because we did not know how indispensable it was for a barrister to do all those sort of things well. Those little things were of more consequence than we supposed. So he goes on, harassing about the way to prosperity and losing it, with a long head, but somewhat a wrong one, harum-scarum. Why does not his guardian angel look to him? He deserves one, may be, he has tired him out. I am with this long scrawl, but I thought in your exile you might like a letter. Commend me to all the wonders in Derbyshire, and tell the devil I humbly kiss my hand to him. Yours ever, C. Lamb. Free Thoughts. The version in Ayrton's album differs a little from this, the principal difference being in line 13, primitive, for unspaniardized. Lamb's story of the origin of the verses is not necessarily correct. I fancy that he had written them for Novello before he produced them in reply to Ayrton's challenge. When sending the poem to Ayrton in a letter at this time, not available for this edition, written apparently just after Novello had paid the visit referred to above, Lamb wrote that it was written to gratify Novello. Mary Lamb, or Charles Lamb, personating her, appended the following postscript to the verses in Novello's album. The reason why my brother's so severe Vincentio is, my brother has no ear, and Caradori, her mellifluous throat, might stretch in vain to make him learn a note. Of common tunes he knows not anything, nor rule Britannia from God save the King. He rail at Handel, he the gamut quiz. I'd lay my life he knows not what it is. His spite at music is a pretty whim. He loves not it because it loves not him. M. Lamb. Sergeant Wilder, Thomas Wilder, 1782–1855, afterwards Lord Truro, a friend of Lamb's, who is said to have helped him with squibs in the Newark election in 1829, when Martin Burney was among his supporters. See Vol. V of my large edition, page 341. Here had I permission, I would print Lamb's letter to Ayrton, given in the Boston Bibliophile edition, incorporating the same poem. Letter 520. Charles Lamb to Sarah Hazlitt. June 3, 1830. Dear Sarah, I named your thought about William to his father, who expressed such horror and aversion to the idea of his singing in public, that I cannot meddle in it directly or indirectly. Ayrton is a kind fellow, and if you choose to consult him by letter or otherwise, he will give you the best advice, I am sure, very readily. I have no doubt that M. Burney's objection to interfering was the same with mine. With thanks for your pleasant long letter, which is not that of an invalid, and sympathy for your sad sufferings, I remain in haste. Yours truly, Mary's kindest love. There was some talk of William Hazlitt Junner becoming a pupil of Braham and taking up music seriously. He did not do so. Here should come a note from Lamb to Hone, dated Enfield, June 17, 1830, in which Lamb offers Hone £1 per quarter for yesterday's Times, after the coffee-house customers have done with it. He ends with the wish, Vivant Coffee, Coffee Pot. Letter 521. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. P.M. June 28, 1830. Dear B.B., could you dream of my publishing without sending a copy to you? You will find something new to you in the vol, particularly the translations. Moxon will send to you the moment it is out. He is the young poet of Christmas, whom the author of The Pleasures of Memory has set up in the book-vending business with a volunteered loan of £500. Such munificence is rare to an almost stranger. But Rogers, I am told, has done many good-natured things of this nature. I need not say how glad to see A.K. and Lucy we should have been, and still shall be, if it be practicable. Our direction is Mr. Westwood's, Chase Side, Enfield, but alas, I know not theirs. We can give them a bed. Coaches come daily from the Bell, Holborn. You will see that I am worn to the poetical dregs, condescending to acrostics, which are 9 fathom beneath album verses. But they were written at the request of the lady where our Emma is, to whom I paid a visit in April to bring home Emma for a change of air after a severe illness, in which she had been treated like a daughter by the good parson and his whole family. She has since returned to her occupation. I thought on you in Suffolk, but was 40 miles from Woodbridge. I heard of you the other day from Mr. Pelham of the India House. Long live King William IV. STC says, we have had wicked kings, foolish kings, wise kings, good kings, but few, but never till now have we had a blackguard king. Charles II was profligate, but a gentleman. I have 19 letters to dispatch this leisure Sabbath for Moxon to send about with copies, so you will forgive me short measure, and believe me. Yours ever, C.L. Pray do let us see your quackeresses, if possible. Lamb's album verses was almost ready. The translations were those from Vincent Bourne. William Roman IV came to the throne on June 26, 1830. I have 19 letters. The fact that none of these is forthcoming helps to illustrate the imperfect state of Lamb's correspondence, as even among so many differing editions, we now have it. But of course, the number may have been an exaggeration. Here should come a note from Lamb to Hone, dated July 1, 1830, in which Lamb asks that the newspaper be kept, as he is meditating a town residence. See next letter. Here probably should come an undated letter to Mrs. John Rickman, accompanying a gift of album verses. Lamb says, will you re-give, or lend me, by the bearer, the 1 volume of juvenile poetry? I have tidings of a second at Brighton. He proposes that he and Mrs. Rickman shall some day play old whist for the two. Letter 522. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. PM 30 August, 1830. Dear B.B., my address is 34 Southampton Buildings, Holborn. For God's sake, do not let me be pestered with annuals. They are all rogues who edit them, and something else who write in them. I am still alone, and very much out of sorts, and cannot spur up my mind to writing. The sight of one of those year books makes me sick. I get nothing by any of them, not even a copy. Thank you for your warm interest about my little volume, for the critics on which I care, not the 500,000th part of the tithe of a half-farthing. I am too old a militant for that. How noble, though, in R.S., to come forward for an old friend who had treated him so unworthily. Moxon has a shop without customers, I a book without readers. But what a clamour against a poor collection of album verses, as if we had put forth an epic. I cannot scribble a long letter. I am, when not at foot, very desolate, and take no interest in anything, scarce hate anything but annuals. I am in an interregnum of thought and feeling. What a beautiful autumn morning this is, if it was but with me as in times past, when the candle of the Lord shined round me. I cannot even muster enthusiasm to admire the French heroism. In better times, I hope we may some day meet and discuss an old poem or two, but if you'd have me not sick, no more of annuals. C.L. Elia. Love to Lucy and A.K. always. The Literary Gazette, Jerdan's paper, had written offensively of album verses, and its author's vanity in the number for July 10, 1830. Southey published in the Times of August 6 some lines in praise of Lamb and against Jerdan. It was Southey's first public utterance on Lamb since the famous letter by Elia to himself, and is the more noble in consequence. The lines ran thus. To Charles Lamb, on the review of his album verses in the Literary Gazette. Charles Lamb, to those who know thee justly dear, for rarest genius and for sterling worth, unchanging friendship, warmth of heart sincere, and wit that never gave an ill thought birth, nor ever in its sport infixed a sting. To us who have admired and loved thee long, it is a proud as well as pleasant thing to hear thy good report now borne along upon the honest breath of public praise. We know that, with the elder sons of song, in honoring whom thou hast delighted still, thy name shall keep its course to after days. The empty pertness and the vulgar wrong, the flippant folly, the malicious will, which have assailed thee, now or heretofore, find soon or late their proper meed of shame. The more thy triumph, and our pride the more, when whittling critics to the world proclaim, inlaid their own dolt incapacity. Matter it is of mirthful memory, to think, when thou wert early in the field, how doubtily small Geoffrey ran at thee, a-tilt and broke a bulrush on thy shield, and now a veteran in the lists of fame. I ween, old friend, thou art not worse bested, when with a maudlin eye and drunken aim, dullness hath thrown a Jerdan at thy head. Southey. Leigh Hunt attacked Jerdan in the Examiner in a number of rejected epigrams signed T.A.C. later. He also took up the matter in the Tatler in the first number, of which the following inquest extraordinary was printed. Last week, a porter died beneath his burden. Verdict, found carrying a gazette from Jerdan. Moxon's shop without customers was at 64 New Bond Street. The Candle of the Lord. In my large edition, I gave this reference very thoughtlessly to Proverbs Roman 20:27. It is really to Job Roman 29:3. The French heroism. The July Revolution, in which the Bourbons were routed and Louis Philippe placed on the throne. Letter 523. Charles Lamb to Samuel Rogers. Dated at end, Oct. 5, 1830. Dear Sir, I know not what hath bewitched me that I have delayed acknowledging your beautiful present, but I have been very unwell and nervous of late. The poem was not new to me, though I have renewed acquaintance with it. Its meter is none of the least of its excellencies. 'Tis so far from the stiffness of blank verse, it gallops like a traveller, as it should do, no crude Miltonisms in it. Dare I pick out what most pleases me? It is the middle paragraph in page 34. It is most tasty. Though I look on every impression as a proof of your kindness, I am jealous of the ornaments, and should have prized the verses naked on witty brown paper. I am, sir, yours truly. C. Lamb. August 5th. Rogers had sent Lamb a copy of his Italy, with illustrations by Turner and Stothard, which was published by Moxon with other firms in 183. This is the middle paragraph on page 34. Here I received from thee, Basilico, one of those courtesies so sweet, so rare, when, as I rambled through thy vineyard ground, on the hillside thou sent'st thy little son, charged with a bunch almost as big as he, to press it on the stranger. May thy vats o'erflow, and he, thy willing gift-bearer, live to become a giver, and, at length, when thou art full of honour and wouldst rest the staff of thine old age. Letter 524. Charles Lamb to Vincent Novello. P.M. November 8, 1830. Tears are for lighter griefs, man weeps the doom that seals a single victim to the tomb. But when death riots, when with whelming sway destruction sweeps a family away, when infancy and youth, a huddled mass, all in an instant to oblivion pass, and parents' hopes are crushed, what lamentation can reach the depth of such a desolation? Look upward, feeble ones, look up and trust that he who lays this mortal frame in dust still hath the immortal spirit in his keeping. In Jesus' sight they are not dead, but sleeping. Dear N, will these lines do? I despair of better. Poor Mary is in a deplorable state here at Enfield. Love to all. C. Lamb. The 4 sons and 2 daughters of John and Anne Rigg of York had been drowned in the Ouse. A number of poets were asked for verses, the best to be inscribed on a monument in York Minster. Those of James Montgomery were chosen. It was possibly the death of Hazlitt on September 18, while the Lambs were in their London lodgings, that brought on Mary Lamb's attack. Letter 525. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. November 12, 1830. Dear Moxon, I have brought my sister to Enfield, being sure that she had no hope of recovery in London. Her state of mind is deplorable beyond any example. I almost fear whether she has strength at her time of life ever to get out of it. Here she must be nursed, and neither see nor hear of anything in the world out of her sick chamber. The mere hearing that Southey had called at our lodgings totally upset her. Pray see him, or hear of him at Mr. Rickman's, and excuse my not writing to him. I dare not write or receive a letter in her presence. Every little task so agitates her. Westwood will receive any letter from me, and give it me privately. Pray assure Southey of my kindliest feelings towards him, and if you do not see him, send this to him. Kindest remembrances to your sister, and believe me ever yours, C. Lamb. Remember me kindly to the Allsops. Southey was visiting Rickman, then clerk assistant to the House of Commons, where he lived. Letter 526. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, Dec. 1830. Dear M, something like this was what I meant, but on reading it over, I see no great fun or use in it. It will only stuff up and encroach upon the sheet you propose. Do as and what you please. Send proof or not, as you like. If you send me a copy or 2 of the album verses and the juvenile poetry if bound. I'm happy to say Mary is mending, but not enough to give me hopes of being able to leave her. I sadly regret that I shall possibly not see Southey or Wordsworth, but I dare not invite either of them here for fear of exciting my sister, whose only chance is quiet. You don't know in what a sad state we have been. I think the devil may come out without prefaces, but use your discretion. Make my kindest remembrances to Southey, with my heart's thanks for his kind intent. I am a little easier about my will, and as Ryle is executor, and will do all a friend can do at the office, and what little I leave will buy an annuity to piece out tolerably, I am much easier. Yours ever, CL. To 64, New Bond sent. I cannot say to what the opening sentences refer, probably an advertisement for Satan in search of a wife, the devil, which Lamb had just written and Moxon was publishing. The reference to the juvenile poetry suggests that Moxon had procured some of the sheets of the poetry for children which Godwin brought out in 1809 and was binding up a few. This theory is borne out by the statement in the letter to Mrs. Norris later that the book was not to be had for love or money, and the circumstance that in 1833 Lamb seems to send her a copy. Ryle was Charles Ryle, an India House clerk, and Lamb's executor with Talfourd. Letter 527. Charles Lamb to George Dyer. Dec 20, 1830. Dear Dyer, I would have written before to thank you for your kind letter, written with your own hand. It glads us to see your writing. It will give you pleasure to hear that, after so much illness, we are in tolerable health and spirits once more. Miss Isola intended to call upon you after her night's lodging at Miss Bufham's, but found she was too late for the stage. If she comes to town before she goes home, she will not miss paying her respects to Mrs. Dyer and you, to whom she desires best love. Poor Enfield, that has been so peaceable hitherto, has caught the inflammatory fever. The tokens are upon her. And a great fire was blazing last night in the barns and haystacks of a farmer, about half a mile from us. Where will these things end? There is no doubt of its being the work of some ill-disposed rustic, but how is he to be discovered? They go to work in the dark, with strange chemical preparations unknown to our forefathers. There is not even a dark lantern to have a chance of detecting these guy foes. We are past the Iron Age, and are got into the Fiery Age, undreamed of by Ovid. You are lucky in Clifford's Inn where, I think, you have few ricks or stacks worth the burning. Pray keep as little corn by you as you can, for fear of the worst. It was never good times in England, since the poor began to speculate upon their condition. Formerly, they jogged on with as little reflection as horses. The whistling ploughman went cheek by jowl with his brother that neighed. Now the biped carries a box of phosphorus in his leather breeches, and in the dead of night, the half-illuminated beast steals his magic potion into a cleft in a barn, and half a country is grinning with new fires. Farmer Greystock said something to the touchy rustic that he did not relish, and he writes his distaste in flames. What a power to intoxicate his crude brains, just muddlingly awake, to perceive that something is wrong in the social system. What a hellish faculty above gunpowder. Now the rich and poor are fairly pitted. We shall see who can hang or burn fastest. It is not always revenge that stimulates these kindlings. There is a love of exerting mischief. Think of a disrespected clod that was trod into earth, that was nothing, on a sudden by damned arts refined into an exterminating angel, devouring the fruits of the earth and their growers in a mass of fire. What a new existence! What a temptation above Lucifer's! Would clod be anything but a clod if he could resist it? Why, here was a spectacle last night for a whole country. A bonfire visible to London, alarming her guilty towers, and shaking the monument with an ague fit, all done by a little vial of phosphor in a clown's fob. How he must grin and shake his empty noddle in clouds, the Vulcanian epicure. Can we ring the bells backward? Can we unlearn the arts that pretend to civilize and then burn the world? There is a march of science, but who shall beat the drums for its retreat? Who shall persuade the boor that phosphor will not ignite? 7 goodly stacks of hay, with corn barns proportionable, lie smoking ashes and chaff, which man and beast would sputter out and reject like those apples of asphalts and bitumen. The food for the inhabitants of earth will quickly disappear. Hot rolls may say, fumus pains, fuit quartern loaf, et ingens gloria apple pastiorum. That the good old munching system may last thy time and mine, good unincendiary George, is the devout prayer of thine. To the last crust. C.H. Lamb. Incendiarism, the result of agricultural distress, and in opposition to the competition of the new machinery, was rife in the country at this time. Letter 528. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, Christmas, 1830. Dear M, 1,000 thanks for your punctualities. What a cheap book is the last Hogarth you sent me. I am pleased now that Hunt diddled me out of the old one. Speaking of this, only think of the new farmer with his 30 acres. There is a portion of land in Lambeth Parish called Knave's Acre. I wonder he overlooked it. Don't show this to the firm of Dilk and Co. I next want one copy of Leicester School and wish you to pay Leshman, Taylor, 2 Blandford Place, Pall Mall, opposite the British Institution, £6.10. For coat, waistcoat, and C, and I vehemently thirst for the fourth no. Of Nichols's Hogarth, to bind 'em up, the 2 books, as Hogarth and supplement. But as you know the price, don't stay for its appearance, but come as soon as ever you can with your bill of all demands in full, and as I have none but £5 notes, bring with you sufficient change. Weather is beautiful. I grieve sadly for Miss Wordsworth. We are all well again. Emma is with us, and we all shall be glad of a sight of you. Come on Sunday if you can, better if you come before. Perhaps Rogers would smile at this. A pert half-chemist, half-apothecary in our town, who smatters of literature and is immeasurable unlettered, said to me, "Pray, sir, may not Hood, he of the acres, be reckoned the prince of wits in the present day?" To which I assenting, he adds, "I had always thought that Rogers had been reckoned the prince of wits, but I suppose that now Mr. Hood has the better title to that appellation." To which I replied that Mr. R. had wit with much better qualities, but did not aspire to the principality. He had taken all the puns manufactured in John Bull for our friend, in sad and stupid earnest. One more album verses, please. Adieu. C.L. Hunt, this would, I think, be not Leigh Hunt, but his nephew, Hunt of Hunt and Clark. The diddling I cannot explain. Leshman was the husband of Mrs. Leshman, the Lamb's old landlady at Enfield. Miss Wordsworth, Dorothy Wordsworth, who was ill. Perhaps Rogers would smile at this. I take the following passage from the Maclay's Portrait Gallery. In the early days of the John Bull, it was the fashion to lay every foundling witticism at the door of Sam Rogers, and thus the refined poet and man of letters became known as a sorry jester. John Bull was Theodore Hook's paper. Magin wrote in Fraser's Magazine. Joe Miller veils his bonnet to Sam Rogers. In all the newspapers, not only of the kingdom, but its dependencies, Hindustan, Canada, the West Indies, the Cape, from the tropics, nay, from the Antipodes to the Orkneys, Sam is godfather general to all the bad jokes in existence. The Yankees have caught the fancy, and from New Orleans to New York it is the same. Rogers is synonymous with a pun. All British-born or descended people, yea, the very Negro and the Hindu, father their Calimbergs on Rogers. Quashy or Ramisamy, who knows nothing of Sir Isaac Newton, John Milton, or Fraser's Magazine, grins from ear to ear at the name of the illustrious banker, and with gratified voice exclaims, "Him damn funny, dat Sam." Letter 529. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. February 3, 1831. Dear Moxon, the snows are ankle-deep slush and mire, that 'tis hard to get to the post office, and cruel to send the maid out. 'Tis a slough of despair, or I should sooner have thanked you for your offer of the life, which we shall very much like to have, and will return duly. I do not know when I shall be in town, but in a week or 2 at farthest, when I will come as far as you if I can. We are moped to death with confinement within doors. I send you a curiosity of G. Dyer's Tender Conscience. Between 30 and 40 years since, G. published The Poet's Fate, in which were 2 very harmless lines about Mr. Rogers, but Mr. R. not quite approving of them. They were left out in a subsequent edition, 1801. But G. has been worrying about them ever since. If I have heard him once, I have heard him 100 times express a remorse proportioned to a consciousness of having been guilty of an atrocious libel. As the devil would have it, a fool they call Barker, in his Pariana, has quoted the identical 2 lines as they stood in some obscure edition anterior to 1801, and the withers of poor G. are again wrung. His letter is a gem. With his poor blind eyes, it has been labored out at 6 sittings. The history of the couplet is in page 3 of this irregular production, in which every variety of shape and size that letters can be twisted into is to be found. Do show his part of it to Mr. R. some day. If he has bowels, they must melt at the contrition so queerly charactered of a contrite sinner. G. was born, I verily think, without original sin, but chooses to have a conscience, as every Christian gentleman should have. His dear old face is insusceptible of the twist they call a sneer, yet he is apprehensive of being suspected of that ugly appearance. When he makes a compliment, he thinks he has given an affront. A name is personality, but show no hurry this unique recantation to Mr. R.T.'s like a dirty pocket handkerchief mucked with tears of some indigent Magdalen. There is the impress of sincerity in every pot hook and hanger. And then the gilt frame to such a pauper picture. It should go into the museum. I am heartily sorry my devil does not answer. We must try it a little longer, and after all I think I must insist on taking a portion of the loss upon myself. It is too much you should lose by 2 adventures. You do not say how your general business goes on, and I should very much like to talk over it with you here. Come, when the weather will possibly let you. I want to see the Wordsworths, but I do not much like to be all night away. It is dull enough to be here together, but it is duller to leave Mary. In short, it is painful, and in a flying visit I should hardly catch them. I have no beds for them if they came down, and but a sort of a house to receive them in, yet I shall regret their departure unseen. I feel cramped and straitened every way. Where are they? We have heard from Emma but once, and that a month ago, and are very anxious for another letter. You say we have forgot your powers of being serviceable to us, that we never shall. I do not know what I should do without you when I want a little commission. Now then, there are left at Miss Bufham's the Tales of the Castle and certain vols, retrospective review. The first should be conveyed to Novellos, and the reviews should be taken to Talfourd's office, ground floor, East Side, Elm Court, Middle Temple, to whom I should have written, but my spirits are wretched. It is quite an effort to write this. So with the Life, I have cut you out 3 pieces of service. What can I do for you here, but hope to see you very soon, and think of you with most kindness. I fear tomorrow, between rains and snows, it would be impossible to expect you, but do not let a practicable Sunday pass. We are always at home. Mary joins in remembrances to your sister, whom we hope to see in any finish weather, when she'll venture. Remember us to Alsop, and all the dead people, to whom, and to London, we seem dead. The life which everyone was then reading, was Moore's Life of Byron. George Dyer's. The explanation is that years before, in his poems, 1801, Dyer had written in a piece called The Poet's Fate. And Rogers, if he shares the town's regard, was first a banker, ere he rose a bard. In the second edition, Dyer altered this too. And Darwin, if he share the town's regard, was first a doctor, ere he rose a bard. Lamb notes the alteration in his copy of the second edition, now in the British Museum. In 1828-1829 appeared Pariana by Edmund Henry. Barker, which quoted the couplet in its original form, to Dyer's Distress. Tales of the Castle, by the Countess de Genlis, translated by Thomas Holcroft. Letter 530. Charles Lamb to George Dyer. Feb. 22nd, 1831. Dear Dyer, Mr. Rogers and Mr. Rogers's friends are perfectly assured that you never intended any harm by an innocent couplet, and that in the revivification of it by blundering Barker you had no hand whatever. To imagine that, at this time of day, Rogers broods over a fantastic expression of more than 30 years' standing would be to suppose him indulging his pleasures of memory with a vengeance. You never penned a line which for its own sake you need, dying, wish to blot. You mistake your heart if you think you can write a lampoon. Your whips are rods of roses. Your spleen has ever had for its objects vices, not the vicious abstract offenses, not the concrete sinner. But you are sensitive, and wince as much at the consciousness of having committed a compliment as another man would at the perpetration of an affront. But do not lug me into the same soreness of conscience with yourself. I maintain, and will to the last hour, that I never writ of you but con amore, that if any allusion was made to your nearsightedness, it was not for the purpose of mocking an infirmity, but of connecting it with scholar-like habits. For is it not erudite and scholarly to be somewhat near of sight, before age naturally brings on the malady? You could not then plead the obrepens senectus. Did I not moreover make it an apology for a certain absence, which some of your friends may have experienced, when you have not on a sudden made recognition of them in a casual street meeting? And did I not strengthen your excuse for this slowness of recognition by further accounting morally for the present engagement of your mind in worthy objects? Did I not, in your person, make the handsomest apology for absent-of-mind people that was ever made? If these things be not so, I never knew what I wrote or meant by my writing, and have been penning libels all my life without being aware of it. Does it follow that I should have expressed myself exactly in the same way of those dear old eyes of yours now that Father Time has conspired with a hard taskmaster to put a last extinguisher upon them? I should as soon have insulted the answerer of Salmasius when he awoke up from his ended task and saw no more with mortal vision. But you are many films removed yet from Milton's calamity. You write perfectly intelligibly. Mary, the letters are not all of the same size or tallness, but that only shows your proficiency in the hands, text, German hand, court hand, sometimes law hand, and affords variety. You pen better than you did a 12-month ago, and if you continue to improve, you bid fair to win the golden pen, which is the prize at your young gentleman's academy. But you must beware of Valpy and his printing house, that hazy cave of Trophonius, out of which it was a mercy that you escaped with a glimmer. Beware of MSS and very elections. Settle the text for once in your mind and stick to it. You have some years' good sight in you yet, if you do not tamper with it. It is not for you, for us I should say, to go pouring into Greek contractions and stargazing upon slim Hebrew points. We have yet the sight of sun and moon and star throughout the year, and man and woman's. You have vision enough to discern Mrs. Dyer from the other comely gentlewoman who lives up at staircase number 5. Or, if you should make a blunder in the twilight, Mrs. Dyer has too much good sense to be jealous for a mere effect of imperfect optics. But don't try to write the Lord's Prayer, Creed, and 10 Commandments in the compass of a halfpenny, nor run after a midge or a mote to catch it, and leave off hunting for needles in bushels of hay, for all these things strain the eyes. The snow is 6 feet deep in some parts here. I must put on jack boots to get at the post office with this. It is not good for weak eyes to pore upon snow too much. It lies in drifts. I wonder what its drift is, only that it makes good pancakes, remind Mrs. Dyer. It turns a pretty green world into a white one. It glares too much for an innocent color, methinks. I wonder why you think I dislike gilt edges. They set off a letter marvelously. Yours, for instance, looks for all the world like a tablet of curious hieroglyphics in a gold frame. But don't go and lay this to your eyes. You always wrote hieroglyphically, yet not to come up to the mystical notations and conjuring characters of Dr. Parr. You never wrote what I call a schoolmaster's hand like Clark, nor a woman's hand like Southey, nor a missile hand like Porson, nor an olive-the-wrong-side sloping hand like Miss Hayes, nor a dogmatic, mid-end Persian peremptory hand like Rickman, but you ever wrote what I call a Grecian's hand, what the Grecians write or used at Christ's Hospital, such as Wally Wood have admired and Boyer have applauded, but Smith or Atwood, writing masters, would have horsed you for. Your boy of genius hand and your mercantile hand are various. By your flourishes, I should think you never learned to make eagles or corkscrews or flourish the governor's names in the writing school, and by the tenor and cut of your letters, I suspect you were never in it at all. By the length of this scrawl you will think I have a design upon your optics, but I have writ as large as I could out of respect to them, too large indeed for beauty. Mine is a sort of deputy Grecian's hand, a little better and more of a worldly hand than a Grecian's, but still remote from the mercantile. I don't know how it is, but I keep my rank in fancy still since school days. I can never forget I was a deputy Grecian, and writing to you or to Coleridge, besides affection, I feel a reverential deference as to Grecians still. I keep my soaring way above the great Erasmians, yet far beneath the other. Alas, what am I now? What is a Leadenhall clerk or India pensioner to deputy Grecian? How art thou fallen, O Lucifer? Just room for our loves to Mrs. D. and C. C. Lamb. I never writ of you but con amore. Lamb refers particularly to the Elia essay, Oxford in the Vacation, in the London Magazine, where G.D.'s absence of mind and simplicity of character were dwelt upon more intimately than Dyer liked C. Vol, Roman II. Dyer was gradually going blind. The answerer of Salmasius, Milton. Comely Mrs. Dyer, but in the letter to Mrs. Shelley Mrs. D had been plain. Dyer had been a Grecian before Lamb was born. Clark would be Charles. Cowden Clark, with whose father Dyer had been an usher, Miss Hayes we have met. The Rev. Peter Whalley was upper grammar master in Dyer's day. Boyer, Lamb and Coleridge's master succeeded him in 1776. Smith was writing master at the end of the 17th century. Lamb had never become a Grecian, having an impediment in his speech which made it impossible that he should take orders, the natural fate of Grecians, with profit. Great Erasmus and Little Erasmus are still the names of classes in the Bluecoat School. Grecians were the Little Erasmians. Here should come a letter from Lamb to P.G. Patmore, dated April 10, 1831, in which Lamb says of the publisher of the new monthly magazine, "Nature never wrote knave upon a face more legible than upon that fellow's. Coal burn him in Beelzebub's deepest pit." I can promise little help if you mean literary, when I reflect that for 5 years I have been feeling the necessity of scribbling, but have never found the power. Moxon is my go-between. Call on him, 63 New Bond St. He is a very good fellow, and the bookseller is not yet burned into him. Patmore was seeking a publisher for, I imagine, his Chatsworth. Here should come a letter from Lamb, dated April 13, 1831, which Canon Ainger considers was written to Gary and Mr. Hazlitt to Coleridge. It states that Lamb is daily expecting Wordsworth. Letter 531. Charles Lamb to Bernard Barton. April 30, 1831. Verbone, recepi litteras tuas amicissimas, et in mentem venit responsoro mihi, vel raro, vel nunquam, inter nos intersedis Latinam linguam, organum rescribendi, loquendiv. Epistoli tui, Plinianis elegantiais, supraquad tremulo decit referti, tam verbis Plinianis adio abhorrent, ut nivosum quamquam Romanum silicet haber vidaris, quam ad canem, ut aiunt, rejecter passus. Forsan disutudo latinisandi ad vernaculum linguam usitandum, plusquam opus sit coegit. Per adagia quidem noda, et in or omnium per vulgata, ad latinitatis perditi recuperationum revocer t institui. Felis in abaco est, et ego vidit. Omni quad splendit nequequam orum puts, imponas equo mendicum, equitabit idem ad diabolum, fer commoda fur prenditor. O Maria, Maria, valda contraria, quamodo crescit hortulus tuus, nunc majora canemus. Thomas, Thomas, de Islington, uxorum duxit dinupera dominica, reduxit domum postera, succedenti baculum emit, postridi ferit illam, egresit ilia subsequenti, proxima nemp veneris est mortua, plurimum gestiet Thomas, quad appropinquenti sabato efferenda sit. Horner quidem Johannulus in angulo sedebat, articrias quastum deglutions. Inserit policies, pruna nana evelins, et magna voce exclamavit, de boni, quam bonus pua fio. Diddle diddle dumpkins, mus unicus filius Johans cubitum ivit, integris braxis, caliga unitantum, indutus, diddle diddle, etc. de capo. Hied sum sultans Joannula, cum nemo ad sit mihi, semper resto sola. Enigma mihi hoc solvas, et Oedipus fies. Qua ration assimulandus sit, equus tremulo. Quip cui tota communicatio sit per he et ne, juxta concilium elud. Dominicum, fiat omnes communicatio vestra ye et ne. In his nugis caram dim consum, dum in vigilo validudini cariris nostras emi, quia pud nos jamjudum egrotat. Salva vos jubit mecum Maria me, ipsa integra valetudine. Elia. Ob agro infeldiens datum, aprilis nescio quibus calendis, davus sum, non calendarius. P.S. Perdita in toto est billa reformatura. Mr. Stephen Gwynn gives me the following translation. Good sir, I have received your most kind letter, and it has entered my mind, as I began to reply, that the Latin tongue has seldom or never been used between us as the instrument of converse or correspondence. Your letters, filled with Plinian elegancies, more than becomes a Quaker, are so alien to Pliny's language that you seem not to have a word, that is, a Roman word, to throw, as the saying is, at a dog. Perchance the disuse of Latinizing had constrained you more than is right to the use of the vernacular. I have determined to recall you to the recovery of your lost Latinity by certain well-known adages common in all mouths. The cat's in the cupboard, and she can't see. All that glitters is not gold. Set a beggar on horseback, and he'll ride to the devil. Set a thief to catch a thief. Mary, Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow? Now let us sing of weightier matters. Tom Tom of Islington wed a wife on Sunday. He brought her home on Monday, bought a stick on Tuesday, beat her well on Wednesday. She was sick on Thursday, dead on Friday. Tom was glad on Saturday night to bury his wife on Sunday. Little Jack Homer sat in a corner, eating his Christmas pie. He put in his thumb and drew out a plum, and cried, "Good heavens, what a good boy am I!" Diddle, diddle, dumpkins, my son John went to bed with his breeches on, one shoe off and the other shoe on, diddle, diddle, etc. Day. Capo. Here am I, jumping Joan. When no one's by, I'm all alone. Solve me this enigma, you shall be an Oedipus. Why is a horse like a Quaker? Because all his communication is by hey and nay. After the Lord's counsel, let all your communication be yea and nay. In these trifles I waste the precious day, while watching over the health of our more precious Emma, who has been sick in our house this long time. My Mary sends you greeting with me, she herself in sound health. Given from the Enfield country seat, on I know not what calends of April, I am Davos, not an almanacal. P.S. The Reform Bill is lost altogether. The Reform Bill was introduced on March 1, 1831, by Lord John Russell. The second reading was carried on March 22 by a majority of 1. On its commitment on April 19, there was a majority of 8 against the government. 4 days later, the government was again defeated by 22, and Parliament was dissolved. But later, of course, the Reform Bill was passed. Footnote 1. Allusion to the phrase of Davos, the servant in Plautus, Davos sum non Oedipus. Letter 532. Charles Lamb to H.F. Carey. Dated at end. Datum ob agro infeldiency mai dissexta, 1831. Poseidons est mihi bona sora, Europidon evolvens, donum vestrum, carissime Carey, pro quo gratias agimus, lecturi at itrum lecturi idem. Per gratis est liber ambabus nemp sacerdotes commiserationis, sacrum opus a t ipso humanissimi religionis sacerdote dono datum. Lacrimantes gavisseri sumus, est ubi dolor fiat voluptas, ni semper dulce mihi est rider, aliquendo commutandum est he cum hu. Amusis tragicis, me non penitus abhorruis, lestes sit carmen. Calamitasum, nescio quo autori lingua prius vernaculi scriptum, et Nupirima me ipso Latin versum, silicet, Tom Tom of Islington. Tenostine. Thomas Thomas de Islington. Uxorum duxit, diquadum solis. Abjuxit domum sequenti die. Amit baculum subsequenti. Vapulat Ilia postera. Egrotat succedenti, mortua fit crastina. Et miro gaudio efficiter, Thomas Luce postera quad subsequenti, nemp. Dominica, uxer sit efferenda. En Iliads, domesticas. En circulum, calamitatum. Plain hebdomadillum, tragodium. I nunc et confer Europidon vestrum his luctibus, hac mort uxoria, confer Alciston, hecuban, quas non antiquas heroinas dolorosas. Suffendor genas lacrimis, tantas strages revolvens, quid restat nisi quad tecum tuum carum salutemus embosc valor jubimus, nosmit ipsi beni valens. Elia. Mr. Stephen Gwynn gives me the following translation. Sitting by me is my good sister, turning over Euripides your gift, dear Carry upon here, carissime care, for which we thank you and will read and reread it. Most acceptable to both of us is this book of Pity's Priest, a sacred work of your bestowing, yourself a priest of the most humane religion. We shall take our pleasure weeping. There are times when pain turns pleasure, and I would not always be laughing. Sometimes there should be a change, hue, for he. That I have not shrunk from the tragic muses, witness this lamentable ballad, first written in the vernacular by I know not what author, and lately by myself, put into Latin TT of Islington. Have you heard it? See translation of preceding letter. And Thomas is possessed with a wondrous joy on the following morning, because on the next day, that is, Sunday, his wife must be buried. Lo, your domestic Iliads. Lo, the wheel of calamities. The true tragedy of a week. Go to now, compare your Euripides with these sorrows, this death of a wife, compare Alcestis, Hecuba, or what not others sorrowing. Heroines of antiquity. My cheeks are tear-bedewed as I revolve such slaughter, what more to say but to salute you, Carrie, and your Cara, and wish you health. Ourselves enjoying it. In Mary and Charles Lamb, 1874, by W.C. Hazlitt, in the catalogue of Charles Lamb's library, for sale by Bartlett and Welford, New York, is this item, Euripides Tragediae Interp. Lat. 8 Vo. Oxone, 1821, C. and M. Lamb from H. F. Carey, on Flyleaf. This must be the book referred to. Euripides has been called the priest of pity. Letter 533. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. July 14, 1831. Collier's book would be right acceptable, and also a 6th vol, just published, of Nichols's illustrations of the literary history of 18th century. I agree with you, and do yet not disagree with W.W. As to H. It rejoiced my heart to read his friendly spirited mention of your publications. It might be a drawback to my pleasure that he has tried to decry my Nicky, but on deliberate and reperusal of his censure, I cannot in the remotest degree understand what he means to say. He and I used to dispute about hell eternities, I taking the affirmative. I love to puzzle atheists and parsons. I fancy it runs in his head that I meant to rivet the idea of a personal devil. Then about the glorious 3 days, there was never a year or day in my past life, since I was penworthy, that I should not have written precisely as I have. Logic and modesty are not among H.'s virtues. Talfourd flatters me upon a poem which nobody but I could have written, but which I have neither seen nor heard of, The Banquet, or Banqueting something, that has appeared in the Tatler. Know you of it? How capitally the Frenchman has analyzed Satan. I was hindered, or I was about doing the same thing in English, for him to put into French, as I prossified Hood's Midsummer Fairies. The garden of cabbage escaped him, he turns it into a garden of pot herbs. So local allusions perish in translation. About 8 days before you told me of Ar's interview with the Premier, I, at the desire of Badams, wrote a letter to him, Badams, in the most moving terms setting forth the age, infirmities, and see of Coleridge. This letter was conveyed by B to his friend Mr. Ellis of the Treasury, brother-in-law to Lord Grey, who immediately passed it on to Lord Grey, who assured him of immediate relief by a grant on the King's bounty, which news he communicated to B. The desire to confer with me on the subject, on which I went up to the Treasury yesterday fortnight, and was received by the great man with the utmost cordiality, shook hands with me coming and going, a fine hearty gentleman, and as seeming willing to relieve any anxiety from me, promised me an answer through Badams in 2 or 3 days at furthest. Meantime Gilman's extraordinary insolent letter comes out in the Times. As to my acquiescing in this strange step, I told Mr. Ellis, who expressly said that the thing was renewable 3 yearly, that I considered such a grant as almost equivalent to the lost pension, as from cease appearance and the representations of the Gilmans, I scarce could think C.'s life worth 2 years' purchase. I did not know that the Chancellor had been previously applied to. Well, after seeing Ellis, I wrote in the most urgent manner to the Gilmans, insisting on an immediate letter of acknowledgment from Coleridge, or them in his name to Badams, who, not knowing C, had come forward so disinterestedly amidst his complicated illnesses and embarrassments, to use up an interest, which he may so well need, in favor of a stranger. And from that day not a letter has B, or even myself, received from Highgate, unless that published one in the Times is meant as a general answer to all the friends who have stirred to do C service. Poor C is not to blame, for he is in leading strings. I particularly wish you would read this part of my note to Mr. Rogers. Now for home matters. Our next 2 Sundays will be choked up with all the Sugdens. The 3rd will be free, when we hope you will show your sister the way to Enfield and leave her with us for a few days. In the meanwhile, could you not run down some weekday afternoon, say, and sleep at the Horseshoe? I want to have my 2D vol. Elia's bound specimen fashion, and to consult you about him. Kenny has just assured me that he has just touched £100 from the theatre. You are a damned fool if you don't exact your tithe of him, and with that assurance I rest. Your brother, fool, C.L. Collier's book would be his History of English Dramatic Poetry, 1831. Nichols's illustrations had been begun by John Nichols, and 6 volumes were published between 1817 and 1831. It was completed in 2 more volumes by his son, John Bowyer Nichols, in 1848 and 1858. H. Leigh Hunt. We do not know what W.W., presumably Wordsworth, had to say of him, but this is how Hunt had referred to Moxon's publications and Lamb's Satan in Search of a Wife in the Tatler for June 4, 1831, the occasion being a review of selections from Wordsworth for schools. Mr. Moxon has begun his career as a bookseller in singularly high taste. He has no connection but with the select of the earth. The least thing he does is to give us a dandy poem suitable to Bond Street and not without wit. We allude to the Byronian brochure entitled Mischief, but this is a mere condescension to the elegance of the street he lives in. Mr. Moxon commenced with some of the primeval delicacies of Charles Lamb. He then astonished us with Mr. Rogers' poems on Italy. Of some of these publications we have already spoken, Mr. Lamb's album verses among them, and why the reader may ask, not have noticed his Satan in Search of a Wife. Because, to say the truth, we did not think it worthy of him. We rejoice in Mr. Lamb's accession to the good cause advocated by Sterne and Burns, refreshed by the wholesome mirth of Mr. Moncrief, and finally carried, like a number of other astonished humanities, who little thought of the matter, and are not all sensible of it now, on the triumphant shoulders of the glorious 3 days. But Mr. Lamb, in the extreme sympathy of his delight, has taken for granted that everything that can be uttered on the subject will be held to be worth uttering, purely for its own sake, and because it could not well have been said 12 months ago. He merges himself, out of the pure transport of his goodwill, into the joyous commonplaces of others, just as if he had joined a great set of children in tossing over some mighty bowl of snapdragon, too scalding to bear, and thought that nothing could be so good as to echo their hurrahs. Furthermore, we fear that some of his old friends, on the wrong side of the house, would think a little of his merriment profane, though for our parts, if we are certain of anything in this world, it is that nothing can be more Christian. The Banquet. I cannot find this poem. It is, I think, not in the Tatler. How capitally the Frenchman. I cannot find any French paraphrase of Satan in Search of a Wife, nor has a search at the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris revealed one. Ars interview with the Premier. R. would be Rogers. Perhaps the best explanation of this portion of Lamb's letter is the following passage from Mr. Dykes Campbell's Memoir of Coleridge. On June 26, 1830, died George Roman IV, and with him died the pensions of the Royal Associates. Apparently they did not find this out until the following year. In the Englishman's Magazine for June 1831, attention was directed to the fact that intimation had been given to Mr. Coleridge and his brother associates that they must expect their allowances very shortly to cease, the allowances having been a personal bounty of the late king. On June 3, 1831, Gilman wrote a letter to the Times, in consequence of a paragraph which appeared in the Times of this day. He states that on the sudden suppression of the honorarium, representations on Coleridge's behalf were made to Lord Brougham, with the result that the Treasury, Lord Grey, offered a private grant of £200, which Coleridge had felt it his duty most respectfully to decline. Stuart, however, wrote to King William's son, the Earl of Munster, pointing out the hardship entailed on Coleridge, who is old and infirm and without other means of subsistence. He begs the Earl to lay the matter before his royal father. To this, a reply came, excusing the king on account of his very reduced income, but promising that the matter shall be laid before his majesty. To these letters, which are printed in Letters from the Lake Poets, pages 319–322, the following note is appended. The annuity was not renewed, but a sum of £300 was ultimately handed over to Coleridge by the Treasury. Even apart from this bounty, Coleridge was not a sufferer by the withdrawal of the king's pension, for Frere made it up to him annually. It is interesting to know that Lamb played so useful and characteristic a part in this matter. The Sugdens, I do not identify these friends. 2D Vol, Elias. This would refer, I think, to the American volume, published without authority in 1828 under the title Elia, or second series, which Lamb told N.P. Willis he liked. It contained 3 pieces not by Lamb, the rest made up from the works and the London magazine C. Vol, Roman 2, notes. Letter 534. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. Pray forward the enclosed, or put it in the post. No date, early August, 1831. Dear M., the R.A. here memorized was George Daw, whom I knew well and heard many anecdotes of from Daniels and Westall at H. Rogers's. To each of them it will be well to send a mag in my name. It will fly like wildfire among the academicians and artists. Could you get hold of Proctor? His chambers are in Lincoln's Inn at Montagu's, or of Janus Weathercock. Both of their prose is capital. Don't encourage poetry. The Peter's net does not intend funny things only. All is fish, and leave out the sickening Elia at the end. Then it may comprise letters and characters addressed to Peter, but a signature forces it to be all characteristic of the one-man Elia or the one-man Peter, which cramped me formerly. I have agreed not for my sister to know the subjects I choose till the mag comes out, so beware of speaking of 'em or writing about 'em, save generally. Be particular about this warning. Can't you drop in some afternoon and take a bed? The Athenaeum has been hoaxed with some exquisite poetry that was 2 or 3 months ago in Hone's book. I like your first number capitally, but is it not small? Come and see us, weekday if possible, C.L. Moxon had just acquired the Englishman's magazine, and Lamb contributed to the September number his recollections of a late Royal Academician, George Dorsey Vol. I have this edition, under the general title Peter's Net. Daniels may have been Thomas or William Daniel, both landscape painters. Westall may have been Richard Westall, the historical painter, or William Westall, the topographical painter. H. Rogers was Henry Rogers, brother of the poet. The Athenaeum has been hoaxed. The exquisite poetry was Fitzgerald's. Meadows in spring, see next letter. Letter 535. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. Aug. 5, 1831. Send or bring me Hone's number for August. Hunt is a fool, and his critics. The anecdotes of E and of G.D. are substantially true. What does Elia or Peter care for dates? That is the poem I mean. I do not know who wrote it, but is in Hone's book as far back as April. 'Tis a poem I envy, that and Montgomery's Last Man, nothing else of his. I envy the writers, because I feel I could have done something like it. S is a coxcomb, W is and a great poet, L. Hone was now editing his year book. Under the date April 30 had appeared Edward Fitzgerald's poem, The Meadows in Spring, with the following introduction. These verses are in the old style, rather homely in expression, but I honestly profess to stick more to the simplicity of the old poets than the moderns, and to love the philosophical good humor of our old writers more than the sickly melancholy of the Byronian wits. If my verses be not good, they are good-humored, and that is something. The editor of the Athenaeum, in reprinting the poem, suggested delicately that it was by Lamb. There is no such poem by James Montgomery as The Last Man. Campbell wrote A Last Man, and so did Hood, but I agree with Canon Ainger that what Lamb meant was Montgomery's Common Lot. I give the 2 poems in the appendix as illustrations of what Lamb envied. Hunt is a fool. In the Tatler for August 1, Leigh Hunt had quoted much of Lamb's essay on Elliston. I do not, however, find any adverse criticism. E and G.D. Lamb had written in the August number of the Englishman's magazine his reminiscences of Elliston. Lamb's article on George Daw did not appear till the September number, but perhaps Moxon already had the copy. Letter 536. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. Sept. 5, 1831. Dear M., your letter's contents pleased me. I am only afraid of taxing you, yet I want a stimulus, or I think I should drag sadly. I shall keep the monies in trust till I see you fairly over the next 1 January. Then I shall look upon 'em as earned. Colburn shall be written to. No part of yours gave me more pleasure, no, not the £10, though you may grin, than that you will revisit old Enfield, which I hope will be always a pleasant idea to you. Yours very faithfully, CL. The letter's contents was presumably payment for Lamb's contribution to the Englishman's magazine. Letter 537. Charles Lamb to William Hazlitt, Jr. P.M. Sept. 13, 1831. Dear W.M., we have a sick house, Mrs. Westwood's daughter in a fever, and granddaughter in the measles, and it is better to see no company just now, but in a week or two we shall be very glad to see you. Come at a hazard then, on a weekday if you can, because Sundays are stuffed up with friends on both parts of this great ill-mixed family. Your second letter, dated 3d Sept., came not till Sunday, and we stayed at home in Evening, in expectation of seeing you. I have turned and twisted what you asked me to do in my head, and am obliged to say I cannot undertake it, but as a composition for declining it, will you accept some verses which I meditate to be addressed to you on your father, and prefixable to your life? Write me word that I may have 'em ready against I see you some 10 days hence, when I calculate the house will be uninfected. Send your mother's address. If you are likely to be again at Cheshunt before that time, on second thoughts, drop in here and consult. Yours, CL. Not a line is yet written, so say, if I shall do 'em. This is the only letter extant to the younger Hazlitt, who was then nearly 20. William Hazlitt, the eldest, had died September 18, 1830. Lamb was at his bedside. The memoir of him by his son was prefixed to the literary remains in 1836, but no verses by Lamb accompanied it. When this letter was last sold at Sotheby's in June 1902, a copy of verses was attached beginning, "There lives at Winterslow a man of such rare talents and deep learning." In the handwriting of William Hazlitt, they bear more traces of being Mary Lamb's work than her brother's. Letter 538. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. October 24, 1831. To address an abdicated monarch is a nice point of breeding. To give him his lost titles is to mock him, to withhold them is to wound him. But his minister who falls with him may be gracefully sympathetic. I do honestly feel for your diminution of honors, and regret even the pleasing cares which are part and parcel of greatness. Your magnanimous submission and the cheerful tone of your renunciation in a letter which, without flattery, would have made an article, and which, rarely as I keep letters, shall be preserved, comfort me a little. Will it please or plague you to say that when your parcel came I damned it, for my pen was warming in my hand at a ludicrous description of a landscape of an R.A., which I calculated upon sending you tomorrow, the last day you gave me. Now anyone calling in, or a letter coming, puts an end to my writing for the day. Little did I think that the mandate had gone out, so destructive to my occupation, so relieving to the apprehensions of the whole body of our race. So you see I had not quitted the ship while a plank was remaining. To drop metaphors, I am sure you have done wisely. The very spirit of your epistle speaks that you have a weight off your mind. I have one on mine, the cash in hand, which, as less truly says, burns in my pocket. I feel queer at returning it, who does not? You feel awkward at retaking it, who ought not? Is there no middle way of adjusting this fine embarrassment? I think I have hit upon a medium to skin the sore place over, if not quite to heal it. You hinted that there might be something under £10 by accruing to me devil's money. You are sanguine, say £7, tens, that I entirely renounce and abjure all future interest in, I insist upon it, and by him I will not name, I won't touch a penny of it. That will split your loss 1/2, and leave me conscientious possessor of what I hold. Less than your assent to this, no proposal will I accept of. The Rev. Mr., whose name you have left illegible, is it Seagull, never sent me any book on Christ's Hospit, by which I could dream that I was indebted to him for a dedication. Did ye send his penny tract to me to convert me to Unitarianism, dear blundering soul, why I am as old a Wongodite as himself? Or did he think his cheap publication would bring over the Methodists over the way here? However, I'll give it to the pew opener, in whom I have a little interest, to hand over to the clerk, whose wife she sometimes drinks tea with, for him to lay before the deacon, who exchanges the civility of the hat with him, for him to transmit to the minister, who shakes hand with him out of chapel, and he, in all odds, will, with it. I wish very much to see you. I leave it to you to come how you will. We shall be very glad, we need not repeat, to see your sister or sisters with you, but for you individually I will just hint that a dropping in to tea unlooked for about 5, stopping bread and cheese and gin and water, is worth 1,000 Sundays. I'm naturally miserable on a Sunday, but a weekday evening and supper is like old times. Set out now, and give no time to deliberation. P.S. The 2D vol. of Elia is delightful, lie bound I mean, and quite cheap. Why man, teaser unique. If I write much more, I shall expand into an article, which I cannot afford to let you have so cheap. By the by, to show the perverseness of human will, while I thought I must furnish one of those accursed things monthly, it seemed a labor above Hercules's 12 in a year, which were evidently monthly contributions. Now I am emancipated, I feel as if I had 1,000 essays swelling within me. False feelings both. I have lost Mr. Aitken's town address. Do you know it? Is he there? Your ex-lampoonist or lampunist from Enfield Oct. 24 or last day, but one for receiving articles that can be inserted. Moxon, finding the Englishman's magazine unsuccessful, gave it up suddenly after the October number, the third under his direction. His letter to Lamb on the subject is not now forthcoming. The ludicrous description of a landscape by an R.A. is, I imagine, that of the Garden of the Hesperides in the Elia essay on the barrenness of the imaginative faculty in the production of modern art. See Vol. Roman II. Probably Turner's Garden of the Hesperides in the National Gallery. By devil's money, Lamb means money due for Satan in search of a wife, I do not identify. The Rev. Mr. I have not identified this gentleman. G.D. Penny Tract, I have not found Dyer's Tract. Mr. Aitken, John Aitken, editor of Constable's Miscellany, whom Moxon would have known at Hurst and Coase. Letter 539. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. Dec. 15, 1831. Dear M.S. I know, has an aversion, amounting almost to horror, of H. He would not lend his name. The other I might wring a guinea from, but he is very properly shy of his guineas. It would be improper in me to apply to him, and impertinent to the other. I hope this will satisfy you, but don't give my reason to H.'s friend, simply say I decline it. I am very much obliged to you for thinking of Gary. Put me down 7 shillings, wasn't it, in your books, and I set you down for more in my good ones. One copy will go down to immortality now, the more lasting as the less its leaves are disturbed. This letter will cost you 3d, but I did not like to be silent on the above. Nothing with my name will sell, a blast is upon it. Do not think of such a thing, unless ever you become rich enough to speculate. Being praised and being bought are different things to a book. Fancy books sell from fashion, not from the number of their real likers. Do not come at so long intervals. Here we are sure to be. S and H I do not identify, perhaps Southey and Hunt. Hunt's need of guineas was chronic. The reference to Gary is not very clear. Lamb seems to suggest that he is giving Gary a copy of a book that Gary will not read, but will preserve. Nothing with my name. Moxon may perhaps have just suggested publishing a second series of Elia. Letter 540. Charles Lamb to Joseph Hume's daughters. No date, 1832. Many thanks for the rap rascal, but how delicate the insinuating into the pocket of that 312D. In paper 2, who was it? Amelia, Caroline, Julia, Augusta, or Scots who have? As a set-off to the very handsome present, which I shall lay out in a pot of ale certainly to her health, I have paid 6d for the mend of 2 buttonholes of the coat now returned. She shall not have to say, I don't care a button for her. Adieu, tres aimables. Buttons 6d. Gift 312. Due from 212. Which pray accept, from your foolish coat forgetting. CL. Joseph Hume we have met. Mr. Hazlitt writes, Amelia Hume became Mrs. Bennet, Julia Mrs. Todhunter. The latter personally informed me in 1888 that her Aunt Augusta perfectly recollected all the circumstances of the present note. The incident seems to have taken place at the residence of Mr. Hume in Percy Street, Bloomsbury, and it was Amelia who found the threepence halfpenny in the coat which Lamb left behind him and who repaired the buttonholes. The sister who is described as Scott's Waha was Louisa Hume. It was a favorite song with her. Mrs. Todhunter supplied the date, 1832. Letter 541. Charles Lamb to Charles Wentworth Dilke. P.M. March 5, 1832. Dear Sir, my friend Aders, a German merchant, German-born, has opened to the public at the Suffolk St. Gallery his glorious collection of old Dutch and German pictures. Pray see them. You have only to name my name and have a ticket if you have not received one already. You will possibly notice them and might lug in the enclosed, which I wrote for Hone's year-book, and has appeared only there when the pictures were at home in Euston Sq. The fault of this matchless set of pictures is the admitting a few Italian pictures with them, which I would turn out to make the collection unique and pure. Those old Albert Durers have not had their fame. I have tried to illustrate them. If you print my verses, a copy, please, for me. The first letter to Charles Wentworth Dilke, 1789–1864, a friend of Keats, Hunt and Hood, editor of Dodsley, and at this time editor of the Athenaeum. Lamb's verses ran thus. To see Aders, ask. On his collection of paintings by the old German masters. Friendliest of men, Aders, I never come within the precincts of this sacred room. But I am struck with a religious fear, which says, let no profane eye enter here. With imagery from heaven, the walls are clothed, making the things of time seem vile and loathed. Spare saints, whose bodies seem sustained by love, with martyrs old, in meek procession move. Here kneels a weeping Magdalene, less bright to human sense for her blurred cheeks, in sight of eyes new touched by heaven, more winning fair than when her beauty was her only care. A hermit here strange mysteries doth unlock in Desart's soul, his knees worn by the rock. Their angel harps are sounding, while below palm-bearing virgins in white order go. Madonnas, varied with so chaste design. While all are different, each seems genuine. And hers the only Jesus, hard outline and rigid form, by Durer's hand subdued to matchless grace and sacrosanctitude. Durer, who makes thy slighted Germany vie with the praise of paint-proud Italy. Whoever enters thee here, no more presume to name a parlor or a drawing-room, but bending lowly to each holy story, make this thy chapel and thine oratory. Letter 542. Charles Lamb to S.D. Coleridge. April 14th, 1832. My dear Coleridge, not an unkind thought has passed in my brain about you, but I have been woefully neglectful of you, so that I do not deserve to announce to you that if I do not hear from you before then, I will set out on Wednesday morning to take you by the hand. I would do it this moment, but an unexpected visit might flurry you. I shall take silence for acquiescence and come. I am glad you could write so long a letter. Old loves too, and hope of kind looks from the Gilmans when I come. Yours semper, idem CL. If you ever thought an offense, much more wrote it, against me, it must have been in the times of Noah, and the great waters swept it away. Mary's most kind love, and maybe a wrong prophet of your bodings. Here she is crying for mere love over your letter. I ring out less, but not sincerer showers. My direction is simply Enfield. Mr. Dykes Campbell's comment upon this note is that it was written to remove some mistaken sick man's fancy. Letter 543. Charles Lamb to James Sheridan Knowles. No date, April, 1832. Dear K.N., I will not see London again without seeing your pleasant play. In meanwhile, pray, send 3 or 4 orders to a lady who can't afford to pay. Miss James, No. 1 Grove Road, Lisson Grove, Paddington, a day or 2 before, and come and see us some evening with my hitherto uncorrupted and honest bookseller. Moxon C. Lamb. I have dated this April 1832 because it may refer to Knowles' play. The Hunchback, produced April 5, 1832. It might also possibly refer to The Wife of a Year Later, but I think not. Letter 544. Charles Lamb to John Forster. Late April 1832. One day in my life. Do come, CL. I have placed poor Mary at Edmonton. I shall be very glad to see the Hunchback and Straightback the first evening they can come. I am very poorly indeed. I have been cruelly thrown out. Come, and don't let me drink too much. I drank more yesterday than I ever did any one day in my life. CL. Do come. Cannot your sister come and take a half bed, or a whole one, which, alas, we have to spare? Mary Lamb would have been taken to Walden House, Edmonton, where mental patients were received. A year later, the Lambs moved there altogether. The Hunchback would be Knowles, the Straightback I do not recognize. John Forster, 1812–1876, whom we now meet for the first time, one of Lamb's last new friends, was the author later of Lives of the Statesmen of the Commonwealth, and the lives also of Goldsmith and of Landor and Dickens, whose close friend he was. His Life of Pym, which was in Vol. Roman II, of the Statesman, did not appear until 1837, but I assume that he had ridden the hobby for some years. Letter 545. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. June 1, 1832. I am a little more than half alive. I was more than half dead. The ladies are very agreeable. I flatter myself I am less than disagreeable. Convey this to Mr. Forster, whom, with you, I shall just be able to see some 10 days hence, and believe me ever yours, C.L. I take Forster's name to be John, but you know whom I mean, the Pimpraiser not Pimpraiser. This letter possibly is not to Moxon at all, as the wrapper, on which is the postmark, may belong to another letter. Letter 546. Charles Lamb to Thomas Alsop. July 2, 1832. At midsummer or soon after, I will let you know the previous day. I will take a day with you in the purlieus of my old haunts. No offense has been taken any more than meant. My house is full at present, but empty of its chief pride. She is dead to me for many months. But when I see you, then I will say, come and see me, with undiminished friendship to you both. Your faithful but queer C.L. How you frighted me. Never write again. Coleridge is dead, at the end of a line, and tamely come in with to his friends at the beginning of another. Love is quicker, and fear from love, than the transition ocular from line to line. Letter 547. Charles Lamb to Walter Wilson. Dated at End, Aug. 1832. My dear Wilson, I cannot let my old friend Mrs. Hazlitt, sister-in-law to poor W.M. Hazlitt, leave Enfield without endeavoring to introduce her to you and to Mrs. Wilson. Her daughter has a school in your neighborhood, and for her talents and by for her merits, I can answer. If it lies in your power to be useful to them in any way, the obligation to your old office fellow will be great. I have not forgotten Mrs. Wilson's album, and if you, or she, will be the means of procuring but one pupil for Miss Hazlitt, I will rub up my poor poetic faculty to the best. But you and she will one day, I hope, bring the album with you to Enfield. Poor Mary is ill, or would send her love. Yours very truly, C. Lamb. News, Collett is dead, Dupay is dead, I am not. Hone is turned. Believer in Irving and his unknown tongues. In the name of dear Defoe, which alone might be a bond of union between us, adieu. Mrs. Hazlitt was the wife of John Hazlitt, the miniature painter, who died in 1837. I have been unable to trace her daughter's history. Collett I do not recognize. Probably an old fellow clerk at the India House, as was Dupay. It is true that Hone was converted by Irving and became himself a preacher. Letter 548. Charles Lamb to Henry Crabb Robinson. No date, early October, 1832. For Landor's kindness I have just esteem. I shall tip him a letter when you tell me how to address him. Give Emma's kindest regrets that I could not entice her good friend, your nephew, here. Her warmest love to the Barry Robinsons, are all three, too. H. Crabbe, C.L. Mr. MacDonald's transcript adds, accompanying copy of Landor's verses to Emma Isola and others, contributed to Miss Wordsworth's album and poem written at Wastwater. C.L. The Barry Robinsons were Crabbe Robinson's brother and other relatives, whom Miss Isola had met when at Fornham. Letter 549. Charles Lamb to Walter Savage Landor. No date, October, 1832. Dear Sir, pray accept a little volume. 'Tis a legacy from Elia, you'll see. Silver and gold had he none, but such as he had, left he you. I do not know how to thank you for attending to my request about the album. I thought you would never remember it. Are not you proud and thankful, Emma? Yes, very, both, Emma Isola. Many things I had to say to you, which there was not time for. One, why should I forget? 'Tis for Rose Aylmer, which has a charm I cannot explain. I lived upon it for weeks. Next I forgot to tell you I knew all your Welsh annoyancers, the measureless Bethams. I knew a quarter of a mile of them, 17 brothers and 16 sisters, as they appear to me in memory. There was one of them that used to fix his long legs on my fender and tell a story of a shark, every night, endless, immortal. How have I grudged the salt sea ravener not having had his gorge of him? The shortest of the daughters measured 5'11" without her shoes. Well, some day we may confer about them, but they were tall. Surely I have discovered the longitude. Sir, if you can spare a moment, I should be happy to hear from you. That rogue Robinson detained your verses till I called for them. Don't entrust a bit of prose to the rogue, but believe me. Your obliged C.L. My sister sends her kind regards. Crabbe Robinson took Landor to see Lamb on September 28, 1832. The following passage in Forster's Life of Landor describes the visit and explains this letter. The hour he passed with Lamb was one of unalloyed enjoyment. A letter from Crabbe Robinson before he came over had filled him with affection for that most lovable of men, who had not an infirmity to which his sweetness of nature did not give something of kinship to virtue. I have just seen Charles and Mary Lamb, Crabbe Robinson had written, 20th October, 1831, living in absolute solitude at Enfield. I find your poems lying open before Lamb. Both tipsy and sober, he is ever muttering Rose Aylmer. But it is not those lines only that have a curious fascination for him. He is always turning to Jebbia for things that haunt him in the same way. Their first and last hour was now passed together, and before they parted, they were old friends. I visited Lamb myself, with Barry Cornwall, the following month, and remember the boyish delight with which he read to us the verses which Landor has written in the album of Emma Isola. He had just received them through Robinson, and had lost little time in making rich return by sending Landor his last essays of Elia. These were Landor's verses. To Emma Isola. Etrurian domes, Pelasgian walls, live fountains with their nymphs around, terraced and citron-scented halls, skies smiling upon sacred ground. The giant Alps, averse to France, point with impatient pride to those, calling the Briton to advance. Amid eternal rocks and snows, I dare not bid him stay behind. I dare not tell him where to see the fairest form, the purest mind. Ausonia, that e'er sprang from thee. And this is Rose Aylmer. Ah, what avails the sceptred race? Ah, what the form divine? What every virtue, every grace? Rose Aylmer, all with thine. Rose Aylmer, whom these wakeful eyes may weep but never see. A night of memories and of sighs I consecrate to thee. Of the measureless Bethams, Lamb wrote in similar terms, but more fully in an article in the New Times in 1825, entitled Many Friends, see Vol. I. On April 9, 1834, Landor wrote to Lady Blessington, I do not think that you ever knew Charles Lamb, who is lately dead. Robinson took me to see him. Once and once only have I seen thy face. Elia, once only has thy tripping tongue run o'er my heart, yet never has been left impression on it stronger or more sweet. Cordial old man, what youth was in thy years! What wisdom in thy levity, what soul in every utterance of thy purest breast! Of all that ever wore man's form tease thee, I first would spring to at the gate of heaven. I say tripping tongue, for Charles Lamb stammered and spoke hurriedly. He did not think it worthwhile to put on a fine new coat to come down and see me in, as poor Coleridge did, but met me as if I had been a friend of 20 years' standing. Indeed, he told me I had been so, and showed me some things I had written much longer ago and had utterly forgotten. The world will never see again two such delightful volumes as the Essays of Elia. No man living is capable of writing the worst 20 pages of them. The continent has Zadig and Gil Bias. We have Elia and Sir Roger de Coverley. Mrs. Fields, writing in the Atlantic Monthly for April 1866, on Landor, says that Landor told her of his visit to Lamb and said that Lamb read to him some poetry and asked his opinion of it. Landor said it was very good, whereupon Lamb laughed and called Landor the vainest of men, for it was his own. In a letter to Southey the lines differed, ending thus: "Few are the spirits of the glorified. I'd spring to earlier at the gate of heaven." Letter 550. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. Late 1832. A poor mad usher and schoolfellow of mine has been pestering me through you with poetry and petitions. I have desired him to call upon you for a half-sovereign, which place to my account. I have buried Mrs. Reynolds at last, who has virtually at least bequeathed me a legacy of £32 per ann, to which add that my other pensioner is safe housed in the workhouse, which gets me £10. Richer by both legacies, £42 per ann. For a loss of a loss is as good as a gain of a gain. But let this be between ourselves, specially keep it from A, or I shall speedily have candidates for the pensions. Mary is laid up with a cold. Will you convey the enclosed by hand? When you come, if you ever do, bring me one devil's visit, I mean Southey's, also the Hogarth, which is complete, Nobles I think, 6 more letters to do, bring my bill also, C.L. I do not identify the usher. Mrs. Reynolds, Lamb's first schoolmistress, we have met. The other pensioner I do not positively identify. Presumably it was Morgan, Coleridge's old friend, to whom Lamb and Southey had each given £10 annually from 1819. A I cannot positively identify, perhaps the philanthropic Allsop. Southey's Devil's Visit was a new edition of The Devil's Walk, illustrated by Thomas Lancier. Noble's Hogarth, Noble was the engraver. Letter 551. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, winter, 1832. Thank you for the books. I am ashamed to take tithe thus of your press. I am worse to a publisher than the 2 universities and the Brit. Muse. Alan Cunningham I will forthwith read. Barry Cornwall, I can't get out of the A, B, C, I have more than read. Taken altogether, 'tis too lovey, but what delicacies. I like most King Death, Glorious Beauvau, The Lady with the 100 Rings, The Owl, Epistle to What's His Name, Here Maybe I'm Partial, Sit Down, Sad Soul, The Pauper's Jubilee, but that's old, and yet 'tis never old, The Falcon, Felon's Wife, Damn Madame Pasty, but that is borrowed. Apple pie is very good. And so is apple pasty. But, oh Lord, 'tis very nasty. But chiefly the dramatic fragments, scarce 3 of which should have escaped my specimens, had an antique name been prefixed. They exceed his first. So much for the nonsense of poetry, now to the serious business of life. Upper Court, Blandford Court in Pall Mall, exactly at the back of Marlborough House, with iron gate in front, and containing 2 houses, at number 2 did lately live Leshman my tailor. He has moved somewhere in the neighbourhood, devil knows where. Pray find him out and give him the opposite. I am so much better, though my hand shakes in writing it, that after next Sunday I can well see Forster and you. Can you throw BC in? why tarry the wheels of my Hogarth? Charles Lamb. I am worse to a publisher. There is a rule by which a publisher must present copies of every book to the Stationers' Hall, to be distributed to the British Museum, the Bodleian, and Cambridge University Library. ACBC, Alan Cunningham's Maid of Elva and Barry Cornwall's English Songs, both published by Moxon. This is Barry Cornwall's King Death. King Death. King Death was a rare old fellow. He sate where no sun could shine, and he lifted his hand so yellow, and poured out his coal-black wine. Hurrah for the coal-black wine! There came to him many a maiden, whose eyes had forgot to shine, and widows with grief o'erladen, for a draught of his sleepy wine. Hurrah for the coal-black wine! The scholar left all his learning, the poet his fancied woes, and the beauty her bloom returning, like life to the fading rose. Hurrah for the coal-black wine! All came to the royal old fellow, who laughed till his eyes dropped brine, as he gave them his hand so yellow, and pledged them in death's black wine. Hurrah, hurrah! Hurrah for the coal-black wine! By the epistle to What's His Name, Lamb refers to some lines to himself which had been printed first in the London Magazine in 1825, entitled The Epistle to Charles Lamb. See in the appendix. Madame Pasty, Proctor had some lines on Madame Pasta. My specimens, Lamb's dramatic specimens, which very likely suggested to Proctor the idea of dramatic fragments. Under the date November 30, 1832, an unsigned letter endorsed from Charles Lamb to Professor Wilson is printed in Mrs. Gordon's Christopher North, a memoir of John Wilson. Although in its first paragraph it might be Lamb's, there is evidence to the contrary in the remainder, and I have no doubt that the endorsement was a mistake. It is therefore not printed here. Letter 552. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. Dated by Forster at End, Dec. 1832. This is my notion. Wait till you are able to throw away a round sum, say £1,500, upon a speculation, and then don't do it. For all your loving encouragements, till this final damp came in the shape of your letter, thanks, for books also, greet the Fosters and Proctors, and come singly or conjunctively as soon as you can. Johnson and Fair's sheets have been washed, unless you prefer Danby's last bed at the Horseshoe. I assume Lamb's advice to refer to Moxon's intention of founding a paper called The Reflector, which Forster was to edit. All trace of this periodical has vanished, but it existed in December 1832 for 3 numbers and was then withdrawn. Lamb contributed to it. Johnson and Fair had just murdered, on December L9, a Mr. Danby at Enfield. They had met him in the Crown and Horseshoes. See note to next. Letter. Mr. W.C. Hazlitt prints a note to Moxon in his Bone edition, in which Lamb advises the withdrawal of the Reflector at once. This would be December 1832. Letter 553. Charles Lamb to John Forster. To Messrs. Bradbury and Evans, 14 Bouverie Street, Fleet Street, for the editor of The Reflector, from C. Lamb. P.M. Dec. 23, 1832. I am very sorry the poor Reflector is abortive. 'Twas a child of good promise for its weeks, but if the chances are so much against it, withdraw immediately. It is idle uphill waste of money to spend another stamp on it. Around the seal of this note are the words in Lamb's hand, Obiit Edwardus Reflector Armiger, 31 Dec. 1832. Natus tres hebdomidas, pax animi ejus. The newspaper stamp at that time was 4d, less 25%. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Louisa Badams, née Holcroft, dated December 31, 1832, not available for this edition, in which, after some plain speaking about the Westwoods, Lamb refers to the murder of Mr. Danby at Enfield by Fair and 2 other men on the night of December 19, and says that he had been in their company at the inn a little before, and the next morning was asked to give his evidence. Canon Anger says that Lamb's story is a hoax, but it reads reasonably enough and might as easily have happened as not. Letter 554. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, Jan, 1833. I have a proof from Dilke. That serves for next Saturday. What Forster had will serve a second. I sent you a third concluding article for him and us, a capital hit, I think, about Cervantes, of which I leave you to judge whether we shall not want it to print before a third or even second week. In that case, beg D to clap them in all at once, and keep the Athenaeums to print from. What I send is the concluding article of the painters. Soften down the title in the book too. Defect of the imaginative faculty in artists. Consult Dilke. Lamb's Elia essay, Barrenness of the Imaginative Faculty in the Production of Modern Art, intended originally for the Englishman's Magazine, was partly printed by Forster in the Reflector, and finally printed in full in the Athenaeum in January and February 1833. The reference to Don Quixote is at the end. Moxon was already printing the last essays of Elia. Consult Dilke was a favorite phrase with Lamb and Hood, and long before with Keats. Letter 555. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. Jan. 3 1833. Be sure and let me have the Athenaeum, or if they don't appear, the copy back again. I have no other. I am glad you are introduced to Rickman. Cultivate the introduction. I will not forget to write to him. I want to see Blackwood, but not without you. We are yet MLS. And so that is all I can remember. This is a corkscrew. Here is a florid corkscrew. C. Lamb, born 1775, flourished about the year 1832. C. L. Facet. Lamb refers still to the barrenness of imagination series. There are several scraps addressed by Lamb to Forster in the South Kensington Museum, but they are undated and of little importance. I append one or two here. Letter 556. Charles Lamb to John Forster. No date. Orders. Go to Dilke's or let Moxon and ask him to add this to what I sent him a few days since, or to continue it the week after. The planters and C are capital. Requests. Come down with M and Dante and Elia on Sunday. Elia. I don't mean at his house, but the Athenaeum office. Send it there, handshakes. The planters would probably be a reference to the family of Joseph. Planters of the British Museum. M and Dante and Elia would be Moxon. Carrie and Letitia Landon, the poetess, to whom Forster was for a while engaged. This letter, up to a certain point, was repeated as follows. It also is at South Kensington. Letter 557. Charles Lamb to John Forster. No date. I wish you'd go to Dilke's or let Moxon and ask him to add this to what I sent him a few days since, or to continue it the week after. The planters and C are capital. Come down with Proctor and Dante on Sunday. I send you the last proof, not of my friendship. I knew you would like the title. I do thoroughly. The last essays of Elia keeps out any notion of its being a second volume. Letter 558. Charles Lamb to John Forster. No date. There was a talk of Richmond on Sunday, but we were hampered with an unavoidable engagement that day, besides that I wish to show it you when the woods are in full leaf. Can you have a quiet evening here tonight or tomorrow night? We are certainly at home. Yours, C. Lamb. Friday. Letter 559. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. Jan. 24, 1833. Dear Murray Moxon, I am not to be making you pay postage every day, but cannot let pass the congratulations of sister, brother, and silk cloak, all most cordial on your change of place. Rogers approving, who can demur? Tell me when you get into Dover sent, and what the number is, that I may change foolscap for gilt, and plain Mr. for Esker. I shall Mr. you while you stay. If you are not too great to attend to it, I wish us to do without the sonnets of Sydney. 12 will take up as many pages and be too palpable a fill-up. Perhaps we may leave them out, retaining the article, but that is not worth saving. I hope you liked my Cervantes article, which I sent you yesterday. Not an inapt quotation, for your fallen predecessor in Albemarle Street, to whom you must give the coup du main. Murray, long enough his country's pride. Pope. Then, written at the bottom of the page and written on the next page, there's nothing over here. Moxon was moving from 64 New Bond Street to 33 Dover Street. Silk Cloak would, I imagine, probably be a name for Emma Isola. The sonnets of Sydney, Lamb's Elia essay on this subject. It was not omitted from the last essay which Moxon was to publish, and 11 sonnets were quoted. Your fallen predecessor. It is hardly needful to say that Moxon made very little difference to Murray's business. The line is from Pope's 6th epistle of the first book of Horace, to Mr. Murray, who afterwards was Earl of Mansfield. Letter 560. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. Feb 10 p.m. Febby 11, 1833. I wish you would omit, by the author of Elia, now, in advertising that damned devil's wedding. I had sneaking hopes you would have dropped in today, tease my poor birthday. Don't stay away so. Give Forster a hint, you are to bring your brother some day, sisters in better weather. Pray give me one line to say, if you received, and forwarded Emma's paquet to Miss Adams. And how Dover sent looks. Adieu. Is there no Blackwood this month? Added on cover. What separation will there be between the Friend's preface and the essays? Should not last essays and see head them? If 'tis too late, don't mind. I don't care a farthing about it. What separation? The last essays of Elia were preceded by a character of the late Elia. Here should come a letter from Lamb to Louisa Badams, dated February 15, 1833. Lamb begins with a further reference to the Enfield murder. He says that his sister and himself have got through the inferno with the help of Carey, and Mary is beginning Tasso. Letter 561. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, Feb. 1833. My dear M., I send you the last proof, not of my friendship, pray see to the finish. I think you will see the necessity of adding those words after. Preface and preface should be in the contents table. I take for granted you approve the title. I do thoroughly. Perhaps if you advertise it in full, as it now stands, the title page might have simply the last essays of Elia, to keep out any notion of its being a second vol. Well, I wish us luck heartily for your sake, who have smarted by me. Letter 562. Charles Lamb to T.N. Talfourd. February 1833. My dear T., now cannot I call him Sergeant, what is there in a coif? Those canvas sleeves protective from ink, when he was a lotchit, a chittyling, let the leathern apron be apocryphal, do more specially plead to the jury court of old memory. The costume, will he agonize it, was as of a desk fellow or socius pludii, methought I spied a brother. That familiarity is extinct for ever. Curse me if I can call him Mr. Sergeant, except, mark me, in company. Honor where honor is due, but should he ever visit us, do you think he ever will, Mary? What a distinction should I keep up between him and our less fortunate friend, H.C.R. Decent respect shall always be the crab's, but somehow short of reverence. Well, of my old friends, I have lived to see two knighted, one made a judge, another in a fair way to it. Why am I restive? Why stands my son upon Gibe? Variously, my dear Mrs. Talfourd, I can be more familiar with her. Mrs. Sergeant Talfourd, my sister prompts me, these ladies stand upon ceremonies. Has the congratulable news affected the members of our small community? Mary comprehended it at once and entered into it heartily. Mrs. W. was, as usual, perverse, wouldn't or couldn't understand it. A sergeant, she thought Mr. T. was in the law, didn't know that he ever listed. Emma alone truly sympathized. She had a silk gown come home that very day, and has precedence before her learned sisters accordingly. We are going to drink the health of Mr. and Mrs. Sergeant. with all the young surgeonry, and that is all that I can see that I shall get by the promotion. Valit et mementot amici quandam vestri humilimi. CL. Talford, who had been pupil of Joseph Chitty, had just become a sergeant. H.C.R. Crab Robinson. My old friends, Stoddart and Tuthill were knighted, Baron Field was a judge, Talford was to become both a knight and a judge. Mrs. W., Mrs. Westwood, I suppose. Letter 563. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, 1833. Dar let us see you and your brother on Sunday. The Elias are beautifully got up. Be cautious how you name the probability of bringing 'em ever out complete, till these are gone off. Everybody'd say, oh, I'll wait then. Ain't we to have a copy of the sonnets? Mind, I shall insist upon having no more copies, only I shall take 3 or 4 more of you at trade price. I am resolute about this. Yours ever. Letter 564. Charles Lamb to C.W. Dilke. P.M. Feb. 1833. Christian names of women. To Edith S. In Christian world, Mary the garland wears. Rebecca sweetens on a Hebrew's ear. Quakers for pure Priscilla are more clear. And the light goal by amorous Ninon swears. Among the lesser lights how Lucy shines. What air of fragrance Rosamund throws round. How like a hymn doth sweet Cecilia sound. Of Martha's and of Abigail's few lines have bragged in verse of coarsest household stuff. Should homely Joan be fashioned, but can you Barbara resist, or Marian? And is not Clare for love excuse enough? Yet by my faith in numbers I profess, these all than Saxon Edith please me less. Many thanks for the life you have given us, I am perfectly satisfied, but if you advert to it again, I give you a delicate hint. Barbara S. shadows under that name Miss Kelly's early life, and I had the anecdote beautifully from her. The sonnet, addressed to Edith Southey, was printed in the Athenaeum for March 9, 1833. For Barbara S., see Vol. Roman II of the present edition. Letter 565. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, early 1833. No writing and no word ever passed between Taylor or Hesse and me respecting copyright. This I can swear. They made a volume at their own will, and volunteered me a third of profits, which came to £30, which came to Bilk, and never came back to me. Proctor has acted a friendly part. When did he otherwise? I am very sorry to hear Mrs. P., as I suppose is not so well. I meditated a rallying epistle to him on his Gemini, his 2 soldiers, accusing him of having acted a notable piece of duplicity. But if his partner in the double-dealing suffers, it would be unseasonable. You cannot remember me to him too kindly. Your cheerful letter has relieved us from the dumps. All may be well. I rejoice at your letting your house so magnificently. Talford's letter may be directed to him on the Western Circuit. That is the way, send it. With Blackwood pray send Piazziana and a literary gazette if you have one. The Piazzi and that shall be immediately returned, and I keep mad. D'Arblay for you eventually, a long-winded reader at present having use of it. The weather is so queer that I will not say I expect you and see, but am prepared for the pleasure of seeing you when you can come. We had given you up, the postman being late, and Emma and I have 20 times this morning been to the door in the rain to spy for him coming. Well, I know it is not all settled, but your letter is cheerful and cheer-making. We join in triple love to you. Elia and Co. I am settled in any case to take at bookseller's price any copies I have more. Therefore oblige me by sending a copy of Elia to Coleridge and B. Barton, and enquire, at your leisure of course, how I can send one with a letter to Walter Savage Landor. These 3 put in your next bill on me. I am peremptory that it shall be so. These are all I can want. Is it the Western? He goes to reading and see. John Taylor, representing the firm of Taylor and Hesse, seems to have set up a claim of copyright in those essays. In the last essays of Elia, that were printed in the London magazine. For Proctor's part, see next letter. Piazziana, or Recollections of the Late Mrs. Piazzi, Johnson's Mrs. Thrale, was published in 1833. It was by the Rev. E. Mangan. Mad D'Arblay would be the memoirs of Dr. Burney, 1832, by his daughter Madame D'Arblay, Admiral Burney's niece. The book was severely handled in the Quarterly for April 1833. The following letter, which is undated, seems to refer to the difficulty mentioned above. Letter 566. Charles Lamb to B.W. Proctor. Enfield, Monday. Dear P., I have more than £30 in my house, and am independent of quarter-day, not having received my pension. Pray settle, I beg of you, the matter with Mr. Taylor. I know nothing of bills, but most gladly will I forward to you that sum for him, for Mary is very anxious that Moxon may not get into any litigation. The money is literally rotting in my desk for want of use. I should not interfere with M. Tell M, when you see him, but Mary is really uneasy, so lay it to that account, not mine. Yours ever and 2 Evers. C.L. Do it smack at once, and I will explain to M why I did it. It is simply done to ease her mind. When you have settled, write, and I'll send the bank notes to you twice, in halves. Deduct from it your share in broken bottles, which, you being capital in your lists, I take to be 2 shillings. Do it as you love Mary and me. Then Elia's himself again. Letter 567. Charles Lamb to William Hone. March 6, 1833. Dear friend, thee hast sent a Christian epistle to me, and I should not feel clear if I neglected to reply to it, which would have been sooner if that vain young man, to whom thou didst entrust it, had not kept it back. We should rejoice to see thy outward man here, especially on a day which should not be a first day, being liable to worldly callers in on that day. Our little book is delayed by a heathenish injunction, threatened by the man Taylor. Canst thou copy and send, or bring with thee, a vanity in verse, which in my younger days I wrote on Friend Adair's pictures? Thou wilt find it in the book called the Table Book. Tryphena and Tryphosa, whom the world calleth Mary and Emma, greet you with me. C.H. Lamb. 6th of 3d month, 4th day. On this letter is written by Hone in pencil. This acknowledges a note from me to C.L. written in January preceding and sent by young Will Hazlitt, received in my paralysis, March 1833. On this day Lamb gave Hone 2 books with the same inscription in each, very tipsily written. Letter 568. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. March 19, 1833. I shall expect Forster and 2 Moxons on Sunday, and hope for Proctor. I am obliged to be in town next Monday. Could we contrive to make a party, paying or not is immaterial, for Miss Kelly's that night, and can you shelter us after the play, I mean Emma and me? I fear I cannot persuade Mary to join us. N.B. I can sleep at a public house. Send an Elia, mind, I insist on buying it to T. Manning-esque, at Sir G. Tuthill's, Cavendish Square. Do write. Miss Kelly was then giving an entertainment called Dramatic Recollections at the Strand Theatre. Letter 569. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, spring, 1833. 1 o'clock. This instant received, this instant I answer yours. Dr. Cresswell has 1 copy, which I cannot just now redemand, because at his desire I have sent a Satan to him, which when he asked for, I frankly told him, was imputed a lampoon on him. I have sent it him, and cannot, till we come to explanation, go to him or send. But on the faith of a gentleman, you shall have it back some day for another. The 3 I send, I think 2 of the blunders perfectly immaterial, but your feelings, and I fear pocket, is everything. I have just time to pack this off by the 2 o'clock stage, yours till me meet. At all events, I behave more gentlemanlike than Emma did in returning the copies. Yours till we meet, do come. Bring the sonnets. Why not publish M, or let another bookseller Dr. Cresswell was vicar of Edmonton, having married the daughter of a tailor, or so Mr. Fuller Russell states in his account of a conversation with Lamb in Notes and Queries. He was in danger of being ribaldly associated with Satan's matrimonial adventures in Lamb's ballad. I cannot explain to what book Lamb refers, possibly to the last essays of Elia, which Moxon, having found errors in, wished to withdraw, substituting another. The point probably cannot be cleared up. The sonnets would be Moxon's own, which he had printed privately, see a later letter. Letter 570. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. March 30, 1833. Dar Emma and we are delighted with the sonnets, and she with her nice Walton. Mary is deep in the novel. Come as early as you can. I stupidly overlooked your proposal to meet you in Green Lanes, for in some strange way I burnt my leg, Shinquarter, at Forster's. It is laid up on a stool, and Asperia attends. You'll see us all as usual, about Taylor, when you come. Yours ever, C.L. Or the night I came home, for I felt it not bad till yesterday, but I scarce can hobble across the room. I have secured 4 places for night, in haste. Mary and I do not dream of anything we have discussed. I fancy that the last sentence refers to an offer for Miss Isola's hand, which Moxon had just made to Lamb. Letter 571. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, spring, 1833. Dear M., many thanks for the books. The Faust I will acknowledge to the author, but most thanks for one immortal sentence: if I do not cheat him, never trust me again. I do not know whether to admire most the wit or justness of the sentiment. It has my cordial approbation. My sense of meum and tuum applauds it. I maintain it. The 8th commandment hath a secret special reservation, by which the reptile is exempt from any protection from it. As a dog or a nigger, he is not a holder of property. Not a ninth of what he detains from the world is his own. Keep your hands from picking and stealing is no ways referable to his acquists. I doubt whether bearing false witness against thy neighbor at all contemplated this possible scrub. Could Moses have seen the speck in vision? An ex post facto law alone could relieve him, and we are taught to expect no 11th commandment. The outlaw to the Mosaic dispensation, unworthy to have seen Moses behind, to lay his desecrating hands upon Elia, has the irreverent arch-toucher been struck blind, I wonder? The more I think of him, the less I think of him. His meanness is invisible with aid of solar microscope. My moral eye smarts at him. The less flea that bites little fleas, the great beast, the beggarly nit. More when we mate. Mind you'll come, 2 of you, and couldn't you go off in the morning, that we may have a day-long curse at him, if curses are not dishallowed by descending so low. Amen. Maledicature in extremis. Abraham Hayward's translation of Faust was published by Moxon in February 1833. Lamb's letter of thanks was said by the late Edmund Yates to be a very odd one. I have not seen it. We may perhaps assume that Moxon's reply to Lamb's letter stating that Taylor's claim had been paid contained the immortal sentence, not a ninth, a tailor is only a ninth of a man. The less flea, remembering Swift's lines in On Poetry, a Rhapsody. So naturalists observe, a flea has smaller fleas that on him prey, and these have smaller still to bite him, and so proceed ad infinitum. Letter 572. Charles Lamb to John Forster. No date, March 1833. Swallow your damned dinner and your brandy and water fast, and come immediately. I want to take Knowles in to Emma's only female friend for 5 minutes only, and we are free for the evening. I'll do a prologue. The prologue was for Sheridan Knowles' play The Wife. Lamb wrote both prologue and epilogue, see Vol, Roman 4. Letter 573. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. No date, April 10, 1833. Dear M., the first oak sonnet and the nightingale may show their faces in any annual unblushing. Some of the others are very good. The Sabbath too much, what you have written before. You are destined to shine in sonnets, I tell you. Shall we look for you Sunday? We did in vain Good Friday, April 5. A signature was added by Mrs. Moxon for Mr. Frederick Locker Lampson, evidently from another letter. Your truest friend. C. Lamb. Letter 574. Charles Lamb to C. W. Dilke. No date, April, 1833. Dear Sir, I read your note in a moment of great perturbation with my landlady and chucked it in the fire, as I should have done an epistle of Paul, but as far as my sister recalls the import of it, I reply. The sonnets, 36 of them, have never been printed, much less published, till the other day, save that a few of them have come out in annuals. 2 vols of poetry of Ems have been published, but they were not these. The Nightingale has been in one of those gewgaws, the annuals. Whether the other I sent you has or not, penitus ignoro, but for heaven's sake do with them what you like. Yours, C.L. The proof sheets only were in my hand about a fortnight ago. Moxon's sonnets were reviewed, probably by Lamb, in the Athenaeum for April 13, 1833. The sonnet to the Nightingale see above was quoted. This review will be found in Vol. I of the present edition. Letter 575. Charles Lamb to Mrs. William Ayrton. P.M. April 16, 1833. Dear Mrs. Ayrton, I do not know which to admire most, your kindness or your patience, in copying out that intolerable rabble of Pengrick from over the Atlantic. By the way, now your hand is in, I wish you would copy out for me the L3rd LTH and 24th of Barrow's sermons in folio, and all of Tillotson's folio also, except the first, which I have in manuscript, and which, you know, is Ayrton's favorite. Then, but I won't trouble you any farther just now. Why does not a come and see me? Can't he and Henry Crabbe concert it? Tea's as easy as lying is to me. Mary's kindest love to you both. Elia. The letter is accompanied by a note in the writing of William Scrope. Ayrton, the son of William Ayrton, copied from Mrs. Ayrton's diary. March 17, 1833. Copied a critique upon Elia's works from the Mirror of America, a sort of newspaper. Letter 576. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. April 25, 1833. My dear Moxon, we perfectly agree in your arrangement. It has quite set my sister's mind at rest. She will come with you on Sunday and return at eve, and I will make comfortable arrangements with the Buffams. We desire to have you here dining unwestwarded, and I will try and get you a bottle of choice port. I have transferred the stock I told you to Emma. The plan of the Buffams steers admirably between 2 niceties. Tell Emma we thoroughly approve it. As our damned times is a day after the fair, I am setting off to Enfield Highway to see in a morning paper, alas, the publicans, how the play ran. Pray, bring 4 orders for Mr. Asperry, undated. In haste, not for neglect. Yours ever, C. Lamb. Thursday. Lamb evidently refers to Moxon's engagement to Miss Isola being now settled. The play was Sheridan Knowles, The Wife, produced on April 24. The Buffams were the landladies of the house in Southampton Buildings, where Lamb lodged in town. Letter 577. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. April 27, 1833. Dear M. Mary and I are very poorly. Asperry says T's nothing but influenza. Mr. W. appears all but dying. He is delirious. Mrs. W. was taken so last night that Mary was obliged at midnight to knock up Mrs. Waller to come and sit up with her. We have had a sick child who, sleeping or not sleeping, next me with a pasteboard partition between, killed my sleep. The little bastard is gone. My bedfellows are cough and cramp. We sleep 3 in a bed. Domestic arrangements, Blue Butcher and all devolve on Mary. Don't come yet to this house of pest and age. We propose, when E and you agree on the time, to come up and meet her at the Buffams, say a week hence, but do you make the appointment? The Lachlan's send her their love. I do sadly want those 2 last Hogarths, and ain't I to have the play? Mind our spirits are good, and we are happy in your happinesses. CL. Our old and ever loves to dear M. Mr. W. was Mr. Westwood. I know nothing of the Lachlands. The play would be The Wife, probably. Miss Isola was, I imagine, staying with the Moxons. Letter 578. Charles Lamb to the Rev. James Gilman. May 7, 1833. By a strange occurrence, we have quitted Enfield forever. Oh, the happy eternity! Who is vicar or lecturer for that detestable place concerns us not. But a sparry, surgeon, and a good fellow has offered to get you a mover and seconder, and you may use my name freely to him. Except him and Dr. Cresswell, I have no respectable acquaintance in the dreary village. At least my friends are all in the public line, and it might not suit to have it moved at a special vestry by John Gage at the Crown and Horseshoe, licensed victualler, and seconded by Joseph Horner of the Green Dragon, ditto, that the Rev. J.G. is a fit person to be lecturer, and C. My dear James, I wish you all success, but am too full of my own emancipation almost to congratulate anyone else. With both our loves to your father and mother and glorious STC. Yours, C. Lamb. The Rev. James Gilman was the eldest son of Coleridge's physician and friend. He was born in 1808 and ordained in 1831. He thought in 1833 of standing as candidate for the vicarship of Enfield, but did not obtain it. After acting as undermaster of Highgate Grammar School, he became in 1836 rector of Barfrestone in Kent. In 1847, he became vicar of Holy Trinity, Lambeth. He died in 1877. Mary Lamb, having become ill again, had been moved to Edmonton, to a private home for mental patients. Lamb followed her soon after and settled in the same house. It still stands, 1912, almost exactly as in the Lamb's day. Letter 579. Charles Lamb to John Forster. No date, May, 1833. Dr. Can you oblige me by sending 4 box orders undated for the Olympic Theatre? I suppose Knowles can get 'em. It is for the Waldens, with whom I live. The sooner, the better, that they may not miss the wife. I meet you at the Talfords Saturday week, and if they can't, perhaps you can, give me a bed. Yours ratherish, unwell. C. Lamb. Mr. Walden's, Church Street, Edmonton. Or write immediately to say, if you can't get M. Knowles' play The Wife, produced at Covent Garden, was moved to the Olympic on May 9. Letter 580. Charles Lamb to John Forster. P.M. May 12, 1833. Dear boy, I send you the original Elias, complete. When I am a little composed, I shall hope to see you and Proctor here. May see you first in London. C.L. In the Dice and Forster collection at South Kensington are preserved some of these MSS. Here should come a letter to Miss Rickman, dated May 23, 1833. Perhaps, as Miss Kelly is just now in notoriety, it may amuse you to know that Barbara S. is all of it true of her, being all communicated to me from her own mouth. The wedding you of course found out to be Sally Burney's. Letter 581. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. End of May nearly, 1833. Dear Wordsworth, your letter, save in what respects your dear sister's health, cheered me in my new solitude. Mary is ill again. Her illnesses encroach yearly. The last was 3 months, followed by 2 of depression most dreadful. I look back upon her earlier attacks with longing. Nice little durations of 6 weeks or so, followed by complete restoration, shocking as they were to me then. In short, half her life she is dead to me, and the other half is made anxious with fears and lookings forward to the next shock. With such prospects, it seemed to me necessary that she should no longer live with me and be fluttered with continual removals, so I am come to live with her at a Mr. Walden's and his wife, who take in patients and have arranged to lodge and board us only. They have had the care of her before. I see little of her, alas, I too often hear her, sunt lacrimae rerum, and you and I must bear it. To lay a little more load on it, a circumstance has happened, cujus pars magna fui, and which at another crisis I should have more rejoiced in. I am about to lose my old and only walk companion, whose mirthful spirits were the youth of our house, Emma Isola. I have her here now for a little while, but she is too nervous properly to be under such a roof, so she will make short visits, be no more an inmate. With my perfect approval, and more than concurrence, she is to be wedded to Moxon at the end of August. So perish the roses and the flowers, how is it? Now to the brighter side, I am emancipated from most hated and detestable people, the Westwoods. I am with attentive people, and younger. I am 3 or 4 miles nearer the great city, coaches half price less, and going always, of which I will avail myself. I have few friends left there, 1 or 2 though most beloved. But London streets and faces cheer me inexpressibly, though of the latter not one known one were remaining. Thank you for your cordial reception of Elia. In turn knows the Ariadne is not a darling with me, several incongruous things are in it, but in the composition it served me as illustrative. I want you in the popular fallacies to like the home that is no home, and rising with the lark. I am feeble, but cheerful in this my genial hot weather, walked 16 miles yesterday. I can't read much in summer time. With very kindest love to all, and prayers for dear Dorothy. I remain most attachedly yours, C. Lamb. At Mr. Walden's, Church Street, Edmonton, Middlesex. Moxon has introduced Emma to Rogers, and he smiles upon the project. I have given my Milton, will you pardon me, in part of a portion. It hangs famously in his Murray-like shop. On the wrapper is written, Dar Moxon, enclose this in a better-looking paper, and get it franked, and goodbye till Sunday. Come early. CL. The Ariadne. See the essay on barrenness of the imaginative faculty, where Titian's Bacchus and Ariadne in the National Gallery is highly praised. C. Vol. Roman II. Wordsworth's favorite essays in this volume were The Wedding and Old China. My Milton, against the reference to the portrait of Milton, in the postscript, someone, possibly Wordsworth, has penciled a note, now only partially legible. It runs thus: it had been proposed by L that W.W. should be the possessor of this picture, his friend, and that afterwards it was to be bequeathed to Christ's Call, Cambridge. Lamb had given Wordsworth in 1820 a copy of Paradise Regained, 1671, with this inscription, C. Lamb to the best knower of Milton, and therefore the worthiest occupant of this pleasant edition. June 2 D. 1820. Letter 582. Charles Lamb to Sarah Hazlitt. Dated at end, Mr. Walden's, Church Street, Edmonton, May 31, 1833. Dear Mrs. Hazlitt, I will assuredly come and find you out when I am better. I am driven from house and home by Mary's illness. I took a sudden resolution to take my sister to Edmonton, where she was under medical treatment last time, and have arranged to board and lodge with the people. Thank God, I have repudiated Enfield. I have got out of hell, despair of heaven, and must sit down contented in a halfway purgatory. Thus ends this strange, eventful history. But I am nearer town, and will get up to you somehow before long. I repent not of my resolution. 'Tis late, and my hand unsteady, so good be I till we meet. Your old CL. Letter 583. Charles Lamb to Mary Betham. June 5, 1833. Dear Mary Betham, I remember you all, and tears come out when I think on the years that have separated us. That dear Anne should so long have remembered us affects me. My dear Mary, my poor sister is not, nor will be for 2 months, perhaps capable of appreciating the kind old long memory of dear Anne. But not a penny will I take, and I can answer for my Mary when she recovers, if the sum left can contribute in any way to the comfort of Matilda. We will have it, or we will take a bit of it, as a token, rather than wrong her. So pray consider it as an amicable arrangement. I write in great haste, or you won't get it before you go. We do not want the money, but if dear Matilda does not much want it, why, we will take our thirds. God bless you. C. Lamb. Miss Betham's sister, Anne, who had just died, had left £30 to Mary Lamb. Mr. Ernest Betham allows me to take this note from a house of letters. Letter 584. Charles Lamb to Matilda Betham. June 5, 1833. Dear Miss Betham, I sit down very poorly to write to you, being come to Mr. Walden's, Church Street, Edmonton, to be altogether with poor Mary, who is very ill as usual, only that her illnesses are now as many months, as they used to be weeks in duration. The reason your letter only just found me. I am saddened with the havoc death has made in your family. I do not know how to appreciate the kind regard of dear Anne. Mary will understand it 2 months hence, I hope, but neither she nor I would rob you if the legacy will be of use to or comfort to you. My hand shakes so I can hardly write. On Saturday week I must come to town and will call on you in the morning before 1 o'clock, till when I take kindest leave. Your old friend, C. Lamb. Here should come a note from Lamb to Mrs. Randall Norris, postmarked July 10, 1833, which encloses a note from Joseph Jekyll, the old bencher, thanking Lamb for a presentation copy of the last essays of Elia, I hope not the last essays of Elia, and asking him to accompany Mrs. Norris and her daughters on a visit to him. Jekyll adds that poor George Dyer, blind, but as usual cheerful and content, often gives good accounts of you. Here should come notes to Allsop, declining an invitation to Highgate, and to a Mr. Tuff, warning him to be quick to use some theatre tickets which Lamb had sent him. Letter 585. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. July 14, 1833. Dear M, the Hogarths are delicate. Perhaps it will amuse Emma to tell her that a day or two since, Miss Norris, Betsy, called to me on the road from London from a gig conveying her to Widford, and engaged me to come down this afternoon. I think I shall stay only one night. She would have been glad of ease accompaniment, but I would not disturb her, and Mrs. N. is coming to town on Monday, so it would not have suited. Also, C.V. Le Grice gave me a dinner at Johnny Gilpin's yesterday, where we talked of what old friends were taken or left in the 30 years since we had met. I shall hope to see her on Tuesday. To bless you both. C.L. Friday. Le Grice we have met. Johnny Gilpin's was the belle at Edmonton. Here should come another note from Lamb to Mrs. Randall Norris, in which Lamb says that he reached home safely and thanks her for 3 agreeable days. Also he sends some little books, which were, I take it, copies of Moxon's private reissue of Poetry for Children. Mr. W.C. Hazlitt records that a letter from Lamb to Miss Norris was in existence, in which the writer gave minute and humorous instructions for his own funeral, even specifying the number of nails which he desired to be inserted in his coffin. Letter 586. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. July 24, 1833. For God's sake, give Emma no more watches. One has turned her head. She is arrogant and insulting. She said something very unpleasant to our old clock in the passage, as if he did not keep time, and yet he had made her no appointment. She takes it out every instant to look at the moment hand. She lugs us out into the fields, because there the bird boys ask you, pray, sir, can you tell us what's o'clock? And she answers them punctually. She loses all her time looking what the time is. I overheard her whispering, just so many hours, minutes, and see to Tuesday. I think St. George's goes too slow. This little present of time, why, 'tis eternity to her. What can make her so fond of a gingerbread watch? She has spoiled some of the movements. Between ourselves, she has kissed away 12:30, which I suppose to be the canonical hour in Hanover Esq. Well, if love me, love my watch, answers, she will keep time to you. It goes right by the Horse Guards. On the next page. Emma hast kissed this yellow wafer, a hint. Dearest M. Never mind opposite nonsense. She does not love you for the watch, but the watch for you. I will be at the wedding, and keep the 30 July as long as my poor months last me, as a festival gloriously. Your ever, Elia. We have not heard from Cambridge. I will write the moment we do. Edmonton, 24th July, 3 post mer, minutes 4 instants by Emma's watch. There used to be preserved at Rowfant, It is now in America. A letter from Lamb to Moxon, postmarked July 28, 1833, mentioning Lamb's anxiety about Martin Burney. It is unnecessary to print this. Letter 587. Charles and Mary Lamb to Edward and Emma Moxon. No date, July 31, 1833. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Moxon, time very short. I wrote to Miss Fryer and had the sweetest letter about you, Emma, that ever friendship dictated. I am full of good wishes, I am crying with good wishes, she says, but you shall see it. Dear Moxon, I take your writing most kindly, and shall most kindly your writing from Paris. I want to crowd another letter to Miss Fryer into the little time after dinner, before post time. So, with 20,000 congratulations. Yours, C.L. I am calm, sober, happy, turn over for the reason. I got home from Dover St. by Evans, half as sober as a judge. I am turning over a new leaf, as I hope you will now. On the next leaf, Mary Lamb wrote, My dear Emma and Edward Moxon, accept my sincere congratulations, and imagine more good wishes than my weak nerves will let me put into good set words. The dreary blank of unanswered questions which I ventured to ask in vain was cleared up on the wedding day by Mrs. W. Taking a glass of wine, and with a total change of countenance, begged leave to drink Mr. and Mrs. Moxon's health. It restored me from that moment, as if by an electrical stroke, to the entire possession of my senses. I never felt so calm and quiet after a similar illness as I do now. I feel as if all tears were wiped from my eyes and all care from my heart. Mary Lamb. At the foot of this letter, Charles Lamb added, Wednesday. Dears again. Your letter interrupted a 7th game at piquet which we were having, after walking to Wright's and purchasing shoes. We pass our time in cards, walks, and reading. We attack Tasso soon. C.L. Never was such a calm or such a recovery. Tease her own words, undictated. The marriage of Edward Moxon and Emma Isola was celebrated on July 30. They afterwards went to Paris. Mrs. W., Mrs. Walden, I imagine. Here should come an amusing but brief account of the wedding sent by Lamb to Louisa Badams on August 20, printed by Canon Anger. I am not fit for weddings or burials, both incite a chuckle, a sentiment which Lamb more than once expresses. Here should come a note thanking Matilda Betham for some bridal verses written for the wedding of Edward Moxon and Emma Isola. In haste and headache. Letter 588. Charles Lamb to H.F. Carey. Sept. 9th, 1833. Dear Sir, your packet I have only just received, owing, I suppose, to the absence of Moxon, who is flaunting it about a La Parisienne with his new bride, our Emma, much to his satisfaction and not a little to our dullness. We shall be quite well by the time you return from Worcestershire, and most, observe the repetition, glad to see you here or anywhere. I will take my time with Darley's act. I wish poets would write a little plainer. He begins some of his words with a letter which is unknown to the English typography. Yours most truly, C. Lamb. P.S. Pray let me know when you return. We are at Mr. Walden's, Church Street, Edmonton, no longer at Enfield. You will be amused to hear that my sister and I have, with the aid of Emma, scrambled through the inferno by the blessed furtherance of your Polar Star translation. I think we scarce left anything unmade out, but our partner has left us, and we have not yet resumed. Mary's chief pride in it was that she should some day brag of it to you. Your Dante and Sandys, Ovid, are the only helpmates of translations. Neither of you shirk a word. Fairfax's Tasso is no translation at all. It's better in some places, but it merely observes the number of stanzas. As for images, similes, and he finds them himself, and never troubles Peter for the matter. In haste, dear Gary, yours ever, C. Lamb. Has Moxon sent you Elia, 2nd volume? If not, he shall. Taylor and we are at law about it. Darley's act, not now identifiable, I think. Taylor and we, The case had apparently not been settled by Proctor. I have not found any report of a lawsuit. Letter 589. Charles and Mary Lamb to Edward Moxon. PM Sep 26, 1833. Thursday. We shall be most happy to see Emma, dear to everybody. Mary's spirits are much better, and she longs to see again our 12 years' friend. You shall afternoon sip with me a bottle of super-excellent port, after deducting a dinner glass for them. We rejoice to have come the first visit without Miss, who I trust will yet behave well, but she might perplex Mary with questions. Pindar sadly wants preface and notes. Pray get to Snow Hill before 12, for we dine before 2. We will make it 2. By mistake I gave you Miss Betham's letter with the exquisite verses, which pray return to me, or if it be an improved copy, give me the other and albumize mine, keeping the signature. It is too pretty a family portrait for you not to cherish. Your loving friends. C. Lamb. M. Lamb. Pindar was Carey's edition, which Moxon had just published. Miss Betham's verses I am sorry not to be able to give, but the following poem was addressed to Moxon by Lamb and printed in the Athenaeum for December 7, 1833. To a friend on his marriage. What makes a happy wedlock? What is fate? Not given to thee in thy well-chosen mate. Good sense, good humor, these are trivial things. Dear M, that each trite encomias sings. But she hath these and more, a mind exempt from every low-bred passion, where contempt, nor envy, nor detraction ever found. A harbor yet, an understanding sound. Just views of right and wrong, perception full of the deformed and of the beautiful. In life and manners, wit above her sex, which as a gem her sprightly converse decks. Exuberant fancies, prodigal of mirth, to gladden woodland walk or winter hearth. A noble nature, conqueror in the strife of conflict with a hard, discouraging life. Strengthening the veins of virtue past the power of those whose days have been one silken hour. Spoiled fortune's pampered offspring, a keen sense alike of benefit and of offense, with reconcilement quick that instant springs from the charged heart with nimble angel wings, while grateful feelings, like a signet signed by a strong hand, seem burnt into her mind. If these, dear friend, a dowry can confer, richer than land, thou hast them all in her. And beauty, which some hold the chiefest boon, is in thy bargain for a make-weight throne. Letter 590. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. PM Oct. 17, 1833. Dear M, get me Shirley, there's a dear fellow, and send it soon. We sadly want books, and this will be readable again and again, and pay itself. Tell Emma I grieve for the poor self-punishing, self-baffling lady. With all our hearts we grieve for the pain and vexation she has encountered, but we do not swerve a pin's thought from the propriety of your measures. God comfort her, and there's an end of a painful necessity. But I am glad she goes to see her. Let her keep up all the kindness she can between them. In a week or two, I hope Mary will be stout enough to come among ye, but she is not now, and I have scruples of coming alone, as she has no pleasant friend to sit with her in my absence. We are lonely. I fear the visits must be mostly from you. By the way, omnibuses are one's 3D, and coach insides sunk to L6. A hint. Without disturbance to yourselves, or upsetting the economy of the dear new mistress of a family, come and see us as often as ever you can. We are so out of the world that a letter from either of you now and then, detailing anything, book or town news, is as good as a newspaper. I have desperate colds, cramps, megrims, and see, but do not despond. My fingers are numbed, as you see by my writing. Tell E I am very good also. But we are poor devils, that's the truth of it. I won't apply to Dilk, just now at least. I sincerely hope the pastoral air of Dover sent will recruit poor Harriet, with best loves to all. Yours ever, C.L. Ryle and Lowe dined here on Sunday. The manners of the latter, so gentlemanly, have attracted the special admiration of our landlady. She guessed are to be nearly of my age. He always had an old head on young shoulders. I fear I shall always have the opposite. Tell me anything of Foster Forster or anybody. Write anything you think will amuse me. I do dearly hope in a week or two to surprise you with our appearance in Dover. Sent. Shirley would be Dice's edition of James Shirley, the dramatist, in 6 volumes, 1833. Harriet was Harriet Isola. Ryle and Lowe. Ryle we have met, but I do not identify Lowe. I have omitted some lines about family matters at the end of the letter. Letter 591. Charles Lamb to Edward and Emma Moxon. Nov. 29th, 1833. Mary is of opinion with me that 2 of these sonnets are of a higher grade than any poetry you have done yet. The one to Emma is so pretty. I have only allowed myself to transpose a word in the 3rd line. Sacred shall it be for any intermeddling of mine. But we jointly beg that you will make 4 lines in the room of the 4 last. Read Darby and Joan in Mrs. Moxon's first album. There you'll see how beautiful in age the looking back to youthful years in an old couple is. But it is a violence to the feelings to anticipate that time in youth. I hope you and Emma will have many a quarrel and many a make-up, and she is beautiful in reconciliation. Before the dark days shall come, in which ye shall say, there is small comfort in them. You have begun a sort of character of Emma in them very sweetly. Carry it on, if you can, through the last lines. I love the sonnet to my heart, and you shall finish it, and I'll be damned if I furnish a line towards it. So much for that. The next best is to the ocean. Ye gallant winds, if e'er your lusty cheeks blue longing lover to his mistress sighed. Oh, puff your loudest, spread the canvas wide. Is spirited, the last line I altered, and have re-altered it as it stood. It is closer, these 2 are your best, but take a good deal of time in finishing the first. How proud should Emma be of her poets. Perhaps, O ocean, though I like it, is too much of the open vowels. Which Pope objects to, great ocean, is obvious, to save sad thoughts. I think is better, though not good, than for the mind to save herself. But 'tis a noble sonnet. St. Cloud, I have no fault to find with. If I return the sonnets, think it no disrespect, for I look for a printed copy. You have done better than ever, and now for a reason I did not notice 'em earlier. On Wednesday they came, and on Wednesday I was a-gadding. Mary gave me a holiday, and I set off to Snow Hill. From Snow Hill I deliberately was marching down, with noble Holborn before me, framing in mental cogitation a map of the dear London in prospect, thinking to traverse Wardour Street, and see, when diabolically I was interrupted by hey-ho, little Barrow. Emma knows him, and prevailed on to spend the day at his sister's, where was an album and march of intellect, plenty of literary conversation, and more acquaintance with the state of modern poetry than I could keep up with. I was positively distanced. Noel's play, which, epilogued by me, lay on the piano, alone made me hold up my head. When I came home I read your letter, and glimpsed at your beautiful sonnet. Fair art them as the morning, my young bride, and dwelt upon it in a confused brain, but determined not to open them till next day, being in a state not to be told of at Chatteris. Tell it not in Gath, Emma, lest the daughters triumph. I am at the end of my tether. I wish you could come on Tuesday with your fair bride. Why can't you? Do. We are thankful to your sister for being of the party. Come, and bring a sonnet on Mary's birthday. Love to the whole Moxonry, and tell I every day love her more and miss her less. Tell her so from her loving uncle, as she has let me call myself. I bought a fine embossed card yesterday, and wrote for the Ponbro Cress's album. She is a Miss Brown, engaged to a Mr. White. One of the lines was, I forget the rest, but she had them at 24 hours' notice. She is going out to India with her husband. May your fame and fortune, Francis, whiten with your name. Not bad as a pun. I will expect you before 2 on Tuesday. I am well and happy, tell E. Moxon subsequently published his sonnets in 2 parts, one of which was dedicated to his brother and one to Wordsworth. There are several to his wife, so that it is difficult to identify that in which the last lines were to be altered. Mrs. Moxon's first album was an extract book in which Lamb had copied a number of old ballads and other poems. I quote one of Moxon's many sonnets to Emma Moxon. Fair art thou as the morning, my young bride. Her freshness is about thee, like a river, to the sea gliding, with sweet murmur ever. Thou sportest, and wherever thou dost glide, humanity a livelier aspect wears. Fair art thou as the morning of that land, where Tuscan breezes in his youth have fanned. Thy grandsire oft, thou hast not many tears, save such as pity from the heart will wring. And then there is a smile in thy distress. Meeker thou art than lily of the spring, yet is thy nature full of nobleness, and gentle ways that soothe and raise me so, that henceforth I no worldly sorrow know. Hey-ho, little Barrow, I cannot identify this acquaintance. Knowles's play, The Wife, prologued by Lamb 2. At Chatteris, I cannot say who were the teetotal or abstinent. Philistines. Mary's birthday. Mary Lamb would be 69 on December 3, 1833. Lamb's verses to Miss Brown seem to be no longer preserved. Mr. Hazlitt prints a letter to Miss Frances Brown, wherein Lamb offers the verses, adding, I hope your sweetheart's name is white, else it would spoil all. Maybe tea's black, then we must alter it, and may your fortunes blacken with your name. Letter 592. Charles Lamb to Charles Wentworth Dilke. No date, middle deck, 1833. I hoped R would like his sonnet, but I feared S that fine old man might not quite like the turn of it. This last was penned almost literally extempore. Your laureate. Is S Christian name Thomas, if not corrected? R. Rogers S. Stothard, see next letter. Letter 593. Charles Lamb to Samuel Rogers. No date, probably Saturday, December 21, 1833. My dear sir, your book, by the unremitting punctuality of your publisher, has reached me thus early. I have not opened it, nor will till tomorrow, when I promise myself a thorough reading of it. The Pleasures of Memory was the first school present I made to Mrs. Moxon. It had those nice wood cuts, and I believe she keeps it still. Believe me, that all the kindness you have shown to the husband of that excellent person seems done unto myself. I have tried my hand at a sonnet in the Times, but the turn I gave it, though I hoped it would not displease you, I thought might not be equally agreeable to your artist. I met that dear old man at poor Henry's, with you, and again at Carey's, and it was sublime to see him sit deaf and enjoy all that was going on in mirth with the company. He reposed upon the many graceful, many fantastic images he had created. With them he dined and took wine. I have ventured at an antagonist copy of verses in the Athenaeum to him, in which he is as everything and you as nothing. He is no lawyer who cannot take two sides, but I am jealous of the combination of the sister arts. Let them sparkle apart. What injury short of the theatres did not Boydell's Shakespeare Gallery do me with Shakespeare? To have Opie's Shakespeare, Northcote's Shakespeare, light-headed Fuseli's Shakespeare, heavy-headed Romney's Shakespeare, wooden-headed West's Shakespeare, though he did the best in Lear, deaf-headed Reynolds's Shakespeare, instead of my and everybody's Shakespeare. To be tied down to an authentic face of Juliet, to have Imogen's portrait, to confine the illimitable, I like you and Stothard you best, but out upon this half-faced fellowship. Sir, when I have read the book I may trouble you, through Moxon, with some faint criticisms. It is not the flatteringest compliment in a letter to an author to say you have not read his book yet. But the devil of a reader he must be who prances through it in 5 minutes, and no longer have I received the parcel. It was a little tantalizing to me to receive a letter from Landor, Gebir Landor from Florence, to say he was just sitting down to read my Elia, just received, but the letter was to go out before the reading. There are calamities in authorship which only authors know. I am going to call on Moxon on Monday, if the throng of carriages in Dover Street on the morn of publication do not barricade me out. With many thanks and most respectful remembrances to your sister. Yours, C. Lamb. Have you seen Coleridge's happy exemplification in English of the Ovidian elegiac meter? In the hexameter rises the fountain's silvery current. In the pentameter I, falling in melody down. My sister is papering up the book, careful soul. Moxon published a superb edition of Rogers' poems illustrated by Turner and Stothard. Lamb had received an advance copy, the sonnet to Rogers in the Times was printed on December 13, 1833. It ran thus: To Samuel Rogers, Esquire, on the new edition of his Pleasures of Memory. When thy gay book hath paid its proud devoirs, poetic friend, and fed with luxury the eye of pampered aristocracy, in glittering drawing-rooms and gilt boudoirs, o'erlaid with comments of pictorial art, however rich and rare, yet nothing leaving of healthful action to the soul conceiving of the true reader, yet a nobler part awaits thy work, already classic styled, cheap-clad, accessible in homeliest show. The modest beauty through the land shall go from year to year and render life more mild. Refinement to the poor man's hearth shall give, and in the moral heart of England live. See Lamb. Thomas Stothard, then in his 79th year, Lamb had met at Henry Rogers, who had died at Christmas, 1832. The following was the copy of verses printed in the Athenaeum, December 21, 1833. That most romantic tale was Peter Wilkins. To T. Stothard, Esq. On his illustrations of the poems of Mr. Rogers, consummate artist whose undying name with classic Rogers shall go down to fame. Be this thy crowning work in my young days. How often have I, with a child's fond gaze, pored on the pictured wonders thou hadst done. Clarissa mournful and prim Grandison, all Fielding's, Smollett's heroes rose to view. I saw, and I believed the phantoms true. But above all, that most romantic tale did o'er my raw credulity prevail, where glums and gories, where mysterious things that serve at once for jackets and for wings. Age that enfeebles other men's designs, but heightens thine, and thy free draught refines. In several ways distinct you make us feel, graceful as Raphael, as Watteau genteel. Your lights and shades, as Titianesque, we praise, and warmly wish you Titian's length of days. Short of the theatres, the injury done by the theatres is of course the subject of Lamb's reflector essay on Shakespeare's tragedies, see Vol. I. Boydell's Shakespeare Gallery, the series of 170 illustrations to Shakespeare by leading artists of the day, projected by Alderman Boydell in 1786. Coleridge's exemplification. Lamb quoted incorrectly. The lines had just appeared in Friendship's offering for 1834. In the hexameter rises the fountain's silvery column. In the pentameter I, falling in melody back. Coleridge took the lines from Schiller. At Dr. Williams' library is a note from those. Robinson to Crab Robinson, dated December 22, 1833, concerning Lamb's Christmas turkey, which went first to Crab Robinson at the Temple and was then sent on to Lamb, presumably with the note in the hamper. Lamb adds at the foot of the note, the parcel coming through you, I open this note, but find no treason in it. With thanks. See Lamb. I give here 3 other notes to Dilke, belonging probably to the early days of 1834. The first refers to the proof of one of Lamb's contributions to the Athenaeum. Letter 594. Charles Lamb to Charles Wentworth Dilke. No date. May I now claim of you the benefit of the loan of some books. Do not fear sending too many, but do not if it be irksome to yourself, such as shall make you say, damn it, here's Lamb's box come again. Dog's leaves insured, any light stuff, no natural history or useful learning, such as pyramids, catacombs, giraffes, adventures in southern Africa, and C. With our joint compliments, yours. C. Lamb. Church Street, Edmonton. Novels for the last 2 years, or further back nonsense of any period. Letter 595. Charles Lamb to Charles Wentworth Dilke. No date, spring, 1834. Dear Sir, I returned 44 volumes by Tate. If they are not all your own, and some of mine have slipped in, I do not think you will lose much. Shall I go on with the table talk? I will, if you like it, when the culinary article has appeared. Robbins, the carrier from the Swan Snow Hill, will bring any more contributions, thankfully to be received. I pay backwards and forwards. See Lamb. Table Talk by the late Elia appeared in the Athenaeum on January 4, May 31, June 7, and July 19, 1834. The culinary article is the paragraph that now closes the Table Talk. See Vol. I. Letter 596. Charles Lamb to the printer of the Athenaeum. No date. I have read the enclosed 45 times over. I have submitted it to my Edmonton friends. At last, O Argus penetration, I have discovered a dash that might be dispensed with. Pray don't trouble yourself with such useless courtesies. I can well trust your editor when I don't use queer phrases which prove themselves wrong by creating a distrust in the sober compositor. Letter 597. Charles Lamb to Mary Betham. January 24, 1834. Church Street, Edmonton. Dear Mary Betham, I received the bill, and when it is payable, some 10 or 12 days hence, will punctually do with the overplus as you direct. I thought you would like to know it came to hand, so I have not waited for the uncertainty of when your nephew sets out. I suppose my receipt will serve, for poor Mary is not in a capacity to sign it. After being well from the end of July to the end of December, she was taken ill almost on the first day of the new year, and is as bad as poor creature can be. I expect her fever to last 14 or 15 weeks, if she gets well at all, which every successive illness puts me in fear of. She has less and less strength to throw it off, and they leave a dreadful depression after them. She was quite comfortable a few weeks since, when Matilda came down here to see us. You shall excuse a short letter, for my hand is unsteady. Indeed, the situation I am in with her shakes me sadly. She was quite able to appreciate the kind legacy while she was well. Imagine her kindest love to you, which is but buried a while, and believe all the good wishes for your restoration to health from C. Lamb. This letter refers to the legacy mentioned above. It had now been paid. Letter 598. Charles Lamb to Edward Moxon. P.M. Jan. 28, 1834. I met with a man at my halfway house who told me many anecdotes of Keane's younger life. He knew him thoroughly. His name is Wyatt, living near the Bell, Edmonton. Also he referred me to West, a publican opposite St. George's Church, Southwark, who knew him more intimately. Is it worth Forster's while to inquire after them? C.L. Edmund Keane had died in the previous May. Forster, who was at this time theatrical critic of the Examiner, was probably at work upon a biographical article. Here should come a note from Lamb to Matilda Betham, dated January 29, 1834. My poor Mary is terribly ill again. Here also, dated February 7, should come a letter to William Hone, in which Lamb, after mentioning his sister's illness, urges upon Hone the advisability of applying to the Literary Fund for some relief, and offers to support him in his appeal. Letter 599. Charles Lamb to Miss Fryer. Feb. 14, 1834. Dear Miss Fryer, your letter found me just returned from keeping my birthday pretty innocent at Dover Street. I see them pretty often. I have since had letters of business to write, or should have replied earlier. In one word, be less uneasy about me. I bear my privations very well. I am not in the depths of desolation, as heretofore. Your admonitions are not lost upon me. Your kindness has sunk into my heart. Have faith in me. It is no new thing for me to be left to my sister. When she is not violent, her rambling chat is better to me than the sense and sanity of this world. Her heart is obscured, not buried. It breaks out occasionally, and one can discern a strong mind struggling with the billows that have gone over it. I could be nowhere happier than under the same roof with her. Her memory is unnaturally strong, and from ages past, if we may so call the earliest records of our poor life, she fetches thousands of names and things that never would have dawned upon me again, and thousands from the 10 years she lived before me. What took place from early girlhood to her coming of age principally lives again, every important thing and every trifle in her brain with the vividness of real presence. For 12 hours incessantly, she will pour out without intermission all her past life, forgetting nothing, pouring out name after name to the Waldens as a dream, sense and nonsense, truths and errors huddled together, a medley between inspiration and possession. What things we are, I know you will bear with me, talking of these things. It seems to ease me, for I have nobody to tell these things to now. Emma, I see, has got a harp, and is learning to play. She has framed her 3 Walton pictures, and pretty they look. That is a book you should read, such sweet religion in it, next to Woolman's. Though the subject be baits and hooks and worms and fishes, she has my copy at present to do 2 more from. Very, very tired, I began this epistle, having been epistolizing all the morning, and very kindly would I end it, could I find adequate expressions to your kindness. We did set our minds on seeing you in spring. One of us will indubitably, but I am not skilled in almanac learning to know when spring precisely begins and ends. Pardon my blots, I am glad you like your book. I wish it had been half as worthy of your acceptance as John Woolman, but 'tis a good-natured book. Miss Fryer was a schoolfellow of Mrs. Moxon's. I append another letter, undated, to the same lady. It belongs obviously to an earlier period, but the exact position is unimportant. Letter 600. Charles Lamb to Miss Fryer. No date. My dear Miss Fryer, by desire of Emma, I have attempted new words to the old nonsense of Tartar drum. But with the nonsense, the sound and spirit of the tune are unaccountably gone, and we have agreed to discard the new version altogether. As you may be more fastidious in singing mere silliness, and a string of well-sounding images without sense or coherence, drums of Tartars, who use none, and tulip trees 10 foot high, not to mention spirits in sunbeams and sea, than we are, so you are at liberty to sacrifice an inspiriting movement to a little sense, though I like little sense less than his vagarying younger sister no sense, so I send them. The 4th line of first stanza is from an old ballad. Emma is looking weller and handsomer, as you say, than ever. Really, if she goes on thus improving, by the time she is 39 she will be a tolerable comely person, but I may not live to see it. I take beauty to be catching a cholera sort of thing, now whether the constant presence of a handsome object, for there's only 2 of us, may not have the effect, but the subject is delicate, and as my old great-aunt used to say, "Ansome is as ansome does." That was my great-aunt's way of spelling. Most and best kind things say to yourself, and dear mother, for all your kindnesses to our M, though, in truth, I am a little tired with her everlasting repetition of 'em. Yours very truly. C.H.S. Lamb. Emma's way of spelling Miss Umphreys, as I spell her aunt. Love will come. Tune the Tartar drum. I guard thy feelings, pretty vestal, from the smooth intruder free. Cage thine heart in bars of crystal. Lock it with a golden key. Throw the bars demurely stealing. Noiseless footstep, accent dumb. His approach to none revealing. Watch or watch not, love will come. His approach to none revealing. Watch or watch not, love will come, love. Watch or watch not, love will come. Roman 2. Scornful beauty may deny him. He hath spells to charm disdain. Homely features may defy him. Both at length must wear the chain. Haughty youth in courts of princes. Hermit poor with age o'ercome. His soft plea at last convinces. Sooner, later, love will come. His soft plea at length convinces. Sooner, later, love will come, love. Sooner, later, love will come. Letter 601. Charles Lamb to William Wordsworth. Church Est, Edmonton. 22 Feb. 1834. Dear Wordsworth, I write from a house of mourning. The oldest and best friends I have left are in trouble. A branch of them, and they of the best stock of God's creatures, I believe, is establishing a school at Carlisle. Her name is Louisa Martin, her address 75 Castle Street, Carlisle. Her qualities and her motives for this exertion are the most amiable, most upright. For 30 years she has been tried by me, and on her behavior I would stake my soul. Oh, if you can recommend her, how would I love you if I could love you better? Pray, pray, recommend her. She is as good a human creature, next to my sister, perhaps the most exemplary female I ever knew. Moxon tells me you would like a letter from me. You shall have one. This I cannot mingle up with any nonsense which you usually tolerate from C. Lamb. Need he add loves to wife, sister, and all? Poor Mary is ill again, after a short lucid interval of 4 or 5 months. In short, I may call her half dead to me. Good you are to me, yours with fervor of friendship, forever. Turn over. If you want references, the Bishop of Carlisle may be one. Lewis's sister, as good as she cannot be better though she tries, educated the daughters of the late Earl of Carnarvon, and he settled a handsome annuity on her for life. In short, all the family are a sound rock. The present Lord Carnarvon married Howard of Greystock's sister. Wordsworth has written on the wrapper, Lamb's last letter. We met the Martins in the early correspondence. It was Louisa whom, many years before, Lamb used to call Monkey. Here should come Lamb's last letter to Thomas Manning, dated May 10, 1834. Mary has, he says, been ill for nigh 20 weeks. She is, I hope, recovering. I struggle to town rarely, and then to see London, with little other motive, for what is left there hardly. The streets and shops entertaining ever, else I feel as in a desert, and get me home to my cave. Once a month, he adds, he passes a day with Carrie at the museum. When Mary was getting better in the previous year, she would read all the auctioneers' advertisements on the walk. These are my playbills, she said. I walk 9 or 10 miles a day, always up the road, dear Londonwards. Addressed to Manning at Puckeridge. Manning lived on, an eccentric recluse, until 1840. Here perhaps should come the following melancholy letter to Talfourd, which Mr. Doble permits me to print. Letter 602. Charles Lamb to T.N. Talfourd. No date, early 1834. Darty, one Moxon and Knowles are coming to Enfield on Sunday afternoon. My poor shaken head cannot at present let me ask any dinner company, for 2 drinkings in a day, which must ensue, would incapacitate me. I am very poorly. They can only get an Edmont stage, from which village 'tis but a 2 miles walk, and I have only in beds to offer. Pray join 'em if you can. Our first morning stage to London is 12 past 8. If that won't suit your avocations, arrange with Ryle or without him, but how can I separate him morally? Logically and legally, poetically and critically I can, from you, no disparagement, for a better Christian exists not. Well arranged cum or obscillo. This is Latin, the first Sunday you can, morning. I am poorly, but I always am on these occasions, a week or 2. Then I get sober, I mean less in sober. Yours till death, you are mine after. Don't mind a touch of pathos. Love to Mrs. Talfourd. The Edmonton stages come almost every hour from Snow Hill. Footnote 1, erratum, for M and K read K and M booksellers after. Authors. Ryle, as I have already said, was Lamb's executor with Talfourd, hence the phrase to Talfourd, you are mine after. Letter 603. Fragment. Charles Lamb to Charles Cowden Clark. No date, end of June, 1834. We heard the music in the Abbey at Winchmore Hill, and the notes were incomparably softened by the distance. Novello's chromatics were distinctly audible. Clara was faulty in B-flat, otherwise she sang like an angel. The trombone and Beethoven's waltzes were the best. Who played the oboe? The letter refers to the performance of Handel's Creation at the Musical Festival in Westminster Abbey on June 24, 1834, when Novello and Atwood were the organists, and Clara Novello one of the singers. Letter 604. Charles Lamb to John Forster. P.M. June 25, 1834. Dear F. I simply sent for the Miltons because Alsop has some books of mine, and I thought they might travel with them. But keep 'em as much longer as you like. I never trouble my head with other people's quarrels. I do not always understand my own. I seldom see them in Dover Street. I know as little as the man in the moon about your joint transactions, and care as little. If you have lost a little portion of my goodwill, it is that you do not come and see me. Arrange with Proctor when you have done with your moving accidents. Yours, Ambulatorus. CL. Letter 605. Charles Lamb to J. Fuller Russell. Summer 1834. Emmer Lamb's Comps, and shall be happy to look over the lines as soon as ever Mr. Russell shall send them. He is at Mr. Walden's, Church, not Bury, St. Edmund. Line 10. Ween and whist and what and eke are antiquated frippery, and unmodernize a poem rather than give it an antique air, as some strong old words may do. I guess, I know, I knew are quite as significant. Y.E. barbarous Scotticism, when I is much better and chimes to cavalry, a sprinkling of disused words where all the style else is after the approved recent fashion teases and puzzles. Anon the storm begins to slake, the sullen clouds to melt away, the moon becalmed in a blue lake looks down with melancholy ray. The moon becalmed in a blue lake would be more apt to look up. I see my error, the sky is the lake, and beg you to laugh at it. What is a maiden's een, south of the Tweed? You may as well call her prettily turned ears her lugs. On the maiden's lugs they fall, verse 79. A coy young miss will never do, for though you are presumed to be a modern, writing only of days of old, yet you should not write a word purely unintelligible to your heroine. Some understanding should be kept up between you. Miss is a nickname not 2 centuries old, came in at about the Restoration. The King's Misses is the oldest use of it I can remember. It is Mistress Anne Page, not Miss Page. Modern names and usages should be kept out of sight in an old subject. W. Scott was sadly faulty in this respect. Tear of sympathy, pity's sacred due. Sympathy is a young lady's word, rife in modern novels, and is almost always wrongly applied. To sympathize is to feel with, not simply for another. I write verses and sympathize with you. You have the toothache, I have not. I feel for you, I cannot sympathize. What is sheen? Has it more significance than bright? Richmond in its old name was Sheen. Would you call an omnibus to take you to Sheen? How the all's right man would stare. The violet nestled in the shade, which fills with perfume all the glade, yet bashful as a timid maid, thinks to elude the searching eye of every stranger passing by, might well compare with Emily, a strangely involved simile. The maiden is likened sick to a violet which has been just before likened to a maid, yet it reads prettily, and I would not have it altered. E'en come again. In line 407, you speak it out, I, bravely like an Englishman. Sorceresses do not entice by wrinkles, but being essentially aged, appear in assumed beauty. This communication and that which follows, with trifling omissions, were sent to notes and queries by the late Mr. J. Fuller Russell, FSA, with this explanation. I was residing at Enfield in the Cambridge long vacation, 1834, and perhaps to the neglect of more improving pursuits, composed a metrical novel, named Emily de Wilton, in 3 parts. When the first of them was completed, I ventured to introduce myself to Charles Lamb, who was living at Edmonton at the time, and telling him what I had done, and that I had scarcely heart to proceed until I had obtained the opinion of a competent judge respecting my verses. I asked him to while away an idle hour in their perusal, adding, I fear you will think me very rude and very intrusive, but I am one of the most nervous souls in Christendom. Moved, possibly, by this diffident, not to say unusual confession, Elia speedily gave his consent. The poem was never printed. Lamb's pains in this matter serve to show how kindly disposed he was in these later years to all young men, and how exact a sense of words he had. In the British Museum is preserved a sheet of similar comments made by Lamb upon a manuscript of P.G. Patmore's, from which I have quoted a few passages above. In Charles Lamb and the Lloyds will also be found a number of interesting criticisms on a translation of Homer. Letter 606. Charles Lamb to J. Fuller Russell. Summer 1834. Sir, I hope you will finish Emily. The story I cannot at this stage anticipate, Some looseness of diction I have taken liberty to advert to. It wants a little more severity of style. There are too many prettinesses, but parts of the poem are better than pretty, and I thank you for the perusal. Your humble served. See Lamb. Perhaps you will favor me with a call while you stay. Line 42. The old abbé, if abbey was so spelt, I do not object to, because it does not seem your own language, but humorsomely adapted to the how folks called it in those times. Flares, think of the vulgarism, flare up, let it be Burns. In her pale countenance is blent the majesty of high intent, with meekness by devotion lent. And when she bends in prayer before the Virgin's awful shrine, the rapt enthusiast might deem the seraph of his brightest dream were meekly kneeling there, was decidedly not were. The deeming or supposition is of a reality, not a contingency. The enthusiast does not deem that a thing may be, but that it is. When first young Vernon's flight she knew, the lady deemed the tale untrue. Deemed, this word is just repeated above, say thought or held. Deem is half-cousin to ween and wot. By pure intent and soul sincere, sustained and nerved, I will not fear reproach, shame, scorn, the taunting jeer, and worse than all, a father's sneer. A father's sneer. Would a high-born man in those days sneer at a daughter's disgrace? Would he only sneer? Reproach and biting shame, and worse than all, the estranged father's curse. I only throw this hint out in a hurry. Stern and sear, I see a meaning in it, but no word is good that startles one at first, and then you have to make it out. Drear, perhaps. Then why to minstrel's glance, to fancy's eye, you would say, not to fiddler's eye. A knight thinks he don't trow. Mayhap is vulgarish, perchance. Sensation is a philosophically prose word, feeling. The hill, where ne'er rang woodman's stroke, was clothed with elm and spreading oak, through whose black boughs the moon's mild ray as hardly strove to win a way, as pity to a miser's heart. Natural illustrations come more naturally when by them we expound mental operations than when we deduce from natural objects similes of the mind's workings. The miser's struggle, thus compared, is a beautiful image, but the storm and clouds do not inversely so readily suggest the miser. Havoc and wrath, his maniac bride, wheel o'er the conflict and see. These personified gentry, I think, are not in taste. Besides, fear has been pallid any time these 2,000 years. It is mixing the style of Aeschylus and the last minstrel. Bracy is a good rough vocative. No better suggests itself, unless grim, barren grim, or grimald, which is Saxon or Grimbald. Tracy would obviate your objection that the name Bracy occurs in Ivanhoe, but Bracy is stronger. The frown of night conceals him, and bewrays their sight. Betrays, the other has an unlucky association. The glinting moon's half-shrouded ray. Why glinting, Scotch, when glancing is English? Then solemnly the monk did say, the abbot of St. Mary's Grey, the leman of a wanton youth, perhaps may gain her father's ruth, but never on his injured breast may lie caressing and caressed. Bethink you of the vow you made, when your light daughter, all distraught, from yonder slaughter plain was brought, that if in some secluded cell she might till death securely dwell, the house of God should share her wealth. Holy abbots, surely, never so undisguisedly blurted out their secular aims. I think there is so much of this kind of poetry that it would not be very taking, but it is well worthy of pleasing a private circle. One blemish runs through the perpetual accompaniment of natural images. Seasons of the year, times of day, phases of the moon, phenomena of flowers are quite as much your dramatis personae as the warriors and the ladies. This last part is as good as what precedes. Letter 607. Charles Lamb to Charles Wentworth Dilke. No date, End of July, 1834. Dear sir, I am totally incapable of doing what you suggest at present, and think it right to tell you so without delay. It would shock me, who am shocked enough already, to sit down to write about it. I have no letters of poor Seaby, and by what scraps I have shall be yours. Pray excuse me. It is not for want of obliging you, I assure you. For your box we most cordially feel thankful. I shall be your debtor in my poor way. I do assure you I am incapable. Again, excuse me. Yours sincerely, C.L. Coleridge's death had occurred on July 25 in his 62nd year, and Dilke had written to Lamb asking for some words on that event, for the Athenaeum. A little while later a request was made by John Forster that Lamb would write something for the album of a Mr. Keymer. It was then that Lamb wrote the few words that stand under the title, On the Death of Coleridge, C. Vol. I. Forster wrote thus of the effect of Coleridge's death upon Lamb. He thought of little else. His sister was but another portion of himself, until his own great spirit joined his friend. He had a habit of venting his melancholy in a sort of mirth. He would, with nothing graver than a pun, cleanse his bosom of the perilous stuff that weighed upon it. In a jest, or a few light phrases, he would lay open the last recesses of his heart. So in respect of the death of Coleridge, some old friends of his saw him 2 or 3 weeks ago and remarked the constant turning and reference of his mind. He interrupted himself in them almost every instant with some play of affected wonder or astonishment or humorous melancholy on the words, Coleridge is dead. Nothing could divert him from that, for the thought of it never left him. Wordsworth said that Coleridge's death hastened Lamb's. Letter 608. Charles Lamb to Rev. James Gilman. Mr. Walden's, Church Street, Edmonton, August 5, 1834. My dear sir, the sad week being over, I must write to you to say that I was glad of being spared from attending. I have no words to express my feeling with you all. I can only say that when you think a short visit from me would be acceptable, when your father and mother shall be able to see me with comfort, I will come to the bereaved house. Express to them my tenderest regards and hopes that they will continue our friends still. We both love and respect them as much as a human being can, and finally thank them with our hearts for what they have been to the poor departed. God bless you all. C. Lamb. Talfourd writes, shortly after, assured that his presence would be welcome, Lamb went to Highgate. There he asked leave to see the nurse who had attended upon Coleridge, and being struck and affected by the feeling she manifested towards his friend, insisted on her receiving 5 guineas from him. Here should come a letter to J.H. Green, dated August 26, 1834, thanking him for a copy of Coleridge's will and offering to send all letters, etc., and fragments of handwriting from leaves of good old books. Letter 609. Charles and Mary Lamb to H.F. Kerry. Sept. 12, 1834. By God's blessing, we will not be absent at the grace. Dear C., we long to see you and hear account of your peregrinations, of the tun at Heidelberg, the clock at Strasbourg, the statue at Rotterdam, the dainty Rhenish and poignant Moselle wines, Westphalian hams, and botargos of Altona. But perhaps you have seen nor tasted any of these things. Yours, very glad to claim you back again to your proper centre, books and bibliothèque. C. and M. Lamb. I have only got your note, just now per negligentiam, per iniqui moxoni. Charles and Mary Lamb at this time were supposed to dine at Carey's on the 3rd Wednesday in every month. When the plan was suggested by Carey, Lamb was for declining, but Mary Lamb said, when we went to Edmonton, I told Charles that something would turn up, and so it did, you see. Letter 610. Charles Lamb to H.F. Carey. Act 1834. I protest I know not in what words to invest my sense of the shameful violation of hospitality which I was guilty of on that fatal Wednesday. Let it be blotted from the calendar. Had it been committed at a layman's house, say a merchant's or manufacturer's, a cheesemonger's or greengrocer's, or to go higher, a barrister's, a member of Parliament's, a rich banker's, I should have felt alleviation, a drop of self-pity. But to be seen deliberately to go out of the house of a clergyman drunk, a clergyman of the Church of England too, not that alone, but of an expounder of that dark Italian hierophant, an exposition little short of his who dared unfold the apocalypse, divine riddles both, and, without supernal grace vouchsafed, arcs not to be fingered, without present blasting to the touchers. And then from what house? Not a common glebe or vicarage, which yet had been shameful, but from a kingly repository of sciences, human and divine, with the primate of England for its guardian, arrayed in public majesty, from which the profane vulgar are bid fly. Could all those volumes have taught me nothing better? With feverish eyes on the succeeding dawn, I opened upon the faint light, enough to distinguish, in a strange chamber not immediately to be recognized, garters, hose, waistcoat, neckerchief, arranged in dreadful order and proportion, which I knew was not mine own. 'Tis the common symptom, on awaking, I judge my last night's condition from. A tolerable scattering on the floor I hail as being too probably my own, and if the candlestick be not removed, I assoil myself. But this finical arrangement, this finding everything in the morning in exact diametrical rectitude, torments me. By whom was I divested? Burning blushes. Not by the fair hands of nymphs, the buffem graces. Remote whispers suggested that I coached it home in triumph. Far be that from working pride in me, for I was unconscious of the locomotion, that a young mentor accompanied a reprobate old Telemachus, that, the Trojan-like, he bore his charge upon his shoulders, while the wretched incubus, in glimmering sense, hiccuped drunken snatches of flying on the bat's wings after sunset. An aged servitor was also hinted at, to make disgrace more complete, one, to whom my ignominy may offer further occasions of revolt, to which he was before too fondly inclining from the true faith, for at a sight of my helplessness, what more was needed to drive him to the advocacy of independency? Occasion led me through Great Russell Street yesterday. I gazed at the great knocker. My feeble hands in vain essayed to lift it. I dreaded that Argus porter, who doubtless lanterned me out on that prodigious night. I called the Elginian marbles. They were cold to my suit. I shall never again, I said, on the wide gates unfolding, say without fear of thrusting back, in a light but a peremptory air, I am going to Mr. Carey's. I passed by the walls of Balclutha. I had imaged to myself a zodiac of third Wednesdays, irradiating by glimpses the Edmonton dullness. I dreamed of Highmore. I am divided to come on Wednesdays. Villainous old age that, with second childhood, brings linked hand in hand her inseparable twin, new inexperience, which knows not effects of liquor. Where I was to have sate for a sober, middle-aged and a half gentleman, literary too, the neat-fingered artist can educe no notions but of a dissolute Silenus, lecturing natural philosophy to a jeering Chromius or a M. Nassalus. Pudit. From the context, gather the lost name. The Buffam Graces, Lamb's landladies at Southampton Buildings. I passed by the walls of Balclutha. From Ossian, Lamb uses this quotation in his Elia essay on the South Sea House. Highmore, I cannot explain this reference. Not long before Mrs. Proctor's death, a letter from Charles Lamb to Mrs. Basil Montagu was sold, in which Lamb apologized for having become intoxicated while visiting her the night before. Someone mentioned the letter in Mrs. Proctor's presence. Ah, she said, but they haven't seen the second letter, which I have upstairs, written next day, in which he said that my mother might ask him again with safety, as he never got drunk twice in the same house. Unhappily, a large number of Lamb's and other letters were burned by Mrs. Proctor. Letter 611. Charles Lamb to H.F. Carey. Oct. 18, 1834. Dear Sir, the unbounded range of munificence presented to my choice staggers me. What can 20 votes do for 102 widows? I cast my eyes hopeless among the viduage. N.B. Southey might be ashamed of himself to let his aged mother stand at the top of the list, with his £100 a year and butt of sack. Sometimes I sigh over number 12, Mrs. Carville, some poor relation of mine, no doubt. Number 15 has my wishes, but then she is a Welsh one. I have Ruth upon number 21. I'd tug hard for number 24. Number 25 is an anomaly. There can be no Mrs. Hogg. Number 34 ensnares me. Number 73 should not have met so foolish a person. Number 92 may bob it as she likes, but she catches no cherry of me, so I have even fixed at haphazard, as you'll see. Yours, every third Wednesday. C.L. Talford states that the note is in answer to a letter enclosing a list of candidates for a Widows' Fund Society for which he was entitled to vote. A Mrs. Southey headed the list. Here, according to Mr. Hazlitt's dating, should come a note from Lamb to Mrs. Randall Norris, belonging to November, in which Lamb says that he found Mary on his return no worse, and she is now no better. He sends all his nonsense that he can scrape together and hopes the young ladies will like Amwell, Mrs. Lester's school. Letter 612. Charles Lamb to Mr. Childs. Monday, Church Street, Edmonton, not Enfield, as you erroneously direct yours. Dec. 1834. Dear Sir, the volume which you seem to want is not to be had for love or money. I with difficulty procured a copy for myself. Yours is gone to enlighten the tawny Hindus. What a supreme felicity to the author, only he is no traveller on the Ganges or Hydaspes, Indian streams, to meet a smutty gentoo ready to burst with laughing at the tale of Bobo, for doubtless it hath been translated into all the dialects of the East. I grieve the less that Europe should want it. I cannot gather from your letter whether you are aware that a second series of the essays is published by Moxon in Dover Street, Piccadilly, called The Last Essays of Elia, and I am told is not inferior to the former. Shall I order a copy for you, and will you accept it? Shall I lend you, at the same time, my sole copy of the former volume? Return it for a month or two. In return, you shall favour me with the loan of one of those Norfolk-bred grunters that you laud so highly. I promise not to keep it above a day. What a funny name Bungay is. I never dreamt of a correspondent thence. I used to think of it as some utopian town or borough in Gotham land. I now believe in its existence as part of Merry England. Some lines scratched out. The part I have scratched out is the best of the letter. Let me have your commands. C.H. Lamb, alias Elia. Talfourd thus explains this letter. In December 1834, Mr. Lamb received a letter from a gentleman, a stranger to him, Mr. Childs of Bungay, whose copy of Elia had been sent on an oriental voyage, and who, in order to replace it, applied to Mr. Lamb. Mr. Childs was a printer. His business subsequently became that of Messrs. R. and R. Clark, which still flourishes. This letter practically disposes of the statement made by more than one bibliographer that a second edition of Elia was published in 1833. The tale of Bobo is in the dissertation on roast pig. Lamb sent Mr. Childs a copy of John Woodville, in which he wrote, Letter 613. From the author. In great haste, the pig was faultless. We got decently merry after it and chirped and sang, Hi, Bessie Bungay, in honor of the sender. Pray let me have a line to say you got the books. Keep the first vol. 2 or 3 months, so long as it comes home at last. Letter 614. Charles Lamb to Mrs. George Dyer. Dec. 22nd, 1834. Dear Mrs. Dyer, I am very uneasy about a book which I either have lost or left at your house on Thursday. It was the book I went out to fetch from Miss Bufham's while the tripe was frying. It is called Philip's Theatrum Poetarum, but it is an English book. I think I left it in the parlour. It is Mr. Carey's book, and I would not lose it for the world. Pray, if you find it, book it at the Swan, Snow Hill, by an Edmonton stage immediately, directed to Mr. Lamb, Church Street, Edmonton, or write to say you cannot find it. I am quite anxious about it. If it is lost, I shall never like tripe again. With kindest love to Mr. Dyer, and all. Yours truly, C. Lamb. In the life of H.F. Carey by his son we read, He Lamb had borrowed of my father Phillips's Theatrum Poetarum Anglicanorum, which was returned by Lamb's friend, Mr. Moxon, with the leaf folded down at the account of Sir Philip Sidney. Mr. Carey acknowledged the receipt of the book by the following lines to the memory of Charles Lamb. So should it be, my gentle friend. Thy leaf last closed at Sidney's end. Thou too, like Sidney, wouldst have given the water thirsting and near heaven. Nay, were it wine filled to the brim, thou hadst looked hard, but given like him. And art thou mingled then amongst those famous sons of ancient song? And do they gather round and praise thy relish of their nobler lays, waxing in mirth to hear thee tell With what strange mortals thou didst dwell, at thy quaint sallies more delighted than any's long among them lighted. 'Tis done, and thou hast joined a crew, to whom thy soul was justly due. And yet I think, where'er thou be, they'll scarcely love thee more than we. This is the last letter of Charles Lamb, who tripped and fell in Church Street, Edmonton, on December 22, and died of erysipelas on December 27. At the time of his death, Lamb was very nearly 60. His birthday was February 10. Mary Lamb, with occasional lapses into sound health, survived him until May 20, 1847. At first, she continued to live at Edmonton, but a few years later moved to the house of Mrs. Parsons, sister of her old nurse, Miss James, in St. John's Wood. I append 3 letters, 2 written and 1 inspired by her, to Miss Jane Norris, one of the daughters of Randall Norris. Of the friends mentioned therein, I might add that Edward Moxon lived until 1858, Mrs. Edward Moxon until 1891, James Kenny until 1849, Thomas Hood until 1845, and Baron Field until 1846. Letter 615. Mary Lamb to Jane Norris. 41 Alpha Road, Regent's Park. Christmas Day, 1841. My dear Jane, many thanks for your kind presents, your Michaelmas goose. I thought Mr. Moxon had written to thank you. The turkeys and nice apples came yesterday. Give my love to your dear mother. I was unhappy to find your note in the basket, for I am always thinking of you all, and wondering when I shall ever see any of you again. I long to show you what a nice snug place I have got into, in the midst of a pleasant little garden. I have a room for myself and my old books on the ground floor, and a little bedroom up 2 pairs of stairs. When you come to town, if you have not time to go to the Moxons, an omnibus from the Bell and Crown in Holborn would bring you to our door in a quarter of an hour. If your dear mother does not venture so far, I will contrive to pop down to see her. Love and all seasonable wishes to your sister and Mary, and see I am in the midst of many friends, Mr. and Mrs. Kenny, Mr. and Mrs. Hood, Baron Field and his brother Frank, and their wives, and see, all within a short walk. If the lodger is gone, I shall have a bedroom will hold 2. Heaven bless and preserve you all in health and happiness many a long year. Yours affectionately, May Lamb. Letter 616. Mary Lamb to Jane Norris. Act 3, 1842. My dear Jane Norris, thanks, many thanks, my dear friend, for your kind remembrances. What a nice goose! That, and all its accompaniments in the basket, we all devoured. The 2 legs fell to my share. Your cheerful letter, my Jane, made me feel almost as good as new. Your mother and I must meet again. Do not be surprised if I pop in again for a half-hour's call some fine frosty morning. Thank you, dear Jane, for the happy tidings that my old friend Miss Bangham is alive, and that Mary is still with you, unmarried. Heaven bless you all. Love to Mother, Betsy, Mary, and see how I do long to see you. I am always your affectionately grateful friend, Mary Ann Lamb. Last letter. Miss James to Jane Norris. 41 Alpha Road, Regent's Park. London, July 25, 1843. Madam, Miss Lamb, having seen the death of your dear mother in the Times newspaper, is most anxious to hear from or to see one of you, as she wishes to know how you intend settling yourselves, and to have a full account of your dear mother's last illness. She was much shocked on reading of her death, and appeared very vexed that she had not been to see her, and wanted very much to come down and see you both, but we were really afraid to let her take the journey. If either of you are coming up to town, she would be glad if you would call upon her, but should you not be likely to come soon, she would be very much pleased if one of you would have the goodness to write a few lines to her, as she is most anxious about you. She begs you to excuse her writing to you herself, as she don't feel equal to it. She asked me yesterday to write for her. I am happy to say she is at present pretty well, although your dear mother's death appears to dwell much upon her mind. She desires her kindest love to you both, and hopes to hear from you very soon if you are equal to writing. I sincerely hope you will oblige her, and am, Madam, You're obedient and see. Sarah James. Pray don't invite her to come down to see you. Appendix. Consisting of the longer passages from books referred to by Lamb in his letters. Bernard Barton's The Spiritual Law. From Devotional Verses, 1826, see letter 388, page 746. But the word is very nigh unto thee in thy mouth, and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. Jude, XXX, 14. Say not the law divine is hidden from thee, or far removed. That law within would shine, if there its glorious light were sought and loved. Soar not on high, nor ask who thence shall bring it down to earth. That vaulted sky hath no such star, didst thou but know its worth. Nor launch thy bark in search thereof upon a shoreless sea, which has no ark, no dove to bring this olive branch to thee. Then do not roam in search of that which wandering cannot win. At home, that word is placked thy mouth, thy heart within. Oh, seek it there. Turn to its teachings with devoted will. Watch unto prayer, and in the power of faith this law fulfill. Barton's The Translation of Enoch. From New Year's Eve, 1828. See letter 467, page 841. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Genesis. Proudly through the vaulted sky was born Elisha's sire, and dazzling unto mortal eye his car and steeds of fire. To me as glorious seems the chain accorded to thy worth, as instantaneous and as strange thy exit from this earth, something which wakes a deeper thrill. These few brief words unfold than all description's proudest skill could of that hour have told. Fancy's keen eye may trace the course Elijah held on high, the car of flame, each fiery horse her visions may supply, but thy transition marks each dream framed by her wildest power, nor can her mastery supreme conceive thy parting hour, where angels with expanded wings as guides and guardians given, or did sweet sounds from seraph strings waft thee from earth to heaven. 'Twere vain to ask, we know but this: thy path from grief and time unto eternity and bliss, mysterious and sublime. With God thou walkedst and wast not, and thought and fancy fail further than this to paint thy lot, or tell thy wondrous tale. Talfourd's Verses in Memory of a Child named after Charles Lamb. From the Final Memorials of Charles Lamb. See letter 469, page 846. Our gentle Charles has passed away from earth's short bondage free, and left to us its leaden day and mist-enshrouded sea. Here by the restless ocean's side, sweet hours of hope have flown, when first the triumph of its tide seemed omen of our own. That eager joy the sea breeze gave, when first it raised his hair, sunk with each day's retiring wave, beyond the reach of prayer. The sun blink that through drizzling mist, to flickering hope akin, lone waves with feeble fondness kissed, no smile as faint can win. Yet not in vain, with radiance weak, the heavenly stranger gleams, not of the world it lights to speak, but that from whence it streams. That world our patient sufferer sought, serene with pitying eyes, as if his mounting spirit caught the wisdom of the skies. With boundless love it looked abroad, for one bright moment given, shone with a loveliness that awed, and quivered into heaven. A year made slow by care and toil has paced its weary round, since death enriched with kindred spoil the snow-clad, frost-ribbed ground. Then Lamb, with whose endearing name our boy we proudly graced, shrank from the warmth of sweeter fame than mightier bards embraced. Still 'twas a mournful joy to think our darling might supply for years to us a living link, to name that cannot die. And though such fancy gleam no more on earthly sorrow's night, truth's nobler torch unveils the shore, which lends to both its light. The nursling there that hand may take, none ever grasped in vain, and smiles of well-known sweetness wake, without their tinge of pain. Though twixt the child and childlike bard late seemed distinction wide, they now may trace in heaven's regard how near they were allied. Within the infant's ample brow blithe fancies lay unfurled, which all uncrushed may open now to charm a sinless world. Though the soft spirit of those eyes might ne'er with Lamb's compete, ne'er sparkle with a wit as wise, or melt in tears as sweet, that calm and unforgotten look a kindred love reveals with his who never friend forsook, or hurt a thing that feels, in thought profound, in wildest glee, in sorrows dark and strange. The soul of Lamb's bright infancy endured no spot or change. From traits of each our love receives, for comfort nobler scope, while light which childlike genius leaves confirms the infant's hope, and in that hope with sweetness fraught be aching hearts beguiled to blend in one delightful thought the poet and the child. Edward Fitzgerald's The Meadows in Spring, from Hone's Year Book. See letter 535, page 938. 'Tis a sad sight to see the year dying, when autumn's last wind sets the yellow wood sighing. Sighing, oh sighing, when such a time cometh, I do retire into an old room, beside a bright fire, oh pile a bright fire, and there I sit, reading old things of knights and ladies, while the wind sings, oh drearily sings. I never look out, nor attend to the blast, for all to be seen is the leaves falling fast, falling, falling, but close at the hearth, like a cricket sit I, reading of summer and chivalry, gallant chivalry. Then with an old friend I talk of our youth, how 'twas gladsome but often foolish forsooth, but gladsome, gladsome. Or to get merry, we sing an old rhyme that made the wood ring again in summer time, sweet summer time. Then take we to smoking, silent and snug. Naught passes between us, save a brown jug. Sometimes, and sometimes a tear will rise in each eye, seeing the two old friends so merrily, and ere to bed, go we, down by the ashes, we kneel on the neat, praying. Thus then live I, till breaking the gloom of winter the bold sun is with me in the room, shining. Then the clouds part, swallows soaring between. The spring is awake, and the meadows are green. I jump up like mad, break the old pipe in twain, and away to the meadows. The meadows again. Epsilon. James Montgomery's The Common Lot. See letter 535, page 938. A birthday meditation during a solitary winter walk of 7 miles between a village in Derbyshire and Sheffield, when the ground was covered with snow, the sky serene, and the morning air intensely pure. Once in the flight of ages past, there lived a man, and who was he? Mortal, howe'er thy lot be cast, that man resembled thee. Unknown the region of his birth, the land in which he died unknown. His name has perished from the earth. This truth survives alone, that joy and grief and hope and fear alternate triumphed in his breast. His bliss and woe, a smile, a tear. Oblivion hides the rest. The bounding pulse, the languid limb, the changing spirits rise and fall. We know that these were felt by him, for these are felt by all. He suffered, but his pangs are o'er. Enjoyed, but his delights are fled. Had friends, his friends are now no more. And foes, his foes are dead. He loved, but whom he loved, the grave hath lost in its unconscious womb. Oh, she was fair, but naught could save her beauty from the tomb. He saw whatever thou hast seen, encountered all that troubles thee. He was whatever thou hast been. He is what thou shalt be. The rolling seasons, day and night, sun, moon, and stars, the earth and main, erewhile his portion, life and light, to him exist in vain. The clouds and sunbeams o'er his eye, that once their shades and glory threw, have left in yonder silent sky no vestige where they flew. The annals of the human race, their ruins since the world began, of him afford no other trace than this: there lived a man. November 4, 1805, Barry Cornwall's Epistle to Charles Lamb, on his emancipation from clerkship, written over a flask of sherris. From English Songs, see letter 551, page 952. Dear Lamb, I drink to thee, married to sweet liberty. What, old friend, and art thou freed from the bondage of the pen? Free from care and toil indeed, free to wander amongst men, when and howsoe'er thou wilt, all thy drops of labor spilt on those huge and figured pages, which will sleep unclasped for ages, little knowing who did wield the quill that traversed their white field. Come, another mighty health. Thou hast earned thy sum of wealth, countless ease, immortal leisure, days and nights of boundless pleasure, checkered by no dreams of pain, such as hangs on clerk-like brain, like a nightmare, and doth press the happy soul from happiness. O happy thou, whose all of time, day and eve and morning prime, is filled with talk on pleasant themes, or visions quaint which come in dreams, such as panthered Bacchus rules, when his rod is on the schools, mixing wisdom with their wine. Or perhaps thy wit so fine strayeth in some elder book, whereon our modern solons look with severe, ungifted eyes, wondering what thou seest to prize. Happy thou whose skill can take pleasure at each turn and slake thy thirst by every fountain's brink, where less wise men would pause to shrink. Sometimes, mid stately avenues, with Cowley thou, or Marvel's muse, dost walk or grey by Eton's towers, or Pope in Hampton's chestnut bowers, or Walton by his loved Lay stream, or dost thou with our Milton dream of Eden and the Apocalypse, and hear the words from his great lips. Speak in what grove or hazel shade, for musing meditation made. Dost wander or on Penshurst lawn, where Sydney's fame had time to dawn, and die ere yet the hate of men could envy at his perfect pen? Or dost thou, in some London street, with voices filled and thronging feet, loiter with mien twixt grave and gay, or take along some pathway sweet thy calm suburban way, happy beyond that man of Ross, whom mere content could ne'er engross? Art thou with hope, health, learned leisure, friends, books, thy thoughts, and endless pleasure? Yet, for when was pleasure made, sunshine all without a shade, thou perhaps, as now thou rovest through the busy scenes thou lovest, with an idler's careless look, turning some moth-pierced book, feels thee a sharp and sudden woe, for visions vanished long ago, and then thou think'st thee how time has fled over thy unsilvered head, snatching many a fellow mind away and leaving what behind? Not, alas, save joy and pain, mingled ever like a strain of music where the discords vie with the truer harmony. So perhaps with thee the vein is sullied ever, so the chain of habits and affections old, like a weight of solid gold, presseth on thy gentle breast, till sorrow rob thee of thy rest. I sought must be, Evnai, whose lot the fairy love so long forgot, seated beside this sherris wine, and near to books and shapes divine, which poets and the painters past have wrought in lines that I shall last. Evnai, with Shakespeare's self beside me, and one whose tender talk can guide me through fears and pains and troublous themes, whose smile doth fall upon my dreams like sunshine on a stormy sea. Want something when I think of thee,